everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
An infinite world, an infinite me, cloning, multiverse, anime crossover, infinite. In this era, time travel is a trend. But Lucier discovers that his time travel seems a bit off. The unassuming orphanage director in Konoha Village is himself. The Demon Slayer Corps member who beheads Muzan in the Infinite Castle is also himself. The cyber-psychopath who climbs the Arasaka Tower and beats up Adam's hammer is himself. The S-rank hunter who single-handedly levels up by conquering dungeons is also himself. He once accompanied Monkey King in causing havoc in the Heavenly Palace, and also fought Odin in Nibelungen. He once traveled the worlds alongside the Sage, and also rode the Star Train to explore the galaxy. In this infinite world, there are infinite me. Chapter 1-25, a dreamlike illusion that bursts at a touch. These past few years, transmigration has become a trend. Lucier didn't really follow trends, but unfortunately, this trend caught up with him. He underwent transmigration. Or to be precise, reincarnation. This didn't seem like a bad thing. As an orphan with no attachments, whether it was transmigration or reincarnation made no big difference to Lucier. It was nothing more than taking his originally obscure life and continuing it in another world. Moreover, objectively speaking, having been reincarnated once, gaining a pair of biological parents and a younger sister, Lucier was quite satisfied with his situation after reincarnation. So he lived peacefully in this world. This world was no different from Lucier's original world. Humans still lived on a planet called Earth. The division of countries on Earth was similar to his past life, and Lucier still lived in China, with the country's history and culture being much the same as in his past life. Overall, the two worlds only differed slightly in time. Lucier's original birth year was 2000, but in this world, it became 1991. A difference of less than 10 years. However, this didn't have much impact on Lucier integrating into this world, and after living in this world for 15 years, Lucier had become a native of this world through and through. Today was the day Lucier started high school. To be honest, for Lucier, who had lived two lives, going to school was definitely not a comfortable thing, especially since he had already entered society in his past life. Making him go back to school now would only make him feel out of place. But he also deeply understood that while studying might not be the only way to change one's destiny, it was definitely the most cost-effective path for an ordinary person, so he could only bite the bullet and pick up the knowledge he had discarded for over a decade. Fortunately, he was a top student at a prestigious university in his past life, so even though he hadn't picked up a textbook in many years, his foundation was still there, and with just a little effort, he got into the best high school in the city. Sherlon High School. Although it was private, it wasn't just a matter of paying money to get in. The score required to enter this school was higher than the city's key high schools, and the school's annual college admission rate and acceptance rate for top universities were ridiculously high, with dozens of students getting into Tsinghua or Peking University every year. The only downside was that the tuition was very expensive, but Lucier's family situation wasn't poor. His parents ran a chain of restaurants, which was considered a comfortably well-off family, so naturally, they wouldn't lack this bit of tuition. That morning, Lucier got up early, ate breakfast, and went to school. Although there were no classes on the first day of school, there were still many things to do, such as paying tuition, distributing textbooks, medical checkups, orientation meetings, and so on. If one were a boarder, there would also be the issue of arranging dormitories and beds. In short, it was quite busy. Lucier had been independent since childhood, so naturally, he didn't need to be dropped off and rode his bike to school alone. But upon arriving at the school gate, he realized he had been hasty. At this moment, the entrance to Sherlon High School was packed with countless cars. Most of them were BBA, and a significant portion were Porsches, Ferraris, Bentleys, Bugattis, Koenigsegg's, and the like, all luxury cars, lined up neatly at the school gate. Lucier was dumbfounded, realizing for the first time the true weight of the words "Noble High School," which made him blurt out a curse. Damn it, these sons of bitches aren't here to go to school, they're here to show off their wealth, right? Exactly, exactly. A voice of agreement came from beside him. Lucier turned his head and saw a boy with a slumped chest and hunched back, looking a bit pathetic, standing beside him. Like Lucier, he was wearing ordinary casual clothes and carrying his backpack on one shoulder, looking as if he had arrived on foot. Fine, not everyone was showing off their wealth. There was even someone here who knew how to pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger, thought Lucier, who had preconceived notions that students at a noble high school were all very rich. "Brother, what should I call you?" Lucier asked, feeling that the boy was quite agreeable. "Lu Mingfei." "Oh, are we from the same family?" Lucier's eyes lit up. "I also have the surname Lu, as in land. My name is Lucier, answer is from to return lost property to its owner. Oh, I'm not. My Lu is from road, Ming from tomorrow, and Fei from very," said Lu Mingfei. Lucier felt the name was a bit familiar. Lu Mingfei. Lu Mingfei. Oh, no wonder it sounds familiar. Your name is the same as the male protagonist in a novel I used to like reading. Is that so? Lu Mingfei was also a bit surprised. What novel? Tell me about it, I'll go check it out later. Jiangnan's Dragon Clan, of course. It's so famous, haven't you heard of it? Lucier said, then paused, immediately realizing, oh, it makes sense that you haven't heard of it. If he remembered correctly, the first serialization of Dragon Clan in the magazine story plot should have been around 2009. It was only 2006 now, 3 years away. It would be a miracle if Lu Mingfei had heard of it. This world also had story plot, and Lucier thought he could subscribe to a set. Perhaps when Dragon Clan started serialization, he could experience the fun of following the series. But come to think of it, it really was a coincidence. If he hadn't bumped into Lu Mingfei, Lucier might not have remembered that the high school attended by the Dragon Clan protagonist, Lu Mingfei, also seemed to be called Sherlan. Who would have thought that one day he would be able to see Lu Mingfei at Sherlan High School? Could this be considered a joke of fate? Thinking about this, Lucier couldn't help but smile knowingly. Watching Lucier, who was talking and then suddenly started laughing, Lu Mingfei silently moved to the side, distancing himself from Lucier. This guy was talking about one thing then another, and then stopped to laugh. Could there be something wrong with his mental state? However, the two of them hit it off quite well afterwards. From novels to anime to games, their hobbies overlapped strangely highly. After a good chat, they quickly became familiar, and in the end, they even put their arms around each other's shoulders and shouted in unison, "The great Mo goddess is the best in the world." The rotten smell of the two-dimensional world made everyone around them take the initiative to stay away from this area. "Mingfei, which class are you in?" "Class 6. What a coincidence." Lucier took out his student ID and checked, it was also class 6. The two looked at each other and smiled. Let's go park first," Lu Mingfei greeted. "Let's go this way, this road is closer." Okay. The two went to park their bikes and then went together to the class 6 classroom. At this time, many students in class 6 had already arrived, and more than half the seats were filled. Lu Mingfei and Lucier walking into the classroom didn't attract much attention, only a few people saw them and lowered their heads to whisper to each other. The two found seats in the back row by the window and sat down, one in the last seat, one in the second to last, because both of them firmly believed in one saying, the back row by the window is the hometown of kings. Well, the more important reason was that Lu Mingfei said the window seat had a good view, allowing them to see the senior girls from the track and field club training on the playground. This guy was also a lecher. Lucier, he was even more lecherous than Lu Mingfei. The two occupied a window and looked out. At this moment, there were no senior girls from the track and field club on the playground, so they could only comment on the new students who were arriving at the school one after another. This guy looks very strong. That should be the president of the Sonda Club. Last semester, he even represented the school in some competition and won a silver medal. Wow, he's a tough guy. Sherlan High School doesn't lack tough guys. The gold medal in that competition was won by a member of their Sonda Club. I guess after this president graduates this year, that member will take over his position. Awesome, awesome. Hey, Mingfei, look over there, that girl is pretty. That's the little celestial maiden. Lu Mingfei, you actually know such a pretty girl. No, she also came straight up from the Sherlan Junior High department, we were classmates before. What's her name? Su Xiaqiang, why are you asking this? Nothing, just to get to know her. Mingfei, do you want to help me play matchmaker? Lu Mingfei looked at Lu Shi with a strange expression. You aren't falling for her, are you? Love at first sight? Lu Shi waved his hand, just making a friend, that's all. How come I didn't see you ask for the Sonda Club president's name? To be honest, I'm allergic to muscular men. You're just purely lecherous. The two bantered for a while, then tacitly skipped the topic of the little celestial maiden. It wasn't that they didn't want to talk about her anymore, but because the little celestial maiden they were just talking about had actually walked into class 6. They were actually in the same class. After the little celestial maiden walked in and saw Lu Mingfei, she was immediately a bit surprised. Lu Mingfei? You're in this class too? Lu Mingfei stiffly twitched the corner of his mouth. Yeah, what a coincidence. Although he was talking to Su Xiaqiang, his eyes couldn't stop glancing at Lu Shi, which also made Su Xiaqiang notice Lu Shi sitting behind Lu Mingfei. Is this classmate a friend you just met? Yes. Lu Mingfei nodded. He really couldn't handle this situation. Actually, he had a little bit of social anxiety, especially when facing a girl like the little celestial maiden who had an aura that was fully on display. It was very easy for him to say something stupid or be unable to speak. On the contrary, Lu Shi acted very generous and composed. Hello, Lu Shi, Lu from land, Shi from returning lost property to its owner. Su Xiaqiang from when will the morning sun reach the morning mast. Wow, a cultured person. Lu Shi raised an eyebrow. He admitted that he had been outplayed by Su Xiaqiang. Using an ancient poem to introduce her name meant that even if others still didn't know which characters were used for her name, they wouldn't ask anymore, because asking again would make them look uncultured. Lu Shi smiled and said, Lu Mingfei and I just saw you earlier. Lu Mingfei said you two were classmates in the junior high department, and we were guessing which class you would be in. I didn't expect you to be in our class, you and Lu Mingfei really have some fate. The little celestial maiden lifted her chin. Consider him lucky. Lu Mingfei pursed his lips and muttered in a low voice, a fated enemy. Lu Mingfei, what are you saying? No, nothing. Hearing Su Xiaqiang's question, Lu Mingfei quickly waved his hand, pointed outside the window to change the subject. Little celestial maiden, do you want to join us? There are quite a lot of new students recruited from outside today, maybe there will be handsome guys. The little celestial maiden hesitated for a moment and nodded. She was actually curious about the other students too. Aren't you going to make room? All right. Lu Mingfei and Lu Shi moved the table aside, letting the little celestial maiden stand in. The heads leaning on the window went from 2 to 3. Is that boy who just walked by the school hunk from the neighboring experimental high school? Did he also get into Sherlan? Don't know, we don't care about that. Then what do you care about? We care about the school beauty. Men. Women. That bald guy is the grade director of the high school department, right? Just don't know if he's for the first year. Seems very strict. Hope he's not the one in charge of us. +1. +1. Hey, look at the gate, a newcomer is here. Following Lu Shi's call, Su Xiaqiang and Lu Mingfei's gazes also retracted from the bald teacher's reflective forehead and looked towards the school gate. A low-key Passat stopped at the school gate. The car door opened, and a pair of calves wearing lace-trimmed short socks extended from the door, followed by a white cotton dress. The girl stepped down from the Passat, with a Hello Kitty hairpin dangling from her long hair. She was hugging a book with an unclear appearance in her arms. The sunlight fell on her shoulders, and the wind blew up her black hair, also blowing Lu Mingfei's heart. He said, this must be the school beauty of our grade. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a pain on the back of his foot. Looking down, He saw Su Xiaoqiang's little white shoe pressing hard on his foot, and even grinding it twice. Lu Mingfei looked up, met Su Xiaoqiang's sharp glare, and shrank his neck. He felt killing intent. Su Xiaoqiang glared hard at Lu Mingfei, said nothing, and turned away. Lu Mingfei looked at Lu Shi for help, but Lu Shi only patted his shoulder, self-inflicted, can't live. Lu Shi also didn't expect Lu Mingfei to suddenly make such a low-EQ statement. Even though he had just met the little celestial maiden, he could feel the pride emanating from her bones. Lu Mingfei saying another girl was the school beauty in front of her, Su Xiaoqiang only stepping on his foot instead of his face was already giving him a lot of face. I didn't expect her reaction to be so big either. Lu Mingfei muttered, feeling a bit aggrieved. Lu Shi shook his head, smirking and teasing, "Did you fall in love with that girl at first sight just now?" He was just saying it casually, after all, Lu Mingfei had teased him with the same words just now. But who knew that after he said this, Lu Mingfei actually blushed and shook his head vigorously. I just think she looks good, you don't slander my innocence out of thin air. This reaction is a bit big. Lu Shi decisively stopped this topic and looked at the school gate again. At this time a Bentley stopped at the school gate. A handsome guy wearing the Shirlan High School second-year uniform stepped down. Although it was September and not yet autumn, it was already late summer, and the weather was still hot, but seeing that handsome face, Lu Shi felt a bit cold for no reason. "Lu Mingfei," he asked, "do you know that handsome guy down there?" "Who?" Lu Mingfei stuck his head out of the window and looked at the person Lu Shi pointed out. "Oh, you're talking about him? I definitely know him. This is a legendary figure at Shirlan High School, number 1 in grades, top of the school hunk list, president of the Kendo Club, president of the school student council, the ice-cold male god in the hearts of thousands of girls at Shirlan High School, and the big shot at the top of the must-kill-this-scoundrel list, young master Chu Ziheng." Quite a lot of titles, Lu Shi smacked his lips, unable to help but laugh when he heard Chu Ziheng's name. Damn, this is really interesting. First Lu Mingfei, then Chu Ziheng, attending Shirlan High School, and in the same class are the little celestial maiden Su Xiaoqiang and the literary girl Chen Wen. Speaking of this, Lu Shi suddenly froze. He suddenly remembered that he actually didn't know the name of the girl wearing the white cotton dress, but he subconsciously felt that she was the literary girl Chen Wen. He suddenly jumped up, ignored everyone's gaze, rushed to the podium, picked up the attendance sheet, and read it carefully from top to bottom, one character at a time. Lu Mingfei, Su Xiaoqiang, Chen Wen, Zhao Menghua, Su Yan, Su Yuan, Lu Shi. The moment he saw his own name, Lu Shi felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Having been reincarnated into this world for 15 years, he had never felt that this world was so strange. Everything around him was like a dreamlike illusion, as if it would burst at a touch. And hidden behind the illusion was a truth so cruel that it was unacceptable. This was not a parallel world of Earth. This is the world of Dragon Clan. Lu Shi's vision went black, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 2 Countless Worlds and Countless Selves. Chapter 2 Countless Worlds and Countless Me. All around was a vast, boundless darkness. Someone was walking in a certain direction within the darkness. After an unknown amount of time, this person suddenly stopped. He began to think. Why am I moving forward? I don't know. Is there anything ahead? I don't know. What would be the consequences of stopping here? I don't know. Where is this? I don't know. What am I supposed to do? I don't know. Who am I? I am Lu Shi. Lu Shi suddenly regained consciousness, but the surrounding darkness surged again, wanting to swallow him up. At that moment, Lu Shi discovered a torch in his hand. He needed to use the firelight to dispel the darkness. A realization dawned in Lu Shi's heart, and then a pile of firewood appeared before him. Lu Shi threw the torch in his hand into it. In an instant, the firewood was lit, and the firelight illuminated the surroundings, dispelling the darkness. From the darkness, a person stepped out. Lucier looked at the other person. This person was wearing very refined ancient clothing, with a gentle and elegant temperament. There was a sense of nobility that hit one in the face as he walked, but that was not the most important thing. What surprised Lucier the most was that this person looked remarkably like him. To be precise, except for the pair of horns on his head, the two were exactly identical. No. This is another me. Are you, me? Am I, you? The two Lucier approached each other and touched. In that instant of contact, their memories merged and converged, and the two quickly understood the current situation. Dragon Clan. Dragon Clan. Although the words they blurted out were the same, the meanings were completely different. The ancient-clothed Lucier was surprised that the modern Lucier had actually transmigrated into the world of Dragon Clan, while Dragon Raja Lucier was surprised. How the hell did you transmigrate into the third prince of the East Sea Dragon King? Wait, isn't the third son of the East Sea Dragon King Ao Bing? Shut up, I am Ao Bing now. Then what about the original Ao Bing? Now he is Ao Ding, probably. The two looked at each other in silence for a while, then tacitly sat down around the campfire and began to pour out their grievances to each other. Brother, you don't know, I've had it rough. 15 years, a full 15 years, I had prepared to live a steady life, but then Lu Mingfei and Chu Ziheng suddenly popped out. I felt like the sky was collapsing. Buddy, give it a rest. Can your misery compare to mine? Back when I was still in the egg, I heard I had reincarnated into a dragon, and the son of the East Sea Dragon King at that, I was thrilled. But on the day I was born, I realized I was Ao Bing, the third son of Ao Guang. A few years ago, the wife of Li Jing of Qintang Pass became pregnant with her third child. Counting the days, I reckon it won't be long before I get to experience the free service of having my tendons pulled and skin peeled. The two recounted their experiences one after another, and for a moment, they couldn't help but feel a sense of shared misery. After complaining for a long time, both of them sighed in unison. The fortunate thing is that we didn't transmigrate naked, we still have a golden finger. Although it's not a system, it's still somewhat useful. That's right. Right now there are only the two of us, so the power of this golden finger can't be fully unleashed. Once we have 800 or 1,000 brothers later, our memories, abilities, and talents can all be shared. Never mind just a little Neza, even if it were old man Hongjun, we wouldn't have to fear him. Hey, watch your words. We still need to show some respect for the Dao ancestor. Oh. But then again, it's not clear if there is a Dao ancestor on your side. What do you mean? Because the versions are different. If your side is just the legend of Neza, then the upper limit is probably the three pure ones. If it includes the investiture of the gods or the primordial world, then this combat power. Hearing Dragon Raja Lucier's words, the Ao Bing Lucier also reacted, his expression solemn. After I go back, I will first investigate this matter clearly. Dragon Raja Lucier suggested, you can start with Neza's background. There are many versions regarding the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl. Also, on the East Sea Dragon Palace side, try to see if you can find the Dinghai Divine Needle. By the way, the East Sea shouldn't be too far from the ally country, right? Do you want to try looking for Mount Huagua? The Ao Bing Lucier noted down each of the suggestions made by Dragon Raja Lucier, then said, I understand. However, these things are not simple to do and will take some time. What about your side? Me? Dragon Raja Lucier scratched his hair, feeling somewhat agitated. To be honest, I also don't know what to do. I feel that my current life is quite good. I have a sister, a house, and my parents are alive and well. I just want to go to school, graduate, work step by step, and then inherit the family business. Dragons, dragon kings, hybrids, castle, and all that, they are simply things from two different worlds compared to me. If possible, I don't want to have any connection with them, but I'm worried. You are worried that the daily life you cherish will be broken by non-daily existences. Dead servants, Odin, dragon kings, these are all uncontrollable factors. You only know that in the future, dragons will revive at the Three Gorges Reservoir, the Beijing subway, and the Tokyo Red Well, but you cannot determine whether the people around you will encounter dead servants, or if they will suddenly die a violent death. And these are all things you cannot accept. The Aobing Lushar calmly stated Dragon Raja Lushar's thoughts. They were originally souls of one mind and body, and it was very easy for them to understand what the other was thinking. Dragon Raja Lushar nodded and added, moreover, after knowing that the world is Dragon Clan, I also have some things I want to do. For example, Arai, the Aobing Lushar teased. But Dragon Raja Lushar did not show an embarrassed look, just nodded indifferently, not just Arai, but also Old Tang and Constantine, Xiaomi, and Fenrir. Although it is said that from a human perspective, killing them is the correct thing to do, to me, correct is not important. In my previous life, they were my regrets. Making up for regrets, indeed, it's human nature. The Aobing Lushar nodded. Then, how about listening to my suggestion? What do you mean? I think all your current worries are because you are not strong enough yet. The Aobing Lushar counted on his fingers, worrying about daily life being disrupted, fearing that the people around you will meet with misfortune, wanting to do something but not knowing where to start. All these things boil down to insufficient strength. Whether it's you or me, or even the two of us combined, it's very difficult to gain an absolute advantage against Odin, Lu Mingze, and Nidhogg, which is why you feel troubled. But what if you had enough strength? If we possessed the strength to pin Odin, Lu Mingze, and even Nidhogg to the ground and beat them, then at that time, all we would need to consider is whether we want to do it or not whether we can or cannot do it. So what you need to consider now is how to become stronger. You want to be an ordinary person and live an ordinary life, of course you can. You don't want to get involved in the war between hybrids and the Dragon Clan, and you don't want to join Castle, of course that's fine too. But strength is something you don't have to use, but you cannot be without. The Aobing Lushar's earnest words awakened Dragon Raja Lushar. Actually, he had realized this point before, but his subjective thoughts made it impossible for him to think rationally, so he subconsciously ignored it. But now, after being pointed out by the Aobing Lushar, Dragon Raja Lushar also understood. Strength cannot be used, but it cannot be lacking. Only having big fists is the truth. You are right. Dragon Raja Lushar nodded. I should also find a way to improve my strength, not just for myself, but also for everyone I want to protect, as well as those who may come here in the future. It seems we have reached a consensus. The Aobing Lushar smiled and reached out his hand to Dragon Raja Lushar. Yeah. Dragon Raja Lushar reached out and shook his hand. Afterwards, the two chatted a few more times, then walked one after the other into the vast darkness. Brother Lu. Brother Lu. Come back to your senses, Brother Lu. Someone was calling him in his ear. Lushar suddenly came to his senses and looked beside him. Lu Mingfei was grabbing his shoulders and shaking him. What, just happened to me? You ask me, who do I ask? Lu Mingfei said excitedly, you just ran to the podium like a madman to look at our class's sign-in sheet, and then you just froze. What's wrong, did you see someone you know? No, things were far more terrifying than that. Lushar shook his head and returned to his seat. Lu Mingfei was a bit confused, but he didn't ask any more questions and sat back down. 10 minutes later, the classroom was gradually filled with people. The classmates were chatting excitedly, looking forward to the next 3 years of high school life. Lu Mingfei also turned his head to talk to Lushar. Lushar nodded and responded half-heartedly. His thoughts had long since flown away to who knows where. He sat there, feeling the energy in his body echo with this world. He tried to mobilize his magic power according to the methods in Aobing's memory, and immediately, a majestic power surged within his body. This is power. The feeling of power filled his limbs and bones, making one unable to control the desire to indulge in it, but... Is something not quite right? Lushar carefully felt the magic power flowing in his body and suddenly realized that this did not seem to be all of Aobing's power. A considerable amount of magic power had disappeared into thin air, and what remained was only a small portion. What is going on? Could it be that the Golden Finger's power sharing has a loss? But clearly, the sharing of the divine dragon bloodline was 100% complete, without any loss. Could it be that there is some difference between dragon blood and magic power? Dragon blood, magic power. Dragon blood, magic power. Dragon blood. Lucier suddenly realized it is dragon blood. It was not a loss caused by the Golden Finger's power sharing, but a loss caused by the different degrees of compatibility of the power systems in different worlds. The Dragon Clan world itself possesses dragons and also has a dragon blood system, so when Lucier synchronized with Ao Bing's dragon blood, it was naturally accepted 100%. But things like magic power belong to an alien system in this world and cannot be preserved 100%. If Lucier wants to use magic power normally, he cannot rely on Ao Bing's experience, but must research a set of spell systems that can adapt to local conditions. Fortunately, as long as it's not a problem with the Golden Finger, everything else is easy to handle. It's nothing more than such a small matter as creating a cultivation system. Alright, it's not exactly a small matter. However, Lucier was not without any confidence. Relying on his experience from his past life of reading countless web novels, making up a cultivation system would be a piece of cake, right? After understanding this point, Lucier breathed a sigh of relief. The following time passed calmly. Class SIX's homeroom teacher was surnamed Liu, a somewhat short middle-aged man. He seemed to have no interest in going to work. He stepped into the classroom right at the first bell, introduced himself lazily, and then had the students get to know each other. Lucier also took the opportunity to match everyone in the classroom with the names in his memory. Lucier himself sat in the bottom left corner of the classroom. In front of him was Lu Mingfei, and at the very front of their row was Su Xiaoqiang. Diagonally across from Lucier, sitting at the classroom door, was Chen Wenwen. Sitting in the front middle, dressed gaudily, and always pretending to inadvertently say, "How my dad is this and that," and "How my family is this and that," was Zhao Menghua. Lucier had some impression of him, because just now this guy was ordering people around to go to the office to help move textbooks, acting like he was the boss of the class. It was hard for Lucier not to have a deep impression of him. Sitting in the back middle, the two round, spherical creatures were the brothers Su Yanyan and Su Yuanyuan. They were also quite eye-catching, sitting in the back of the classroom like two stone piers. There was no name of the piano prodigy Lu Miaomiao in class 6. It seems she must be in the same grade but a different class. Self-introductions continued from the first class until halfway through the second class before they ended. For the remaining half of the class, Teacher Lu selected several subject representatives based on their grades. Among them was Lucier, who was appointed as the biology representative. Unfortunately, Teacher Lu himself taught the biology course. In other words, his future work would likely involve dealing directly with the homeroom teacher. After selecting the subject representatives, Teacher Lu had the students run for class officers. However, he also explained in advance that since everyone was not familiar with each other yet, this selection was only for temporary class officers, who would serve for 1 month, and formal class officers would be selected after 1 month. Lucier did not run for office. He couldn't be bothered to compete with a bunch of brats for things that didn't matter, so he simply chose to sit and watch the show. The final election result was not unexpected. Zhao Menghua, using "How my dad is this and that" as capital, successfully took the position of temporary monitor of class 6. The art commissioner was Chen Wenwen, and the discipline commissioner and sports commissioner were two unfamiliar classmates. Lucier didn't pay attention to their names during the self-introductions earlier. After all the fuss, the second class ended, followed by the big break activity time. After the break activities ended, Zhao Menghua came to notify everyone that they needed to go to the playground for the entrance physical examination. Ordinary schools naturally do not have such activities, but Shirlan High School is not an ordinary school, it is an elite school, and these services are part of the expensive tuition fees. By the time the physical examination ended, it was already noon. Lucier and Lu Mingfei experienced the school cafeteria and gave it a 5-star review. There's nothing to say, it was just delicious. There were no special activities in the afternoon. From beginning to end, there was only one thing, which was the welcome assembly and opening ceremony. Lucier sat in the chair at the venue, his mind wandering the whole time. He didn't listen to a single word the school leaders said. However, when the new and old student representatives were speaking in the middle, he came back to his senses and listened to a few sentences. Nothing else, because the old student representative who went on stage to speak was Chu Zihong. Lucier was quite interested in this man who looked even more like a protagonist than the male lead. Just by sweeping with his magic power, Lucier could be certain that this Chu Zihong standing on the podium was already an awakened hybrid. That being said, Chu Zihong should have already experienced that rainy night. But this is also normal. Lucier remembered that the typhoon codenamed Dandelion had already made landfall in July 2004. Chu Zihong should have completed his awakening at that time. Lucier understood in his heart and immediately stopped paying attention to Chu Zihong on the podium. Chapter 3, The Birth of Neza. I'm home. Lucier pushed the door open and walked in. Before he could finish his sentence, a dark shadow darted out from the room and threw itself into his arms. Lucier lowered his head and met a pair of bright, sparkling eyes. Big brother, is school fun? Asked the little girl hanging onto Lucier's thigh. Lucier shrugged and picked her up. You'll find out about that when you go to kindergarten next year. Is kindergarten fun? I suppose it's fun. After all, you get to make a lot of friends. Lucier recalled his memories of attending kindergarten. In his previous life, he had been an orphan and hadn't attended kindergarten. In this life, he was born with innate wisdom, so even after starting kindergarten, he hadn't been noisy or troublesome like the other children, sparing himself a bit of embarrassing history compared to his peers. Make friends. The little girl sucked on her finger, looking thoughtful. The little girl's name was Lu Ling. She was Lucier's younger sister and was not yet 3 years old. The little girl's birth had been an accident. Lucier's parents had originally only planned to have one child. However, to their surprise, their first child, Lucier, had shown exceptional maturity from a young age and had basically never given them any cause for worry. This left the first-time parents feeling quite unfulfilled. So, when Lucier was 12, the couple asked for his consent and had another child, little Lu Ling. Lucier carried little Lu Ling into the living room after changing his shoes in the entryway, just in time to bump into a woman carrying a hot dish coming out of the kitchen. The woman smiled at Lucier. Xiaoshi is back. Hurry and put your things down. Dinner is ready, and we have your favorite sauerkraut fish. Got it, Mom. I'll go back to my room to put my things away first, Lucier said while setting Lu Ling down on the floor. The little girl was a tiny foodie. As soon as her feet hit the ground, she hopped over to the dining table and reached out to grab some crispy pork from a plate, only for her little hand to be tapped lightly. Mother Lu looked at the little girl seriously. Before eating, you should wash my hands, the little girl chirped, then scurried off toward the bathroom on her short legs. Watching this farce that played out every day, Lucier smiled knowingly and turned to head upstairs. The Lu residence was a 2-story villa with a modest front yard and backyard, as well as a small garage. The first floor contained the main dining room, guest dining room, living room, reception room, kitchen, bathroom, and a bedroom. The second floor had a master bedroom, a balcony room, 2 guest rooms, a study, an AV entertainment room, and a bathroom. Additionally, there was a large space in the basement, mainly used for storage and keeping some collections. Lucier's room was the balcony room on the second floor, which was spacious, well lit, and had a terrace of 40 or 50 square meters. Lucier returned to his room to put down his school bag. On his way back downstairs, he passed the open study and peeked inside, catching sight of Father Lu holding a calligraphy brush at the desk. Dad, dinner's ready. Got it, Father Lu replied, his brush moving like a dragon or snake. Another piece of art that ordinary people couldn't understand had just been born into the world. After achieving success in his career, Father Lu had taken an interest in studying calligraphy, but he lacked talent. Despite studying until now, he remained mediocre. However, he held himself in high regard and often wielded his brush at home, completing one masterpiece after another. However, no one in the family objected. In fact, they were quite supportive. Mother Lu even went so far as to frame these masterpieces and hang them in every corner of the house. You have to admit, if you couldn't understand what was written, these things actually added an artistic touch to the house. But if you could understand them, well, it would be a miracle if anyone could. Sometimes, Lucier suspected that even Father Lu didn't know what he had written. After calling out to Father Lu, Lucier breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't just been greeting his family, he had been using his magic power to check the physical condition of his parents and sister. The results were mixed. The good news was that neither Father Lu, Mother Lu, nor little Lu Ling had Dragon Clan bloodlines. Little Lu Ling was too young to be certain, but since Father Lu and Mother Lu hadn't awakened any bloodlines at their age, it was 100% certain that they were not hybrids. This made Lucier feel slightly at ease. You have to realize that the vast majority of disasters in this world were caused by the Dragon Clan and hybrids. If one didn't naturally possess Dragon Clan bloodlines, it was equivalent to standing on the periphery of these disasters. While it was still possible to be affected, one wouldn't have to sacrifice oneself for such a shitty thing as saving the world. There was also bad news. Father Lu and Mother Lu were getting older. When they were young, they had started from scratch and done a lot of grueling work. Over the years, it was inevitable that they had accumulated some hidden injuries. These injuries couldn't be wiped away by some spirit pill, they could only be slowly nursed back to health through methods of self-cultivation and recuperation. Overall, the results were satisfactory. After dinner, Lucier held a short family meeting with a very serious attitude. He selected a cultivation technique that was relatively easy to start from the memories of Ao Bing, Lucier, then broke it down piece by piece to teach it to Father Lu and Mother Lu, telling them it was a longevity technique taught to him by an expert he had met today. Mother Lu believed in Buddhism. Upon hearing Lucier's explanation, she praised him for having a predestined connection. Although Father Lu was an atheist, out of regard for Lucier's filial piety, he also began to learn it. The cultivation technique wasn't difficult. After Lucier guided them through the movements twice, both of them successively developed a faint sense of qi. This immediately shocked Father Lu and Mother Lu, making them believe that Lucier had truly met an expert. Lucier, however, was thinking about other things. Watching Father Lu and Mother Lu develop a sense of qi with his own eyes, Lucier verified some of his own thoughts. It seemed that although the world rules between different worlds might differ, some rules were allowed to coexist. What he had taught Father Lu and Mother Lu was merely a method of breathing regulation, it couldn't be used to refine magic power. By analogy, it was equivalent to a slightly advanced form of aerobics. Things of this level wouldn't be restricted by the world rules. Lucier organized and recorded his conjectures regarding the world rules, preparing to share them with the other Luciers when he returned to the Bonfire Land next time. Now that the family matters were resolved, it was time to think about how to improve his strength. To be honest, this was the thing that gave Lucier the most headache. Because wanting to improve his strength in this world boiled down to two paths: researching bloodlines and spirit words to seek a breakthrough, or learning alchemy. Actually, Lucier, who had mastered the Dragon Clan cultivation technique, had a third path he could take. However, when he saw from Ao Bing's memories that this technique required 10 years just to get started, he silently buried the technique deep in his memories. By the time 10 years passed, the opportunity would have long gone, and even the Black King's grandson would be old enough to run errands. This path was absolutely unfeasible. And to walk the first two paths, he certainly couldn't bypass the hybrid organizations. Relevant research materials would only be in the hands of the organizations, it was impossible for them to appear in the hands of independent hybrids, or rather, any materials that could appear in the hands of independent hybrids wouldn't be important data. Lucier was mentally prepared to deal with hybrids. He knew very well that if he wanted to improve his strength in this world, he could only start from the aspect of hybrids, but he didn't want to have too much involvement with hybrid organizations. Domestic Chinese hybrid families, Old and New European nobility, the New Century Society, the Salvation Society, the Doomsday Faction, the Katana 8 families, the Secret Party. Especially the Secret Party. Lucia really did not want to have any connection with this organization. Because Castle College was an institution under the Secret Party, and the wars against the Dragon Kings in the coming years would basically involve this college. Lucia did not want to be dragged into this turmoil. But unfortunately, the Secret Party was the largest hybrid organization, possessing the most cutting-edge bloodline research and information related to alchemy. If he wanted to improve his strength, joining them was undoubtedly the most cost-effective option. Lucia lay on the bed, his gaze piercing through the darkness of the room and landing on the ceiling. He was caught in a dilemma. Should he seek strength, or should he seek stability? If possible, Lucia would prefer to become stronger while staying safe, but there didn't seem to be such a possibility in this world. Wait. No. Lucia suddenly realized that there actually was such a possibility. As long as... Lucia rolled off the bed, walked to the desk, opened the computer's search engine, typed Hunter Market, and hit enter. That's right. The method Lucia thought of was through the Hunter Market. This was probably the only way to access bloodline research materials and alchemy for hybrids without getting involved with hybrid organizations. Lucia only needed to exchange his payment for materials of equal value after completing tasks. He figured that some large organizations wouldn't be stingy with these peripheral things. Although it wasn't a perfect solution, it was indeed the one most to Lucia's liking. However, can't find it? Lucia frowned. He remembered that this website was invitation only. To enter the website, one needed a referral as a guarantee. Using just a search engine, it was highly unlikely to find it. A referral, huh? Lucia took out his phone, logged into QQ, and sent a message to Lu Mingfei, who appeared online. 60, you there? Did you say today that you like playing StarCraft? Mingming, that is indeed the case. What's up? You want to join? Want to play around together? 60, not playing. I'm looking to ask you about someone. Mingming, who? 60, Old Tang. You should know him. Mingming, know him? Of course I do. He's the second best player in the channel, I'm the first. 60, can you give me his QQ number? Mingming, this. I have to ask him first. 60, no problem. Or you can give him my QQ number and let him add me. 60, just tell him I have something to discuss with him. Mingming, okay. Lucia minimized the chat window to the bottom right corner, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face. To become a hunter, the best referral was, of course, that famous lucky guy in the Hunter Market, Ronald Dragon. In this way, the issue of the Hunter Market was basically resolved. After that, he just needed to follow the steps, and there wouldn't be any big problems. Lucia's heart was finally at ease. Unlike Dragon Raja Lucia, Ao Bing, Lucia's heart was already in his throat. Because he had just returned from the bonfire land and his consciousness hadn't fully cleared, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals had brought back terrible news. The wife of the Qintang Pass Li Jing, whom he had been having his subordinates watch, had given birth. Upon learning this news, Lucia's expression turned grave. You have to know that this Lady Yin had previously borne 2 sons for Li Jing. The eldest was named Jinjia, and the second was named Muza. The child she had just given birth to was the 3rd pregnancy, conceived 3 years and 6 months ago. If there were no accidents, it should be Neza, the reincarnation of the spirit pearl. The birth of Neza meant that the great trend of the era was rolling in, nothing could stop its progress. Lucia rubbed his eyebrows. You too, tell me the details of what happened around the time of Neza's birth. The pair of shrimp soldier and crab general below hurriedly and vividly recounted the scene at the time of Neza's birth. It is said that as soon as Neza was born, the room was filled with a cloud of red mist and exotic fragrances, and a ball of flesh was rolling around on the floor. That Li Jing came with his sword, thinking his wife had given birth to a monster, and struck at it with his sword. There was a sharp sound, the ball of flesh split open, and a little porcelain doll jumped out from inside. This little porcelain doll had a face like powdered flour, a golden bracelet on his right hand, a piece of red silk wrapped around his belly, and golden light flickering in his eyes. Hearing this, Lucier finally stopped doubting. This was Neza. And it was the most orthodox version of Neza. Originally, Lucier had held a glimmer of hope, fantasizing that Lady Een would give birth to a muscular Neza, or perhaps a gender-bent Neza, or even the demon child version, but now these could only remain fantasies. For Lucier, what he needed to consider more was how he could survive in the future. 7 years. There were still 7 years. When Neza was 7, he would go down to the East Sea to bathe, and the armillary sash would stir up the entire East Sea, leaving it in turmoil. It was because of this incident that Ao Bing would form a grudge with Neza, ultimately leading to his death and the dissipation of his soul. The simplest solution was to play dumb, but Lucier didn't think that would be enough to escape the calamity. As the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, everything in Neza's life was arranged by the higher-ups. Slaying a dragon to prove the Tao was a necessary step. Even if he didn't kill Ao Bing, he would kill the likes of Ao Ding or Ao E. Although it is said, better a fellow Taoist dies than me, the vast East Sea Dragon Palace was filled with Lucier's blood relatives. He had been reincarnated into this world for several hundred years, and everyone in this family had been very good to him. Therefore, if he really had to choose, Lucier felt it would be more cost-effective for him to die. Of course, it would be best if he didn't. Moreover, from another perspective, Ao Bing's death calamity was destined by the heavenly Tao. Even if he didn't die at Neza's hands, there would be characters like Jinjia, Muza, or Jingjia to help him fulfill the calamity. Therefore, the focus of what Lucier should consider was not how to avoid Neza, but how to circumvent the death calamity. Lucier waved away the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, his gaze deep, contemplating for a long time. Dragon Raja Lucier wasn't of much help to him. After all, one was an East Sea Dragon clan member who had achieved some success in cultivation, and the other was just an ordinary person. If one were to say what the biggest improvement Dragon Raja Lucier provided, it was strengthening his soul power and possessing a cultivation speed similar to that of the human race. This was quite important. Don't look at how the Dragon clan was naturally stronger than humans. When it came to cultivation, they were absolutely no match for the human race. After all, the human race were the protagonists of heaven and earth, and what they did aligned with the heavenly Tao. Not only did they have a bonus to cultivation speed, but they could also achieve epiphany. Compared to other races, the gap was not small at all. With this talent, Lucier felt he could break through to the profound immortal realm within 50 years. But before that, he still had to resolve the crisis 7 years later. After much contemplation, Lucier finally thought of a way out that wasn't quite a way out from the long road of death. He wasn't sure if this method was feasible, but he had no other choice now and could only try. Thinking this, he stood up from the crystal chair, his body rose into the air and transformed into a white dragon, rushing out of the Crystal Dragon Palace. As he left the Dragon Palace gate, his voice entered the ears of the gate-guarding Yiksha. Tell Father King that when the third son of Chintang Pass Li Jing was born, there were strange omens in the sky. This child is likely the reincarnation of a great being from the heavens and must not be treated lightly. I am going to offer my congratulations first. Tell Father King to prepare the method of moving clouds and spreading rain. As soon as my message arrives, let him bring down a sweet rain to relieve the 3-year drought in Chintang Pass. Use this as a congratulatory gift for Li Jing to forge a good relationship. The gate-guarding Yikshas looked at each other. They dared not neglect the third prince's order and hurriedly ran off to notify the Dragon King. At this moment, Lucier had already rushed out of the sea, transformed into human form, and arrived at Chintang Pass. For Chapter 4 I'm here today for only 3 things. Chapter 4, I come today for only 3 things. The investiture of the gods had not yet occurred, and the rules were not as strict as they would be later. The 4 dragon kings of the 4 seas were personally appointed by the Jade Emperor in the Lingxiao Palace to preside over the rainfall in all directions of the world, But how to make it rain and how much to pour was ultimately decided by the 4 dragon kings, not by the Jade Emperor's decree. Ultimately, the Jade Emperor was just a god, and in this vast world, he inevitably found it difficult to handle everything himself, which is why situations where imperial power did not reach the county level occurred. This was a flaw in the heavenly court system, and also a flaw of all imperial dynasties under heaven. And the later investiture of the gods also had the purpose of filling the heavenly court with personnel, allowing the gods to have clear divisions of labor, thereby rectifying this flaw. However, that was all a matter for the future. The current situation was that the cloud and rain affairs within the East Sea were all the responsibility of the East Sea Dragon King, and since Lu Shur was the third son of the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang, it was not difficult for him to ask his father to make it rain. Chintang Pass had not seen rain for 3 years, and the 3-year drought had left the people destitute. Although the East Sea Dragon King was his own father, Lu Shur did not want to make excuses for him. His father was arrogant, luxurious, and licentious, often drunk for decades at a time, thereby neglecting his duty of managing clouds and rain. Lu Shur had advised him several times, but Ao Guang always agreed on the surface while continuing to do as he pleased in private, prioritizing his own way above all else. Thinking about it now, this karma and retribution ultimately fell upon Ao Bing. If not for the continuous years of drought, Neza would not have jumped into the East Sea to bathe, thereby triggering the subsequent series of events. If not for Lu Shur's reincarnation, Ao Bing would definitely have lost his life in this calamity, and the old Dragon King would have had to endure the pain of losing a son due to his own dereliction of duty. The laws of heaven are cyclical, and retribution is inevitable. Fortunately, everything was still in time. Having transformed into human form, Lu Shur appeared before the main gate of the Li Jing's residence. He gently knocked on the door ring, and with a ripple of his magical power, his voice spread throughout the entire residence. Is Li Jing, the general of Chintang Pass, at home? Ao Bing, the 3rd prince of the East Sea Dragon King, has come to visit. In the backyard of Li Jing's residence, Li Jing and Lady Yin were looking at the pink and white baby before them with worried expressions. In terms of appearance, the child was quite cute, with red lips and white teeth, and a pair of large, watery eyes blinking, exuding a sense of spiritual chi. He was lovable no matter how one looked at him. But when he thought about how this child had been carried by his wife for 3 years and 6 months before being born, and that he was just a ball of flesh at birth, Li Jing felt complex emotions. He dared not believe his child was a demon or evil spirit, but given all these manifestations, if he were not a demon, how else could one explain it? Moreover, this child could run around on the ground immediately after birth and could even speak. Children of ordinary families could never be like this. Compared to Li Jing's heavy heart, Lady Yin, who was lying on the bed, did not consider so many things. Looking at the cute little baby in front of her, the maternal instinct within her could not help but radiate outward. She did not think this child was any kind of demon or evil spirit, or rather, even if he were, so what? She believed that she was the child's mother, and she had the responsibility and ability to guide this child onto the righteous path, and that was enough. Thinking this way, Lady Yin looked at Li Jing, husband. Li Jing looked at her. Their eyes met, and even without speaking, Li Jing knew what his wife was thinking. He sighed helplessly, forget it, forget it. He is just a child now, and he may not necessarily turn out as I fear. But you must know, my wife, that if he truly causes trouble in the future, then I, as his father, will only be able to. I understand. Lady Yin nodded, acknowledging Li Jing's words. Seeing this, Li Jing did not overthink it anymore. He placed his hands on Lady Yin's shoulders and pressed her back onto the bed. You have worked hard today, my wife. It is better to rest more. I will go notify the kitchen and have the cooks prepare some food to bring over. As he said this, he was about to stand up and leave, but a voice rang in his ears. Is Li Jing, the general of Chintang Pass, at home? Ao Bing, the 3rd prince of the East Sea Dragon King, has come to visit. The 3rd prince of the East Sea Dragon King? Li Jing frowned and turned to look at Lady Yin. Lady Yin smiled at him, husband, you should go. I still have Qinger and Pinger here to attend to me. Qinger and Pinger were Lady Yin's 2 personal maids. Upon hearing this, Li Jing nodded and strode out of the backyard. As he left, he also took the opportunity to have someone notify the kitchen, telling the cooks to prepare some nourishing meals for tonight. It was not just Li Jing and Lady Yin who heard Lu Shi's voice, the servants of the Li family also heard it clearly. This person claimed to be the 3rd prince of the Dragon King, so the servants naturally dared not be negligent. They quickly welcomed Lu Shi into the residence, while someone ran quickly to the backyard to notify Li Jing of this matter. Lu Shi was arranged to wait in the reception hall, drinking tea while waiting for Li Jing's arrival. To be honest, the tea was very mediocre, it was just broken tea leaves that could be seen everywhere in the market. The skill of brewing the tea was also mediocre, and the taste of this tea was not good. Moreover, tea in this era was called tea, but it was brewed like porridge, and Lu Shi could not get used to it at all. Besides that, the residence of Li Jing was also mediocre. Although it was the residence of the general of Qintang Pass, Lu Shi even felt that this place was not as good as some of the county magistrate residences he had seen elsewhere. But the more it was like this, the more satisfied Lu Shi was. Because this showed that Li Jing was sufficiently incorruptible. Being incorruptible meant his character was just and he loved the people like his own children, which also meant that this general was easier to handle than imagined. Regarding the purpose of this trip, Lu Shi felt there was at least an 80% chance of success. Thinking this way, even the tea in the cup became much more delicious. Lu Shi did not have to wait long. About 3 minutes later, a middle-aged man walked into the reception hall with the stride of a dragon and a tiger. He cupped his hands at Lu Shi and said, "Li Jing, the general of Qintang Pass, greets the 3rd prince of the Dragon King. Your Highness, your presence is a great honor, and I apologize for failing to welcome you properly. Please forgive my disrespect." "Not at all, not at all." Lu Shi also stood up, cupped his hands, and said, "It was Ao Bing who arrived abruptly today, and I ask Li Jing to forgive me." "How could I dare, how could I dare? Young Master Ao is truly worthy of the name of the Dragon King's 3rd prince, you are indeed imposing and dignified. You flatter me, you flatter me. I have long heard that Li Jing is a man of remarkable talent, and seeing you today, your reputation is truly well-deserved. People flatter each other to get ahead." Li Jing had traversed the officialdom and made his way to the position of general, so naturally, he understood the ways of the world. Lu Shi, in his past life, had at least entered society and worked in the workplace, so of course, he understood the principle of speaking to people in the language of people and to ghosts in the language of ghosts. When 2 such people met, it was inevitable that they would compliment each other for a while. They hadn't discussed business yet, but the small talk was quite pleasant. Lu Shi was not in a hurry. He was very clear about the purpose of his visit. Speaking first was equivalent to giving up the initiative, so he naturally had to keep his composure. Li Jing chatted with Lu Shi for a long time, but saw no sign that Lu Shi intended to talk about business. He could not help but wonder, is this 3rd prince of the East Sea Dragon King just here to chat with me because he has nothing better to do? Li Jing did not doubt Lu Shi's identity. He was, after all, a disciple of immortal Master Dui from the 8 Treasures Cloud Light Cave on Mount Jioding Taicha. Regardless of his cultivation level, he at least had a discerning eye. It was just that he did not understand, he had never interacted with this Dragon King or the entire dragon clan of the East Sea. Why did this 3rd prince come to his door for no reason, and what was his purpose? Thinking this way, he asked, "Your Highness, the day is getting late. How about we get straight to the point?" "That would be fine." Since Li Jing had asked, Lu Shi took the opportunity to say, "I heard that Li Jing has happily welcomed his 3rd son, so I came today to present a congratulatory gift." As he spoke, Lu Shi was about to introduce the gift he had brought. But who would have thought that before he could speak, Li Jing raised his hand to interrupt him. "Wait." Li Jing frowned and looked at Lu Shi. "My wife gave birth to a child only a few hours ago. Although I do have the intention to send out invitations to feast with friends, the invitations have not been sent out yet." "How did your Highness know that my 3rd child is a boy?" "TSK, I couldn't bluff my way through. Li Jing was indeed a veteran of the officialdom, much sharper than Lucier had imagined. Fortunately, Lucier was no pushover. He had already prepared an excuse before speaking. I will not hide it from you, General. I have a deep connection with your third son. As soon as he was born, my spiritual altar sensed it, so I came to visit today. On one hand, it is to present a congratulatory gift to you, and on the other hand, it is for the sake of this child. My son has a connection with you? Li Jing's brow was still furrowed, but his expression had softened significantly. Lucier's excuse was a bit mystical, but Li Jing was a practitioner, so this kind of rhetoric was just enough to deceive him. Could your highness elaborate? Of course. Lucier smiled, but before that, General, why don't you take a look at the congratulatory gift I brought? A congratulatory gift? Although he did not know why this third prince of the Dragon King was so insistent on giving a gift, since the other party had said so, Li Jing could not refuse him face. Besides, to tell the truth, Li Jing was also somewhat looking forward to a gift from the Dragon Palace. Although he was honest and upright, he was not rigid. The act of friends giving gifts to each other was not a problem for him, let alone the fact that the gift Lucier was offering was a congratulatory one. Very well, then please, your highness, take out the gift. Very well. Lucier agreed, stood up, walked outside the reception hall, looked up, and let out a long dragon roar. Li Jing did not quite understand what Lucier was doing. Could this be a custom of the East Sea Dragon Palace? Singing a song before giving a gift? However, what happened next made his expression change drastically. Suddenly, the wind rose and clouds moved in the sky. Amidst the continuous, lingering roars of a dragon, countless dark clouds gathered, turning the entire sky above Chintang Pass into a pitch-black expanse. The once bright sky instantly became incredibly gloomy, and the wind swept through the halls, bringing with it moist water vapor. It was not just Li Jing, the countless commoners of Chintang Pass also witnessed this scene. Joy suddenly erupted on their previously numb and sallow faces, and everyone rushed out of their homes to spread the news. It's raining. It's raining. Everyone, come out quickly. After 3 years, Chintang Pass finally welcomed the long-awaited rain. The sweet nectar of rain fell, washing away the despair in people's hearts. Li Jing looked up at the sky and could vaguely see a giant white dragon through the clouds. The dragon was tossing and turning endlessly within the clouds, and the inexplicable shock in Li Jing's heart instantly turned into overwhelming joy. 3 years. 3 whole years. No one knew how Chintang Pass had endured these 3 years. Countless wells were dug throughout Chintang Pass, yet they could only find a tiny bit of water for drinking. It was difficult even to satisfy daily life, let alone irrigate farmland. Farmers in Chintang Pass fled one after another, and now less than half remained. This remaining half stayed only because Li Jing loved his people like his own children and held great prestige among them. If you can't grow crops, you can't eat, it was a simple truth. Li Jing could only pay out of his own pocket to buy grain from other places and then provide relief to the people of Chintang Pass, preventing them from becoming refugees. But how much was Li Jing's salary? Even adding his past savings, it only lasted through the first year. In the second year, Li Jing had to rely on borrowing money from colleagues with whom he had good relations to get by. By the third year, very few friends were willing to lend him money, and the people of Chintang Pass were either dead or had fled. In the end, it was thanks to Grand Tutor Wen Zhong, who sent a portion of grain from his jurisdiction, that the people of Chintang Pass were able to hold on until now. Li Jing no longer knew how to survive the 4th year. He had even considered whether to take his wife and child to seek refuge with his master. But every time he walked onto the street and was looked at by the people with longing and expectant eyes, he would firmly tell himself, "It will pass, everything will pass. The drought will pass, the natural disaster will pass, and the suffering will pass. There is no eternal calamity in this world, one day, everything will pass." And today, he finally waited for this day. Watching the curtain of rain connecting heaven and earth, he couldn't help but be lost in thought. Unknowingly, he walked into the heavy rain. Feeling the raindrops sliding off his body, he could no longer suppress the joy in his heart and burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. This laughter was clear and heroic, echoing throughout Chintang Pass. And as if in response, Chintang Pass also began to laugh. No, Chintang Pass could not laugh, it was all the people of Chintang Pass who were laughing. They ran in the rain, they laughed while running, they used laughter to celebrate the departure of suffering, and then used laughter to welcome a new life. This laughter reached Lu Shi's ears, and he also revealed a smile. Then, he moved lightly and arrived in front of Li Jing. Under Li Jing's puzzled gaze, he bowed deeply. You mustn't, you really mustn't. Li Jing hurriedly went to help him up, but how could he be a match for Lu Shi? In terms of physique, Li Jing was a mortal cultivator, while Lu Shi was a pure-blooded member of the dragon clan. In terms of cultivation, Li Jing had practiced for many years without entering the immortal gate, while although Lu Shi found it difficult to enter the gate, his starting point was a heavenly immortal. Lu Shi was determined to perform this great courtesy, and Li Jing could not stop him no matter what, but Li Jing felt awkward inside. This heavy rain was a congratulatory gift brought by Lu Shi, which saved the people of Chintang Pass. Reasonably and emotionally, he should be the one bowing to Lu Shi, yet Lu Shi was bowing to him. What kind of logic was this? Thinking this, Li Jing also bowed deeply to Lu Shi, but he couldn't complete the bow. His body was fixed in place by Lu Shi using magic power, unable to move, and he could only hear Lu Shi's voice entering his ears. I have come to Chintang Pass this time with 3 purposes. First, to congratulate Li Jing on the birth of your child. Second, to take on an apprentice. Li Jing's 3rd son has a deep connection with me, so I wish to take him as my apprentice. Although I am of the Dragon Clan, I am also proficient in Xianmen Daoist magic. Your young master has extraordinary innate bone structure and will have great achievements in the future. If he can become my apprentice, I will surely teach him with all my might. I hope Li Jing will consent. Third, to plead guilty. The East Sea Dragon King is in charge of the clouds and rain around the East Sea. However, Chintang Pass has not had rain for 3 years, leading to a total failure of crops and the people living in misery. This is my father's sin. Although a son cannot blame his father for his sins, he can substitute for him. As the son of the East Sea Dragon King, I, Ao Bing, am willing to stay in Chintang Pass to do what I can to atone for my father's sins. I hope Li Jing can forgive my father and forgive my East Sea Dragon Clan. After speaking, Lu Shi slowly straightened his body and looked at Li Jing. These 3 matters above are the purpose of Ao Bing's trip. Today's rain is both a congratulatory gift, a gift for accepting an apprentice, and an apology. Of course, Ao Bing also understands that just one rain cannot make up for the suffering the people of Chintang Pass have endured over these 3 years. Therefore, I will stay in Chintang Pass to do what I can to make up for it. I wonder, Li Jing, what do you think? Lu Shi was not a good person, but he always had a principle in doing things, which was not to go against his own heart. Now, he could certainly hide the matter of the 3-year drought in Chintang Pass, and doing so would indeed deceive Li Jing, but he could not deceive himself. If his thoughts were not clear, a heart demon would naturally arise. Lu Shi understood this principle, so he chose to follow his own heart. As for the result of doing this, Lu Shi himself did not know. But he knew that if he did not do this, his path of cultivation would probably stop here. Li Jing blinked, realizing that the restraints around his body had disappeared. Looking at Lu Shi's handsome and refined face, his mood was complicated. If he stood from the perspective of the chief general of Chintang Pass, he should loudly reprimand the other party and tell him that the suffering the people of Chintang Pass had endured over these 3 years was not so easily erased. But as a husband and a father, he could not act rashly because Lu Shi had just said that he had a connection with his 3rd son. Who knew what kind of connection they had? But since his 3rd son could touch the other party's spiritual platform the moment he was born, it seemed that even if they were not life and death friends, it wouldn't be far off. Starting from this point, if Li Jing did not want anything to happen to his 3rd son, he could not do anything to Lu Shi. Furthermore, taking a step back, Lu Shi was not the main culprit, the one truly guilty was his father, the East Sea Dragon King. He was only atoning for his father, and his attitude in admitting his mistake was good, so good that Li Jing could not find any fault. For a moment, Li Jing's heart was like a spilled bottle of 5 flavors, with various emotions mixed together. In the end, it could only converge into a sigh. Forget it, your father's fault has nothing to do with you. If you truly have the heart to atone for him, then it is fine for you to stay in Chintang Pass. However, as for taking my son as an apprentice. Speaking up to here, Li Jing paused, and Lu Shi's heart rose to his throat. This was the most important purpose of his trip. One must know that Neza's original master was Tai Jinren, whose cultivation was already at the level of a Grand Unity Golden Immortal. Above that, there were only the Primordial Grand Unity Golden Immortal and the Primordial Boundless Grand Unity Golden Immortal, which were the so-called Saints and Tao Lords. What Lu Shi was doing now was simply stealing the peach from a Grand Unity Golden Immortal, and a Grand Unity Golden Immortal of the Chan sect at that. It was evident that this was his desperate measure. If Li Jing did not allow it, Lu Shi really didn't know what to do. And under Lu Shi's eager gaze, Li Jing finally nodded with difficulty. If you truly have a predestined relationship with my son, then it is fine to let him apprentice under you. However, Li Jing hopes your highness can teach him well and do not let him go down the wrong path. Good. Lu Shi clapped his hands and replied, Li Jing, please set your heart at ease. Since I have taken him as my apprentice, apart from skills and divine ability, I will naturally teach him how to be a person, letting him know that a real man standing between heaven and earth should walk the righteous path, do good deeds, and know what to do and what not to do. Li Jing nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, feeling that his third son's master was not chosen wrongly. Since that is the case, I will entrust my son to you. Lu Shi heard him still calling him my son, and his heart stirred. I wonder if your young master has been named. Li Jing shook his head. I haven't had time to name him yet. Lu Shi smiled and said, why not let me, his master, give him a name? How about it? Very well. After obtaining Li Jing's permission, Lu Shi shook his head and pretended to be profound for a while, then finally spoke. Li Jing has 3 sons. The first 2 are Jinjia and Muza. Logically speaking, the third son should be called Shuiza. However, I calculated that this child has a water tribulation in his fate, and having water in his name is inauspicious. How about calling him Neza, which has the meaning of dispelling disasters and praying for blessings? Neza. Neza. Li Jing muttered twice and felt more and more that this name was good, so he nodded. Good, let's call him Neza. Chapter 5, Tai Jinren. The method to resist fate has never been to escape, but to face it and then overcome it. Although he had forgotten where he heard this saying, Lu Shi deeply identified with the truth within it and put it into practice. Just like now, he realized that the way to survive was definitely not to flee the East Sea or wait for death, but to actively approach Neza and build a deeper relationship with him. In this way, Neza would have an extra layer of consideration when doing things, thereby causing matters to shift in an unknown direction. This was the only way to break the deadlock of this fatal tribulation. But in this world, there is always karma and reincarnation. After Lu Shi broke through this tribulation, another tribulation would naturally arise. And the root of the trouble was planted in the disciple Lu Shi had just taken. Taking the third son of Li Jing of Chintang Pass as a disciple was not the trouble. Taking the spirit pearl, who was undergoing reincarnation with the universe ring and armillary sash, as a disciple, that was the trouble. The one Lu Shi had to face next was a disciple under the saint, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, the master of Golden Light Cave on Mount Chanyuan, whose cultivation had already reached the realm of a Grand Unity Golden Immortal, Tai Jinren. Damn it, such a long string of titles sounded intimidating. In a daze, Lu Shi felt the absurd sensation of I am fighting Sukuna. Yet behind this absurdity lay absolute danger. How great was the gap between the two? Not to mention anything else, just look at their cultivation. As a member of the Dragon Clan, Lu Shi was born with cultivation. He did not need to toil in cultivation like a mortal, he only needed to grow naturally to reach the Earth Immortal realm. However, for a divine beast, cultivation was 100 times harder than for ordinary people. Even with the resources of the East Sea Dragon Palace supporting him, he had barely entered the door and was stuck at the heavenly immortal realm. And what about Tai Jinren? Although his title was Tai, he was a genuine Grand Unity Golden Immortal. If one calculated carefully, after Heavenly Immortal came Profound Immortal, after Profound Immortal came True Immortal, after True Immortal came Golden Immortal, and after that, there was still the Tai Golden Immortal, and only then the Grand Unity Golden Immortal. Heavenly Immortal was the threshold of the upper immortal realm, while the Grand Unity was the strongest below the Saint. The gap between one man and one immortal would likely be hard to bridge without several yuan of arduous cultivation. It was not that Lu Shi had not considered a peaceful solution like having a friendly discussion with Tai Jinren, but after careful deliberation, he felt the possibility of that path succeeding was not great. As a disciple under the primordial Heavenly Lord, one need not mention Tai Jinren's character, but his stance was definitely biased. As a member of the Dragon Clan, whom the Chan sect members looked down upon as creatures born of moisture and eggs, or those wearing fur and horns, if Tai Jinren deigned to speak to him, it was likely out of respect for his fellow junior brother, Immortal Master Huang Long. Without Immortal Master Huang Long, Tai Jinren probably wouldn't even give him a pleasant expression. The two sides were already incompatible in their Tao, and now Lu Shi had even poached his corner. Want to turn hostility into friendship? No way. Thinking of this, Lu Shi felt a bit of a headache. Dealing with Neza, he could use his advantage of being born several hundred years earlier to become his master, but dealing with Tai Jinren, he really had no good solution. In the end, it was because his strength was too weak. Just as Lu Shi said to another version of himself, only by possessing powerful strength could one have the qualification to control fate. Without strength, one could only grovel at the feet of fate, begging for pity and waiting for the handouts of fate. Regarding Tai Jinren's side, Lu Shi couldn't think of a way to break the deadlock for the moment, so he simply put the matter aside. In any case, there were still a few days before Tai Jinren would come to take a disciple. The urgent priority was to hold Neza's apprenticeship ceremony, get the rice cooked into porridge first, and then consider the subsequent matters. Thus, at Lu Shi's urgent request, Li Jing arranged Neza's apprenticeship banquet the next day. Because time was tight, there were not many guests, but that was not a big problem. As long as the two protagonists of this apprenticeship banquet were present, that was enough. Neza, born only 2 days ago, was pink and white, extremely cute. He could not only run and jump but also speak human language. He pretended to hold tea and knelt before Lu Shi, calling out crisply, "Master." The moment those two words left Neza's mouth, Lu Shi felt something in his heart and looked up at the distant sky. A clap of thunder suddenly exploded in the cloudless blue sky, rumbling and shaking the heavens and earth. Lu Shi heard anger in this clap of thunder. So, even heaven could be angry? Even Lu Shi did not notice that the corner of his mouth was curling into an exaggerated smile, as if mocking the incompetence of heaven. He reached out and took the teacup from Neza's hand. "Damn heaven, if you want to fight, then let's fight to the end." Golden Light Cave, Mount Chanyuan. Tai Jinren, who was preparing to go out to take a disciple, heard the rolling thunder in his ears and paused his steps. Just now, when the thunder rang out, an inexplicable feeling arose in his heart. It was as if something had left him in the darkness. Strange. After calculating for a while, this premonition actually applied to the disciple who had not yet entered his door. The disciple who was originally destined to be his now only had a faint, uncertain bond of master and disciple left. What kind of change has occurred? Tai Jinren stroked his beard and waved his hand to summon a white crane. Although the master-disciple bond was severed, he still had to make a trip to Chintang Pass. He had to see who exactly dared to steal his peaches. The white crane flapped its wings, carrying Tai Jinren into the vast sea of clouds. These past few days, Chintang Pass had been filled with a festive atmosphere. The cause was naturally the heavy rain from a few days ago. The sweet dew that fell from the sky brought Chintang Pass back to the mortal world from hell. It was rumored in the streets that the third prince of the Dragon King family had specifically asked the old Dragon King to come to Chintang Pass to bring rain in order to take General Li's newborn third son as a disciple. Others claimed that they had seen a white dragon descend from the sky that day and land at the general's mansion. The rumors were hard to distinguish between true and false, but neither Li Jing nor Lu Shi had any intention of curbing them. In Li Jing's view, the current rumors were just hearsay passed from mouth to mouth. These messages did not harm Chintang Pass and could also stir up the emotions of the common people, making Chintang Pass lively. Over time, Chintang Pass might be able to recover to its former bustling state. In Lu Shi's view, the rumors spread his fame to a greater extent, firmly binding his relationship with Neza together. In this way, even if Tai Jinren came, Lu Shi was not afraid of the other party snatching away his precious disciple Neza, which could be considered a good thing. The two tacitly allowed the rumors to ferment, and both obtained the results they wanted. Time passed just like that, and 3 days later arrived. On the third day after Neza's birth, the general's mansion in Chintang Pass opened its doors wide to welcome guests. Li Jing's friends came one after another to congratulate him on having another son. As Neza's master, Lu Shi naturally received the formal invitation sent by Li Jing and arrived at the scene. However, he did not stand with the dignitaries drinking and clinking glasses. Instead, he stood alone in a corner of the courtyard, holding a wine vessel, watching everything before him with a calm expression. Everyone's face wore an enthusiastic smile. Their wine vessels collided, the bronze wine vessels making a clinking sound. Steam billowed from the large tripods placed on the dining tables, and fragrance wrapped in the heat drifted throughout the venue. It was a very lively atmosphere, but this liveliness had nothing to do with Lu Shi. He came today just to wait for one person. According to his memory, for different versions of Neza, the appearance time of Tai Jinren was also different. Some Tai Zenrens ran to Li Jing's house as soon as Neza was born, gave Neza a name, and took him as a disciple, while others only appeared at Neza's birth banquet/full-month banquet/100-day banquet. A few days ago, when Neza was born, Lu Shi ran to Chintang Pass and took Neza as a disciple. He did not encounter Tai Jinren that day. That is to say, Tai Jinren's appearance might be a little later than expected. In Lu Shi's calculations, the most likely time was this birth banquet. That was why he came today. It was not that he had a way to deal with Tai Jinren, but Lu Shi also understood that the situation he was facing now was like getting hit by a sword whether he stuck his head out or pulled it back. Since that was the case, rather than waiting for Tai Jinren to come to his door, it was better to take the initiative. At least they could meet first. In case Tai Jinren played dirty tricks in the future, Lu Shi could make preparations in advance. As for what to do when he saw Tai Jinren today, to tell the truth, Lu Shi hadn't decided. His plan was to take it one step at a time. When the cart reaches the mountain, there will surely be a road. Anyway, Tai Jinren would definitely have to care about the face of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect and would not make things difficult for him in public. As long as Lu Shi did not actively seek death, this hurdle today would not be a big problem. While Lu Shi was lost in thought, he suddenly caught sight of a military official rushing into the courtyard, leaning over to whisper a few words to Li Jing. Ordinary people might not be able to hear what he said, but Lu Shi was, after all, a heavenly immortal and a member of the Dragon Clan, so he naturally heard it clearly. The military official said, "There is a Taoist outside who wants to ask the third young master's master to come out and meet." Li Jing frowned and scanned the courtyard, finding Lu Shi, who was drinking alone in the corner. He was just about to walk towards Lu Shi when he saw Lu Shi wave his hand at him and then walk out the door with a wine pot. Could it be that he had already calculated that someone would come to find him? Li Jing felt a chill in his heart. The slight contempt he originally had vanished instantly, and his evaluation of this third prince of the Dragon King improved a bit more. Although he was only a junior from the Dragon Palace, his abilities might not be weak. At least, he was more than enough to teach Neza. Thinking this, Li Jing did not show anything on his face and continued to toast and drink with the surrounding guests. Outside the courtyard gate, Lu Shi swayed out, carrying a wine pot. The first thing he saw upon going out was the Taoist standing outside the gate. His appearance and demeanor were truly of an immortal's air, heroic and spirited. Those who knew would recognize him as Tai Jinren, those who didn't might think the primordial heavenly lord had arrived in person. Lu Shi smacked his lips, came before the Taoist, and bowed, immeasurable longevity and fortune, heavenly lord. Junior Ao Bing of the East Sea Dragon clan greets Tai Jinren. Regardless of any grudges, the etiquette must be thorough. Otherwise, if they accidentally started fighting, it would be one thing if he couldn't win, but being in the wrong would be the most awkward thing. Tai Jinren's whisk rested on his arm, and he glanced at Lu Shi with slanted eyes. You recognize me? Naturally, Lu Shi smiled. The names of the 12 golden immortals under the Chan sect saint are renowned throughout the 4 seas. Naturally, this junior has heard of them. Tai Jinren's tone remained neither salty nor bland. Only heard of them, but you might not necessarily recognize me. I can recognize you, Lu Shi continued to smile. Even if I did not recognize the immortal master's face, I could still recognize the treasure that suppresses the golden light cave of Mount Qianyuan. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Tai Jinren finally opened his eyes, which were narrowed into slits, halfway, staring at Lu Shi with obscure and unfathomable eyes. Lu Shi felt the pressure around him increase sharply. No, it wasn't a feeling, it was really increasing. Tai Jinren was concentrating all of his grand unity golden immortal pressure on Lu Shi, pressing him down so he couldn't lift his head. But Lu Shi was, after all, of the dragon clan. Dragon scales appeared all over his body, his spine stood straight, and his dragon might poured out. Although compared to the pressure of a grand unity golden immortal, Lu Shi's dragon might could only be said to be negligible, it still managed to buy him room to breathe. Lu Shi gritted his teeth, and blood overflowed from between his teeth. Now he felt like a small boat on a rough, surging sea, likely to be capsized by waves and sunk to the bottom of the sea at any moment. The Grand Unity Golden Immortal was well deserved of his reputation. Just one glance, a trace of qi, could easily put Lu Shi to death. Fortunately, Tai Jinren did not have the heart to kill Lu Shi, or perhaps he might have had the heart to kill but had to care about the face of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, or perhaps Tai Jinren already knew that they were already in the great tribulation of the investiture of the gods, so he did not act rashly. Regardless of the reason, Lu Shi had temporarily saved his life. He truly belonged to the king of saving lives of the Yinshang dynasty. Seeing that the show of strength was enough, Tai Jinren slowly withdrew the pressure and said casually, "The 10,000 treasure record of the East Sea Dragon Palace is well deserved of its reputation." Lu Shi swallowed the blood in his throat and forced a smile. "It's a worthless trinket. If the immortal master wants it, I will certainly offer it with both hands." The 10,000 treasure record that the two spoke of was an innate spirit treasure similar to a roster. It could automatically collect information on treasures between heaven and earth, then organize this information into a book for people to view. It was precisely because of this treasure that the East Sea Dragon Palace was called the place where the world's treasures gathered. But how could the world's treasures really gather in a small East Sea? Setting aside the innate supreme treasures and innate spirit treasures that already had owners, even some heaven and earth treasures were only available to the East Sea after the immortals above had finished dividing them. Therefore, the so-called place where the world's treasures gather was just a gimmick, referring to this 10,000 treasure record. Besides collecting information on treasures, the 10,000 treasure record would also mark the location and holder of the treasures. Among them, the holder of the universe ring and armillary sash was Tai Jinren of the Golden Light Cave on Mount Qianyuan. To be fair, if a loose cultivator held the 10,000 treasure record, he would probably have been killed for the treasure long ago. But fortunately, the owner of this item was the East Sea Dragon Palace. Of course, a small dragon palace could not protect this thing, but who let the dragon palace have the heavenly court behind it? To beat a dog, one must look at the master. If you want to touch the dragon palace, have you asked the Jade Emperor? What? You say the Jade Emperor is not qualified to speak to you? Then have you asked the one above the Jade Emperor? Obviously, no one can afford to provoke the one above the Jade Emperor, not even a saint. That was why this treasure could stay safely in the East Sea. Although Lu Shur did not guess Neza's identity through the 10,000 treasure record, the existence of the 10,000 treasure record provided him with an excuse. As for offering it with both hands, this was not important. What was important was Lu Shur's attitude. Lu Shur looked at Tai Jinren with a faint smile, respectful in his words and neither humble nor arrogant in his actions, leaving Tai Jinren with no handle to grasp. Speaking of which, Neza had not yet taken a master. Even if he was born with the universe ring and armillary sash from Golden Light Cave, it didn't prove anything. Tai Jinren couldn't just say that he had already reserved this disciple. Wouldn't that become a shady operation? Of course, a shady operation was no problem, but the problem was that such things could not be put on the table, otherwise, the face of the 12 golden immortals would not be able to hold up. Tai Jinren's gaze was as deep and heavy as water, meeting Lu Shur's eyes. Having spoken for so long, this was the first time Tai Jinren had looked at Lu Shur directly. Lu Shur was not afraid either, smiling as he looked at him. After the two stared at each other for a long time, Tai Jinren stroked his beard and laughed. "Kid, you are very good. To seek a glimmer of life, you could actually go to such lengths. If my junior martial uncle saw you, he would probably be unable to resist taking you as a disciple." Lu Shur shook his head. "The immortal master praises me too much. This junior just wants to survive." "You want to survive, but heaven wants you to die. You can escape this time, but you cannot escape next time." Tai Jinren waved his whisk, and his figure disappeared without a trace. Only his voice echoed in Lu Shur's ears. "I still have a trace of a master-disciple bond with Neza. After you face your tribulation, I will come to take him." Lu Shur's expression was calm and unruffled. He bowed deeply. This junior respectfully sees off the immortal master. 6 Chapter 6 Merit. Chapter 6, A Piece of Karma. I do not know when it happened, but a small wooden house suddenly appeared at the place in Chintang Pass closest to the East Sea. The owner of the wooden house was a handsome young man. He said his name was Lu Shur, a wanderer traveling far and wide. Having grown tired of the life of drifting, he had come to Chintang Pass while looking for a place to settle down, and so he made his home here. To most of the commoners in Chintang Pass, this was not a big deal. They did not even know how many people were left in Chintang Pass, let alone this Lu Shur who had suddenly popped up. The only ones who knew of Lu Shur were the fishermen who frequently went out to sea. However, one incident later on completely etched Lu Shur's name into the hearts of the people of Chintang Pass. This Mr. Lu, who had come from afar, actually set up a school in Chintang Pass and welcomed all children under the age of 6 in Chintang Pass to come to the school to learn to read and write. Lu Shur himself would personally serve as the teacher for these children. Of course, this alone was not enough to make the people of Chintang Pass firmly remember Lu Shur. After all, Chintang Pass was a major pass, and a school was not a very rare thing. Furthermore, because of the sweet rain that had fallen some time ago, the people of Chintang Pass were now focused on the subsequent reclamation and farming. The appearance of just one school could not attract their attention. What truly made people remember Lu Shur was what happened next. On the first day of classes at the school named Zhai, Li Jing of Chintang Pass sent his third son, Neza, who had just been born not long ago, to become the first student of Zhai. With this, Chintang Pass became lively. Because of the great drought in previous years, many people had left Chintang Pass. Most of those who remained were hardcore loyalists to Li Jing, and Li Jing's act of borrowing grain everywhere to relieve the people had also earned him a wave of public support. Combined, almost everyone in Chintang Pass now regarded Li Jing as their savior. Li Jing sent his newborn son to Zhai, which must mean that he thought highly of Zhai. Thinking highly of Zhai meant thinking highly of Mr. Lu. Li Jing must have felt that Mr. Lu was knowledgeable and experienced, which was why he entrusted his son to him. It must be so, that's right. This was the thought of most of the commoners. They remembered Lu Shur's name because of this and recognized Lu Shur's ability, even though they did not even know who Lu Shur was. And there were others who thought, Li Jing's son is studying at Zhai, so I should also send my child to study at Zhai. In this way, wouldn't my child be able to build a connection with Li Jing's son, and couldn't I use this relationship to connect with Li Jing? It can only be said that no matter the era, opportunists always exist. The ancients were just ancient, not stupid. It was impossible that they wouldn't think of such a method. Regardless of the reason, in short, Li Jing, while being kept in the dark, served as a living advertisement for Lusher. Under the influence of Li Jing's celebrity effect, nearly half of the children under 6 in Chintang Pass were sent to Zhazhai to study. The remaining majority were either families who did not want their children to study, wealthy families who could hire private tutors, or children who did not like to study. But even if it was just nearly half, there were still 40 or 50 of them. Thus, next to the small wooden house where Lusher lived, another school appeared, specifically for giving lectures. Time passed day by day, and the children in the school slowly grew up. According to the children, the lessons Mr. Lu taught were excellent, simple to understand, and very interesting. They could often remember what he taught without realizing it. Mr. Lu himself was also very gentle, elegant, and approachable, making him a very easy teacher to get along with. The only problem was that what Mr. Lu taught seemed a bit strange. Other teachers in schools taught how to recognize and write characters, how to strictly observe rituals and systems, how to plan and calculate, how to strengthen the body. And when it came to Lusher? What the true appearance of the world was like, how the stars in the sky moved, what was in the air that people needed to breathe to live, why people stood on the ground instead of floating in the sky. Things that were common to ordinary people were spoken of by Mr. Lu in ways that always sounded different, yet what he said was well-founded and convincing. Various kinds of knowledge came to this world through Lusher's mouth. Although people now could not recognize their potential, it could be believed that one day in the future, this knowledge from another world would bring about world-changing power. The morning sunlight shone into the room through the white gauze curtains. Lusher opened his eyes, felt the cultivation of the late-stage heavenly immortal within his body, and nodded with satisfaction. According to normal progress, he would need at least 20 years to reach this step, but with the enhancement of human cultivation talent, this time had been shortened several times over. Lusher's current speed of cultivation should be the fastest among the dragon clan of the 4 seas, without exception. Slowly ending his cultivation, Lusher stretched. Before he could get out of bed, a small figure jumped and bumped the door open, rushing in. "Master, master, master." The little person bumped directly into Lusher's arms. Even with the cultivation of a heavenly immortal, Lusher still felt a tightness in his chest from the impact, his blood and chi surging. Mobilizing his magical power to suppress the surging blood and chi in his body, Lusher looked down at the little person in his arms. "What happened, Neza? Why are you so reckless?" Neza tilted his little face up, looking a bit aggrieved. "It's father, he wants to hit me." "Master, you must save me." Lusher raised an eyebrow. Before he could speak, he heard Li Jing's voice from outside. "Is Mr. Lu at home? Li Jing requests an audience." I am home, Lusher replied. "Please trouble Li Jing to wait at the school for a moment, while I tidy up my clothes." After a moment of silence, Li Jing replied, "Very well." The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. The little person in Lusher's arms clearly let out a sigh of relief. Lusher looked at him with amusement. "Tell me, what exactly did you do to make your father chase you all the way here?" Hearing Lusher's question, Neza's eyes darted around, and he stammered. Lusher immediately put on a stern face. "If you don't tell me, I will hand you over to Li Jing." I'll tell. Neza decisively gave in, then mumbled vaguely, "I beat up Little Fatty and the others." Little Fatty? Lusher thought for a moment before he could match the name to a certain chubby child. This Little Fatty was not a student at Zhazhai and had never attended school. His home was in the north of Chintang Pass. His father was an itinerant merchant, and they had a few acres of land at home. They were considered a wealthy family. "Why did you hit him?" "Not him, it was them." Neza jumped out of Lusher's arms and stood on the ground with his hands on his hips, looking exceptionally spirited. "I fought all 5 of them by myself." "All right, you're great." Lusher praised him first. He didn't think there was anything wrong with Neza fighting 5 people. This guy would have no problem even fighting 50. As the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, Neza didn't even need to cultivate. He only needed to grow up step by step to smoothly step into the heavenly immortal realm. After that, he could just pick up any cultivation technique to practice and point directly to the Great Luo, though normally, Neza wouldn't have that chance, because before he could reach the Great Luo, he would have already achieved sainthood with his physical body and been ranked among the immortals, and his cultivation would never be able to advance again. The current Neza was just beating up a few little brats. What was that? Lucier even felt that Neza might be able to beat him up too. What a sad story. Lucier continued to ask, so, why did you hit them? They were bullying others. A look of indignation appeared on Neza's little face. A group of them were bullying Yaya, a girl, and they even made Yaya cry. Yaya was a student at Zhai. She was very cute and always spoke in a soft, sweet voice, completely different from the boisterous people of Chintang Pass. It was said that her parents had migrated from another settlement, so this little girl was often bullied. Lucier understood and reached out to stroke Neza's little head. Then I will test you. Regarding this matter, do you think you did the right thing? Neza let Lucier's big hand rub his head. After lowering his head to think for a while, he looked up and said, I did right, but also wrong. How so? Master taught that a real man should root out the strong to support the weak and act bravely for a just cause. Yaya was being bullied by little Fatty and the others, and I helped Yaya, so I was right. And what about wrong? Master once said that violence is useless and one should win people over with virtue. Those who use force to borrow authority are hegemons, and hegemons must have large states. Those who act with benevolence and virtue are kings, and kings do not rely on size. Those who submit to force are not convinced in their hearts, their strength is simply insufficient. Those who submit to virtue are genuinely happy and sincerely convinced. Very good, Lucier smiled. Then if you encounter the same thing next time, what should you do? I should first tell little Fatty and the others that bullying others is wrong. And if they don't listen? Then I'll beat them up. Why? Those who cannot be convinced by virtue are those without virtue, and they should be subdued by force. The child is teachable. Lucier patted the back of Neza's head. All right, go play. I will help you solve the matter with Li Jing. Next time, don't make him angry. Neza said happily, thank you, master. Goodbye, master. After speaking, he ran out in a flash. Lucier could only shout at his back, don't be late for class. Got it. The little guy's figure soon disappeared from sight. Lucier shook his head with a smile and turned to look at the door. Did Li Jing hear clearly? The wooden door twisted, and Li Jing actually stepped out from it. The 5 elements escape technique, although it was just common goods, there were very few who could practice it to the level of Li Jing. In fact, Li Jing hadn't left at all. Instead, he had used the wood escape, one of the 5 elements escape techniques, to sneak onto Lucier's small building, wanting to see how Neza would explain his actions. Who would have thought that when facing Lucier, Neza didn't even explain, but very calmly stated what he had done and recognized the mistakes in it. And throughout the whole process, the most serious thing Lucier said was that he would hand Neza over to him. This made Li Jing, who had always firmly believed that a filial son is produced under the rod, waver a bit. So it turned out that children could be taught well without hitting or scolding. Thinking again of his 2 sons who were studying under the venerable Manjusri and immortal master Samantabhadra and had not returned home for years, Li Jing couldn't help but start to reflect. Had he done something wrong all these years? He bowed to Lucier. Thank you, Mr. Liu, for your guidance. Lucier? What did I guide you on? Li Jing seemed to have misunderstood something. Although Lucier was confused, he didn't explain too much and stood there silently, pretending to be an expert. Thus, Li Jing was even more certain that Lucier's behavior today was not only educating Neza but also educating him on how to be a good father. He didn't expect that the 3rd prince of the Dragon Palace was also proficient in the way of parenthood. He should ask for more advice in the future. Li Jing made up his mind. Why does he keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? Lucier thought as he touched his face. After confirming there was nothing on his face, Lucier coughed. Ahem, well, Li Jing, is there anything else? There is indeed one thing. Li Jing nodded, his expression becoming serious. Mr. Liu, the salt drying ponds you asked me to arrange for people to build have already been dug. I wonder about the method of sun drying into salt that you mentioned before. Oh, so it was for this. Lucier understood, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Take me to see it quickly. Very well. The two left the seaside wooden house side by side and walked along the beach toward another beach. Salt has been a necessity for human survival for a very, very long time. As early as the Yangshao culture period, humans had learned to boil seawater to make salt, but this method had high costs, low output, and was also very inconvenient to operate. When he had just transmigrated into this world, Lucier didn't feel anything was wrong. After all, as the third prince of the Dragon King, he could drink his fill of seawater every day, so naturally, he wouldn't be short of salt. But after living in Chintang Pass for a period of time, he realized how precious salt was in this era. Families who could eat salt were in the minority. Most commoners' families directly used seawater to cook dishes or ate kelp to barely ingest some salt. Immortals did not eat grains, nor did they eat salt, so naturally, they would not study methods of using spells to make salt. After understanding the situation, Lucier found Li Jing and indicated that he had a method for large-scale salt production, asking Li Jing to help dig a few salt-drying ponds. Sun-drying into salt was a salt-making method that only appeared in the Song and Yuan dynasties, capable of using favorable weather and geographical conditions to produce salt on a large scale. Upon hearing that Lucier had such magical technology, Li Jing made a prompt decision and arranged for a troupe to build salt-drying ponds by the sea. Now that the salt-drying ponds were completed, it was time to see Lucier's method of sun-drying into salt. The two walked and flew, and before long, they arrived at the salt-drying ponds. They saw that many large circular pits had been neatly dug on the beach. These circular pits were more than a zhang in diameter, and the bottom of the pits was paved with dense black rocks. Many soldiers were stationed around the large pits. Even when they saw Li Jing and Lucier, they did not relax at all. They were only allowed to pass after Li Jing showed his general's command token. How is it? Li Jing and Lucier stood by the edge of the salt-drying pond. Everything has been done according to your requirements. The water storage pond, the salt-drying pond, and the salt mud land over there are all ready. Very good. Lucier's gaze swept over the salt-drying ponds, and he nodded. How about this? I will demonstrate at once. You have someone record the process, and after that, they can just follow what I do. No problem. Li Jing waved his hand, and immediately a soldier ran over. After receiving Li Jing's order, the soldier hurried away, and not long after, two other soldiers ran over. One of them was holding a carving knife, and the other was carrying a basket on his back, the basket filled with turtle shells. Lucier's eye twitched, feeling that he should perhaps find time to come up with paper-making first. But what was more important now was the salt-drying method. The scribe was ready, and Lucier didn't say much, immediately demonstrating how to dry salt. Storing seawater, drying salt mud, collecting and filtering sand, storing brine, drying salt. The middle steps that required sun exposure were too time-consuming. Lucier directly manually cast spells to accelerate the process. The salt-drying process that originally took about a week was completely finished by him in one day. When the white salt grains precipitated out of the brine, everyone watching was ecstatic. Salt, it's salt. It really is salt, this method works. Oh my God, with this, will we have an endless supply of salt in the future? Heaven bless us. Mr. Liu bless us. The soldiers were overjoyed, and a rare smile appeared on Li Jing's face. With this salt, he would have a way to pay off the debts incurred from borrowing grain before, and the people of Chintang Pass would also be able to live better lives. This made Li Jing even happier than when his wife gave birth to their fourth child. Lucier was also happy, but the reason he was happy was not because of this rare sea salt, but because after he taught the salt drying method to others, a brilliant golden light that ordinary people could not see drilled into his body from the outside and coiled in his spirit platform. Although Lucier had never seen this thing before, the moment he saw the golden light, he knew its name. Karma. He didn't expect it to be karma. He didn't expect that just a small salt drying method would actually count as a piece of karma. Lucier was overjoyed. Just as he wanted to try to use his divine sense to touch the big treasure on his spirit platform, he suddenly felt his vision go black. Immediately afterward, a cluster of firelight lit up in Lucier's eyes. Lucier. Damned golden finger, it didn't come early or late. I have important business to do, and you, damn it, popped out to delay things. You really deserve to die. Chapter 7, the third one. Yo, brother, long time no see. A familiar voice came from his side. Lucier turned his head and saw someone exactly like himself waving at him. It was Dragon Raja Lucier. Yeah, long time no see. Aobing Lucier opened his arms, and the two hugged. Memories were exchanged upon contact, and the sense of dissonance caused a slight pause in their movements. Then. 5 years. A year and a half. The two quickly separated and stared blankly at each other. After a while, the two finally figured out the current situation. It turned out that since they parted ways at Bonfire Land last time, they had returned to their respective worlds. From the perspective of Aobing Lucier, that was 5 years ago, while from the perspective of Dragon Raja Lucier, less than 2 years had passed. I see, so the flow of time in different worlds is different as well? Aobing Lucier held his chin and analyzed. But one thing is the same, Dragon Raja Lucier added, no matter how long we stay here, only an instant passes when we go out. That's right. Aobing Lucier nodded. Besides, there should be some hidden rules here. MHM. While exchanging memories, their powers were also shared. Aobing naturally knew about the various speculations Dragon Raja Lucier had regarding Bonfire Land. The most important part was about the exchange of power. According to Dragon Raja Lucier's speculation, power systems from different worlds could not be 100% compatible in different worlds, only supernatural abilities that fit the rules would merge with each other. For example, the supernatural power system of the Dragon Clan world only had the Dragon Clan, so the Lucier in this world could only synchronize with the dragon blood in Aobing's body. Other spells and magic were obtained in part but could not be used completely. Instead, they underwent special changes according to the rules of the Dragon Clan world, such as spells turning into spirit words driven by lineage, and magic turning into a special energy that could fuse with lineage. In that case, only the two most basic powers, physical strength and soul power, can be perfectly synchronized. Other power systems need to find worlds with suitable rules to be compatible. This is adding strict restriction mechanisms for fear that overly powerful individuals might cause abnormal growth in others, right? Aobing Lucier keenly sensed the intention behind this rule. I think so too. Dragon Raja Lucier nodded. I was originally thinking of having a Honghuang big shot come and carry me someday. Now it seems a bit wishful thinking. I can't even synchronize 100% of your strength. That's normal. The world level of the Dragon Clan world is still a bit lacking compared to Eastern mythology. Fortunately, even if only a part is shared, it is enough. As long as you are careful and don't provoke those dragon kings, self-preservation is completely fine. MHM. Dragon Raja Lucier fell silent. He didn't continue to delve into this topic but changed the subject. Brother, you're quite capable too. Going head-to-head with Tai Jinren, taking Neza as an apprentice, opening a school to spread scientific values, and even concocting the salt-drying method to earn a sum of karma. You've had quite an exciting few years. Low profile, Aobing Lucier waved his hand, but his face was uncontrollably proud. Putting on an act in front of others was one thing, but couldn't he be proud in front of himself? It's a pity that this thing called karma cannot be shared. We have too few people right now, otherwise, I would really like to try if we could piece together a karma saint. You have quite a beautiful imagination. just thinking about it. Ao Bing Lucier spread his hands. Dragon Raja Lucier was speechless. By the way, how was the golden finger triggered this time? We haven't figured out the trigger conditions from last time, and suddenly there's another one. Could it be triggered randomly? I don't think so. There should be some kind of pattern we haven't discovered yet. Could it be karma? No, karma can't be brought in at all. Damn, this damn place doesn't even have a manual. Ao Bing Lucier looked around and didn't find any difference between Bonfire Land and last time. Dragon Raja Lucier turned around and wanted to walk into the darkness to leave, but was blocked in the lighted area. He couldn't enter the darkness and had to turn back helplessly. Can't get out. It seems that this place really gathered us, but what exactly are we supposed to do? God knows. Are we going to have to wait here forever? Probably not. As the two were talking, footsteps suddenly sounded in the darkness on the side. Immediately after, a young boy appeared in their field of vision. The boy was running in the darkness. Seeing two people standing there, he immediately waved his arms and shouted, "Run! Run! There's a demon!" Lucier felt that he was extremely unlucky. Ever since he was reincarnated, it seemed that he hadn't encountered a single good thing. Reincarnation was of course a good thing. After all, not everyone could get a chance to start over after death, but the problem was, why was he reincarnated as a Japanese person? Well, being reincarnated as a Japanese person was fine, but why didn't he reincarnate to the present, but to the end of the Meiji era? Well, reincarnating to the end of the Meiji era was nothing. The bigger problem was that this world seemed to be a little bit not quite right. When Lucier first heard the legend about demons, he didn't really care too much. In his view, the so-called man-eating demons were like the 8 million gods of Japan, things and legends. After all, Japanese people were very keen on the existence of demons. There were a lot of legends about mountain demons, water demons, male demons, and female demons. Adding a few man-eating demons didn't seem like a big deal. But one night, when 15-year-old Lucier was returning home from chopping wood, he saw a scene he couldn't accept. As soon as he walked into the porch, Lucier saw a strange person. He was sitting in the middle hall, with two gnawed human skeletons placed beside him. The skulls of the corpses were facing Lucier, and they were his parents in this life. Immediately after, the demon turned and lunged at him. Lucier's brain went blank. His body dodged the demon's lunge under the warning of physiological instinct, and then he ran for his life, rushing into the pitch-black night. The wheezing behind him was getting closer and closer. Lucier could even smell the stench on the demon, but he didn't dare to look back. He was afraid that if he looked back, his head would be bitten off by the demon. He could only run with all his might, hoping that he could be faster, even faster. The scenery around him flew back rapidly, and the night grew darker and darker. Lucier's heart was slowly sinking. He knew that he was likely lost, and maybe there were wild beasts waiting for him to deliver himself to them ahead. But he dared not stop. Instead, he ran even faster. It didn't matter if he encountered wild beasts, at least some wild beasts didn't eat people. But as long as he stopped, the demon would use him to fill its stomach and let him reunite with his parents in its stomach. Thinking of his parents, Lucier felt a wave of sorrow. Although they were two Japanese people, from the perspective of parents, they were indeed a pair of very responsible parents, allowing Lucier to experience the love he hadn't experienced in his previous life. Unexpectedly, he ended up with such an outcome in the end. Lucier knew that he should avenge them, but not now. It shouldn't be now. Now what he had to do was to survive. Only by surviving would there be hope for revenge. It's okay, it's okay. He had already remembered the appearance of that demon, small stature, wearing white clothes, silver white hair, and red spots on his face. For some reason, Lucier felt that this demon looked very familiar, but the situation was urgent, so he didn't think too much and just kept running. Finally, a glimmer of light appeared in front. Is there anyone? Lucier was overjoyed, but then his heart sank again. Even if there were people, what could they do? Could they beat the demon? In the end, it would just be delivering a meal to the demon. A thought flashed through Lucifer's mind. Suddenly he thought, if he changed direction and ran now, would the demon behind him give up on him and turn to find the person in front? This thought flashed through Lucifer's mind, but Lucifer ultimately couldn't let go of his human conscience. Harming other lives for his own survival was the instinct of all living things, but the reason humans were humans was because humans had morality, principles, and conscience. Just like the Gu immortal Lucifer had seen in his previous life, Feng Yuan was indeed an excellent Gu master, but he had abandoned the principles of being human and became a Gu worm who would stop at nothing to pursue eternal life. Lucifer didn't think Feng Yuan was wrong. After all, people's values and pursuits were different. Lucifer also had no doubt that if he had similar experiences to Feng Yuan, he might not perform as well as Feng Yuan, but this was not a reason for him to abandon his bottom line. He could not harm others for his own survival. Lucifer gritted his teeth and rushed toward the place where the firelight was. Being closer, he naturally saw more clearly. There were two men standing in the firelight. They were all standing with their backs to Lucifer, with similar heights, seeming to be a pair of brothers. Lucifer hurriedly shouted, "Run! Run! There's a demon!" The two brothers should have heard his voice and turned around to look at him, but they didn't seem to have any intention of running away. Damn it, could it be that they were two guys who didn't believe in demons like he did before? Lucifer already clearly knew how ignorant he was before. Regardless of whether such things as demons existed or not, one should not question their existence, so that one could have a slim chance of survival when facing them. Looking at the blank, stunned appearance of those two people, Lucifer always felt like he was seeing his former self. His heart was filled with frustration, and he quickened his pace. He rushed to the two people, grabbed their hands, and was about to run away, but at the moment of contact with the two, a massive amount of information rushed into his brain, causing his footsteps to stop uncontrollably. Dragon Raja Lucifer looked at his blank, stunned self and raised a hand to rub his chin. "I seem to know the trigger mechanism of the golden finger." "I guessed it too." Ao Bing Lucifer nodded. "When a new Lucifer arrives here, he will be forcibly summoned. This should be one of the rules of Bonfire Land. MHM. However, the world he reincarnated into seems interesting. Demon Slayer, huh? Immortal creatures do have high research value, but if they fear light, the value is greatly reduced, not to mention the side effect of eating people. It's not that." Ao Bing Lucifer shook his head. "If you want to study immortality, you can just wait for me to grow up and study the old ancestor of the Blood River or the Grand Unity Golden Immortal. It's much more cost-effective than studying Musen. In comparison, I value the swordsmanship of the Demon Slayer Corps more." Swordsmanship? Dragon Raja Lucifer was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized. He knew what Ao Bing Lucifer was thinking. The swordsmanship of the Demon Slayer world was a very mysterious thing. Even though it was just the technique of ordinary people, it could touch upon the supernatural system. According to the rules they had figured out before, low-level techniques like this could almost ignore the distinction of world rules and achieve 100% synchronization for every Lucifer. In this way, it was equivalent to many Lucifers cultivating a breathing style together, and the results obtained could be said to be quite considerable. It could be said that this kind of technique without a threshold was much better than special abilities like spirit words and spells. It could almost be perfectly synchronized to all Lucifers, with an explosive cost-effectiveness. From this perspective, the newcomer this time was a treasure trove. The look in Dragon Raja Lucifer's eyes when he looked at Demon Slayer Lucifer changed. It was flashing, as if he had seen gold coins. At this time, Demon Slayer Lucifer shuddered, woke up from the memory synchronization, and looked at the two selves in front of him. He said in shock, "Holy shit! Dragon Raja! Fengshen! What kind of hell-level instance are you two playing?" Ao Bing Lucifer shrugged his shoulders. "No big deal. Anyway, I have already taken Neza as an apprentice and dismissed Taijinren. There is no life danger in the short term." Dragon Raja Lucifer also looked indifferent. "My parents are healthy, and I have a younger sister. I don't get involved in such shitty things as slaying dragons." Enjoying my later years is not a problem. Demon Slayer Lucier, damn. It turned out that he was the most miserable one, losing his father and mother as soon as he arrived, and being hunted by a demon. The one hunting you, if there are no accidents, should be Lower Moon 5, Rue. Ao Bing Lucier reminded. Dragon Raja Lucier also interjected, but there is one thing very strange. Theoretically, Rue should be at MT Natagumo. Why would he run to your home? Maybe it's a time issue. Demon Slayer Lucier finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now that everyone here was his own kind, he didn't need to keep his nerves tense. Naturally, he also thought of some things. There is no Lower Moon mark in that Rue's eyes. He should not have become Lower Moon yet. There should still be some time before the plot in the original work. Not much, though. Dragon Raja Lucier shook his head. The story of the original work takes place in the Taisho era, and the time point you are in is the end of the Meiji era. In other words, you might only be a few years older than Tanjiro. Ah? Demon Slayer Lucier also just reacted, if you put it that way. Then doesn't that mean I have to fight Muzan? What's wrong with fighting Muzan? Ao Bing Lucier curled his lips. With us brothers backing you up, are you still afraid that you can't beat a Muzan? That seemed right. Hearing Ao Bing Lucier's words, Demon Slayer Lucier's heart instantly fell back into his stomach. That demon thing Muzan ultimately couldn't be compared with Tai Jinren. The other self dared to go head-to-head with Tai Jinren, so what was the big deal about him fighting a Muzan? Thinking of this, Demon Slayer Lucier suddenly became spirited, as if he had become the destined savior, and couldn't wait to return to his world to show off his skills. This time when you go back, don't forget to dismantle Rue first. The hatred of killing one's father and mother is irreconcilable. Okay. Demon Slayer Lucier responded and walked quickly into the darkness. Dragon Raja Lucier and Ao Bing Lucier looked at each other. It seems that the arrival of a newcomer is indeed the condition for triggering the golden finger. It's just that I don't know when the next time the golden finger will be triggered. I have to be conferred as a god before long here, and there aren't many 5 years left. There will always be a chance. The two talked for a while longer, and then dispersed. Chapter 8 is alright. Chapter 8, it's okay now. Consciousness abruptly returned to his body. Lucier looked around and found that his environment differed somewhat from what he had imagined. According to his thoughts, he should have triggered the golden finger and entered the bonfire land only after fleeing into the mountain forest, but that was not actually the case. In reality, he hadn't run that far at all, he had just rushed out of the house. The so-called desperate flight and the demon chasing closely behind were just figments of his imagination, created under extreme tension after entering the bonfire land. A strong wind struck from behind. Lucier ducked to dodge the blood thread slicing horizontally, turned his head, and looked at the demon walking slowly towards him. White clothes, silver hair, red spots on his face, scarlet pupils without any characters, it was the spider demon who had not yet become a lower rank, Rue. Lucier subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. The world level of Demon Slayer is very low, and the rule restrictions are exceptionally strict. Overly powerful supernatural abilities cannot be unleashed in this world. What Lucier can use is only the powerful physical constitution derived from the dragon blood, and some deceptive tricks. Using these things to deal with the 12 Kazuki, Lucier was somewhat unsure, but dealing with Rue, who hadn't become a Kazuki yet, shouldn't be a big problem. The only difficulty is that he doesn't have a Nichiren sword in his hand, and there is still a long time until dawn. In this view, he will have to fight a war of attrition next. Lucier made up his mind to hold Rue off until the sun rose. And Rue seemed to have sensed something and stopped in his tracks. His gaze fell on Lucier, and his tone became somewhat strange. Rare blood? Rare blood, a setting in the Demon Slayer world, refers to the extremely rare special blood among humans that can exert an extremely strong temptation on demons. It is also a rare nutrient for demons. Demons who have consumed rare blood will become stronger. Typically, 1 rare blood can equal 100 ordinary humans. It's just that Rue couldn't understand. Obviously this boy was just an ordinary human a moment ago, why did he suddenly develop rare blood? Lucier knew the reason for this. Although the synchronization rules of the Golden Finger limited the output of the dragon blood in this world, the fact that Lucier himself carries dragon blood is an objective truth. Applied to the worldview of Demon Slayer, Lucier didn't just become rare blood, he became the most unique rare blood in the entire world. The most direct manifestation is that Lucier's attractiveness to demons is more than 100 times that of ordinary rare blood, and any demon who drinks Lucier's blood can obtain power rivaling Muzan. Of course, Rue didn't know this, but he could feel the intense craving within him. This intense desire even affected his rationality to a certain extent, leaving only one thing in his mind: eat the boy in front of him. Raising his hand and waving it, countless crisscrossing blood threads instantly enveloped Lucier, trapping him in the middle. Blood demon art, cage of murder. The seemingly slender blood threads can easily cut through metal and stone. A fragile human body would turn into a pile of flesh the moment it hits them, without even a chance for rescue. Lucier didn't want to test the sharpness of this thing with his own body. Facing the cage of murder contracting before his eyes, Lucier backhanded the axe hanging from his waist and swung it with force. The huge power drove the axe blade to tear through the air, emitting a piercing screech. The axe fell heavily. This move was less of a slash and more of a smash. The unparalleled power turned the axe, a sharp weapon, into the effect of a blunt instrument. The airtight cage of murder was forcibly smashed open a hole, and then dissipated. It was just an ordinary axe for chopping wood, not comparable to a Nicaran sword specifically for killing demons, but in Lucier's hands, it exerted unimaginable power. The next moment, Lucier launched a charge. Lucier knew very well that compared to Rue, who is a demon, his only advantage lies in his sufficiently strong physical constitution. If he couldn't get close quickly, he would most likely be kite by Rue's long-range means until dawn. He must get close, only by getting close could he end this battle. But how could Rue not think of what Lucier could think of? The axe blow Lucier used to break the cage of murder just now gave Rue a great shock. He couldn't imagine that a human could have such powerful strength. If that axe had landed on his head just now, his head would probably have turned into a rotten watermelon. Although demons don't die, demons also fear pain. Rue made up his mind not to let Lucier get close at all. Facing Lucier's charge, he activated his blood demon art. Blood demon art, cutting thread rotation. A spider web made of blood threads appeared in front of Rue, rotating to protect him behind it. This move is Rue's strongest blood demon art. Each blood thread woven into the spider web is dozens of times harder than ordinary blood threads, and it is absolutely impossible to be split open by an axe again. Rue was panting slightly. This move was somewhat strenuous for him, as he hadn't yet become a lower rank, but he had enough confidence in this move. Looking at Lucier, who was charging headlong towards the cutting thread rotation, Rue smiled and said, "You didn't run away, but instead ran towards me? If I don't get close, I can't give you a good beating. Should I say you are courageous or reckless?" Rue's low voice echoed around, "That couple, they were your parents, right? They were truly a pair of kind people. Even though they didn't know me, they still picked me up and brought me home. I had originally intended to let them be my mom and dad, but they said they only had one son and were unwilling to become demons no matter what. What a pity. Is that so?" Lucier's charging speed dropped slightly, seemingly shaken by Rue's words. Rue said with a flat face, "Right. They were unwilling to become my family, so I could only let them become food. As for you, why don't you become my big brother? You are so strong, you will definitely be able to protect me well." Big brother, huh? The constantly rotating cutting thread rotation was right in front of him. If Lucier took one more step forward, he would meet his fate of death like a fly caught in a spider web. But right here, he stopped. Rue looked at Lucier. "What's wrong? Are you tempted? I just knew that humans are always greedy for life and afraid of death. If you agree to be my big brother, I will let you live." "No, there's no need for that." Lucier lowered his head, his long hair covering his eyes. Rue couldn't see his expression. A gloomy expression appeared on Rue's face. "You rejected me. Since that's the case, then go and reunite with your parents." The cutting thread rotation actually moved, actively rushing towards Lucier, who had stopped. The surrounding air was also stirred by the rotating spider web, bringing a hint of a fishy smell. The smell of blood rushed directly into Lucier's nasal cavity, but he remained unmoved, just muttering something in a low voice. This whispering sound reached Rue's ears, making his whole body go cold. "There is no need for that. You are already dead." Crack. An abrupt sound rang out. Something fell from above. Rue's head shattered all over the ground like a rotten watermelon. And the culprit, after shattering Rue's head, landed on the ground. It was actually the axe in Lucier's hand. The cutting thread rotation, which was already close at hand, suddenly dissipated. A demon without a brain still won't die, but it will lose its ability to think. The blood demon art lost its controller, so naturally, it would dissipate. Tanjiro's move is actually quite useful. Muttering a couple of words, Lucier stepped forward, came to Rue's body, looked at the head that had recovered a small half in just a short moment, raised his foot, and stepped down. Crack. Blood splattered everywhere, staining half of Lucier's face red, making him look like a demon. Lucier remained unmoved, bent down to pick up the axe, separated Rue's limbs, and pounded them into meat paste bit by bit. The torso was treated in the same way. Afterwards, Lucier found some dry and flammable things and built a simple bonfire pile. At this time, Rue's limbs and torso had almost recovered. Lucier picked up Rue's limbs and torso, skewered them onto sharp wooden sticks like making kebabs, and then inserted the skewers of demon meat into the center of the bonfire pile. Lucier silently carried out a series of actions. During this time, Rue's head recovered many times, but each time it only recovered a portion before being directly crushed by Lucier. After crushing Rue's head again, Lucier returned to the house and carried out two corpses that were no longer in human shape. He placed the two corpses neatly under a tree to the side, let their bodies lean against the tree trunk, and let their heads face Rue's body, with two pairs of hollow eye sockets staring fixedly at the murderer who had killed them. After doing all this, Lucier let out a long sigh and came to the woodpile. At this time, Rue's head had recovered halfway. His mouth had fully recovered, and he was muttering words of begging for mercy, but Lucier couldn't be bothered to listen to what he was saying. He didn't go to crush Rue's head again, but took out two pieces of flint from his pocket. Crack. Crack. Dazzling sparks lit up in the dark night, and immediately ignited the woodpile at an extremely fast speed. The flames climbed up the wooden sticks along Rue's limbs and torso, quickly evaporating the moisture in his body. Soon, Rue's flesh turned into pieces of charcoal, and then healed under his powerful restorative ability. This repeated, cycling endlessly. The head, which had already recovered more than half, let out a miserable wail. Lucier casually threw a stone to smash Rue's head again, and then sat under the tree side by side with his parents' corpses. "Who?" Lucier let out a long breath, raised his arm and placed it on his forehead, looking at the shadow twisting and struggling in the flames, tugged at the corners of his mouth, and revealed an ugly smile. If only there were cigarettes at this time. "Dad, Mom. I have avenged you." Smoke curled up, and a soul headed to heaven. Kane Kocho was leaping and running in the mountain forest, the Kasugai crow above her head blending into the deep, water-like night. She had just finished a demon-slaying mission nearby and was passing by here on her way back to the butterfly mansion when she heard the screams coming from the mountain. The shrill sound carried an unspeakable pain. Kane had no time to think and immediately changed direction to go up the mountain. She could hear the screams at the foot of the mountain, which meant that the person making the sound was not far from her. Kane ran all the way in the direction the sound came from, and soon found the source of the sound. It was a fire. Kane could hear the wailing in the fire from afar, each sound seeming to pierce her eardrums. After getting closer, she took everything into her eyes. Then, Kane Kocho fell into silence. In front of her was a scene like purgatory. Even the flower Hashira, who had dealt with demons all year round, had never seen such a scene. Dripping blood stained the entire ground red. A bonfire rising to the sky stood in the blood. In the bonfire, several wooden sticks were erected, and human bodies and limbs were skewered on the wooden sticks. No, those were not human, but demons. The demon's body and limbs were constantly destroyed and regenerated in the flames, as if they had become fuel for the flames. This was like some kind of torture that could never stop. Even demons, seeing this scene in front of them, would feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Under a tree not far away, the blood-covered boy sat between two corpses that had been gnawed away, watching the demon's body twist and struggle in the flames with a calm expression. Seeming to sense Kane's arrival, he turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Kane's Haori and Nichiren's sword. "You are late." The boy's voice had no ups and downs, as calm as a windless lake. Kane pursed her lips, walked quickly to Lucier, as if she didn't see Lucier's blood-stained body, and reached out to hold him in her arms. "Don't you want to confirm my identity first?" Lucier asked. He naturally recognized Kane's identity, but he was very confused by Kane's actions. You know, the sun hadn't risen yet, and Kane couldn't judge whether Lucier was a human or a demon at all. Such a rash action. If Lucier were a demon, Kane would most likely lose her life. Hearing Lucier's question, Kane shook her head. "Your eyes tell me that you are not a demon." Lucier didn't understand, but Kane knew exactly what she was saying. Just now, the moment she looked at the boy, invisible sadness submerged her like a tide, making her unable to breathe. In fact, even Lucier didn't notice his own sadness, but Kane was able to empathize the moment they looked at each other. She was very familiar with Lucier's eyes because she had also had the same story. Yeah, how could he not be sad? Obviously, in this life, he had the parents he longed for in his previous life, and enjoyed the love he had never possessed. Although Lucier occasionally complained about his reincarnation into a Japanese person, deep down he identified with his parents. It was they who gave him a new life, gave him things he had never had before, and filled the void in his heart. And now, all of this shattered like a dream bubble. So what if he had a golden finger? So what if he became invincible? In the end, he still couldn't hold tightly onto the things he had worked so hard to get. Lucier has lived 2 lives. His mature psychological age made him understand that sadness is a useless emotion, so he restrained himself and tried to calm down. But some bitterness cannot be swallowed. Those bitter pains that cannot be swallowed will escape from the eyes. Kane held Lucier in her arms, feeling her soaked shoulder, gently patting Lucier's back, her voice soft. "It's okay, it's okay." Chapter 9, The Beginning of Cultivation. The morning at the Butterfly Mansion was quiet and peaceful. Lucier sat on the engawa, a corridor under the eaves of a Japanese-style house, holding a cup of hot tea in his hands, quietly watching Kane Kocho practicing sword forms in the courtyard. The sword forms of flower breathing were quite magnificent. Every move seemed to carry the fragrance of cherry blossoms. Paired with her cherry-pink Nichiren sword, Kane Kocho, with her Haori fluttering, looked like a butterfly dancing among flowers, a truly breathtaking sight. However, this was merely the surface. Hidden beneath the beauty were sharp and swift lethal strikes. Lucier watched silently, firmly committing every one of Kane Kocho's movements to memory. Sweeping, chopping, parrying, slicing, grazing, swirling, slashing, thrusting. As if he had been immersed in the way of the sword for decades, every move Kane Kocho performed was seen through and learned by him at a glance. Even that incredibly profound breathing style was mastered by him with ease. This was the benefit brought by his powerful soul power, which could greatly enhance Lucier's memory, cognitive abilities, and learning capacity, allowing him to master any skill with ease. It was essentially a low-spec version of a copy ninja. Before long, Lucier had completely mastered the entire training method of flower breathing. Then, he sighed and shook his head. "Hey! What do you mean by that?" A questioning voice came from beside him. Lucier turned his head to look at the girl who had arrived in the courtyard at some point. Kocha Shinobu, younger sister of Kane Kocho and second-in-command of the Butterfly Mansion. A year ago, she passed the selection at MT Fujikasen and became a formal member of the Demon Slayer Corps. She excelled at using poison, but her swordsmanship was terrible. Incidentally, her personality was just as terrible as her swordsmanship. The girl glared at Lucier with furrowed brows. My sister agreeing to let you observe her sword practice is already an act of great mercy. What do you mean by shaking your head? Do you look down on flower breathing? Shinobu. Hearing the argument, Kane Kocho stopped practicing and walked over, interrupting Kocha Shinobu. Disciplined by her sister, Kocha Shinobu looked quite unconvinced, but she had no choice but to shut up obediently. She simply turned her head away in a huff, refusing to look at that eyesore, Lucier, anymore. Lucier couldn't help but smile. He actually found Kocha Shinobu quite cute like this. Kane Kocho looked at the young man and young girl before her with a gentle gaze and asked softly, Little Lu, you shook your head just now. Did I practice something wrong? A Hashira asking someone who wasn't even a member of the Demon Slayer Corps if she had practiced incorrectly, such a thing would be unthinkable for other Hashira, but for Kane Kocho, the flower Hashira, it was not strange at all. That was the kind of person she was, always gentle, always easygoing, capable of generously sharing her love with anyone. Even when dealing with man-eating demons, she would sincerely hope they could find redemption as she severed their necks. This was the gentlest flower in the Demon Slayer Corps. Facing Kane Kocho's inquiry, Lucier shook his head. No, Sister Kane practiced it perfectly correctly. Flower breathing is a very complete set of swordsmanship, and its lethality is outstanding. It's just a pity that it doesn't suit me. It didn't suit him, that was the reason Lucier had shaken his head. Although Lucier had learned flower breathing with the help of his powerful soul power and physical constitution, and could perform it, he understood very well that his utilization of flower breathing was limited to using it, not cultivating it. Things like breathing styles seemed simple in essence, just specific breathing frequencies, but if one delved deeper, one would find that this stuff was quite mysterious. It wasn't just about digging into physical potential, it was about the power of the heart. Therefore, breathing styles had very strict requirements regarding the user's personality. Flame breathing was as passionate as fire, water breathing was clear and gentle, wind breathing was intense and violent, stone breathing was unwavering, and thunder breathing was full of passion. Different personalities roughly framed the scope of breathing styles one could cultivate. Flower breathing was an extension of water breathing, and its core was even gentler than water breathing. The birth of this breathing style was based on Kane Kocho's gentle heart, which longed for the redemption of even man-eating demons. Therefore, this breathing style did not suit Lucier. He knew very well that he was by no means a gentle person. Especially when facing man-eating demons, let alone redemption, Lucier wished he could return the suffering endured by those they had harmed 100%. Under the influence of such emotions, the sword in Lucier's hand would not have a shred of gentleness, it would only carry endless hatred. With his talent, he could certainly use flower breathing, but it would only be using it. Kane Kocho was not stupid, she naturally understood what Lucier meant by doesn't suit me. In fact, even she understood that Lucier could absolutely not cultivate flower breathing. From the moment she first saw Lucier, she had been very clear about this. A young man who wasn't satisfied with just dismembering a demon but had to roast it over a fire, Kane Kocho could imagine how deep and unforgettable the hatred in his heart was. Such a person could absolutely not cultivate flower breathing. But this was of no consequence. With Lucier's talent, he would always be able to find a breathing style that suited him. After all, he was a genius who could beat a demon to death with his bare hands without any cultivation foundation, and remained unscathed. With such talent, if he could grow, he would surely be another Stone Hashira in the future. Stone Hashira Jyomi Himejima, the strongest in the Demon Slayer Corps at present. If Lucier could reach that level in the future, it would be a great thing for the Demon Slayer Corps. Presumably, the master would also be very happy. Thinking of this, Kane Kocho's mood improved quite a bit. She smiled at Lucier and said, "It's okay, it doesn't matter if you can't cultivate flower breathing. I can write a letter to recommend you to other trainers or Hashira. With your talent, little Lu, you will definitely be able to become a Hashira in the future. Sister Kane, you are exaggerating too much. Lucier waved his hand, but there was no sign of shyness on his face. Clearly, he thought the same thing in his heart. Beside them, Kochi Shinobu watched the two getting along harmoniously and happily. She couldn't help but humphed and stood up to leave. I'm ignoring you both. I'm going to find Kaneo. The two watched Kochi Shinobu's figure disappear around the corner of the Engawa, looked at each other, and then laughed out loud together. Today at the Butterfly Mansion, it was another peaceful day. Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters, Ubuyashiki Mansion. Ubuyashiki Kagaya held the intelligence report handed over by the Kikushi in his hand, read it word for word, and then placed it on the table. No foundation in swordsmanship and no Nichiren sword, yet able to kill a demon alone under such circumstances, a child whose talent can rival Jiomi Himejima. Lucier, it doesn't sound like a name from this country, but his parents are locals. Could it be, is this a name he gave himself? His slender fingers rose and fell on the table, making a thump, thump, thump tapping sound. After a long while, the sound stopped. Ubuyashiki Kagaya took out paper and a pen, and Amain Ubuyashiki stepped forward to grind the ink. Dipping in a little ink, the tip of the brush fell onto the paper. Dear Stone Hashira, Jiomi Himejima. A few days later, Lucier followed Kane Kocho to a temple located deep in the mountains and met the Stone Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Jiomi Himejima, a man as tall as a giant bear. Even though Lucier had grown much taller after his physical constitution was enhanced, he was still a head shorter when standing in front of Jiomi Himejima. Is this the child recommended by the master? His pupilless eyes were completely pale as he looked down at Lucier. Lucier could feel the suspicion hidden behind that gaze, but he did not speak. Yes, his name is Lucier. Kane Kocho, who had come along, introduced him. Like you, Jiomi Himejima, he is a powerful person capable of defeating man-eating demons with his bare hands. That is likely the reason the master sent him to you, Jiomi Himejima. Namu Amida Butsu, indeed, a strength that can be perceived. The blind Stone Hashira possessed powerful perception. Even though Lucier, who was a head shorter than him, was just standing there, he made Jiomi Himejima feel unparalleled pressure. If it weren't daytime, he would have even thought he was facing a powerful man-eating demon. Jiomi Himejima rubbed the prayer beads in his hands and, for some reason, suddenly shed tears. Since it is a request from the master, I will naturally not refuse. From today on, this child will follow me for cultivation. Then I will trouble you, Jiomi Himejima. Because Kane Kocho still had missions, after entrusting Lucier to Jiomi Himejima, she left in a hurry. The Stone Hashira and Lucier watched Kane Kocho's figure sink below the horizon. Find a room in the temple and settle in first, Jiomi Himejima said with his hands clasped together. Rest up today, and training starts tomorrow. Okay. The temple where Jiomi Himejima lived was not large, but the interior was quite clean and tidy. The fallen leaves in the courtyard were neatly piled to one side. It was evident that the Stone Hashira's life was simple and serene. After choosing, Lucier selected the room closest to the entrance. There was no special reason, it was just because Lucier felt that this location was more convenient for coming and going. The night passed without incident. The next day, Jiomi Himejima took Lucier to the training location. On the way, he explained the upcoming training arrangements to Lucier. The training consists of 5 items: waterfall training, log training, boulder training, sword form learning, and breathing style learning, which runs through the entire training process from the start. Because your talent is very good, I will appropriately increase the difficulty for you. The training process will be very arduous, you must be prepared. Okay. Soon, the two arrived below a waterfall. Jiomi Himejima said, before conducting the first item, waterfall training, I will first teach you the essential techniques of stone breathing. In the following training process, you must maintain stone breathing throughout, until it becomes an instinct of your body. Okay. Lucier had no doubts about Jyomi Himajima's arrangements and agreed readily. In fact, Lucier understood very well that for him now, strength training like waterfall training, log training, and boulder training couldn't be said to have no effect, but the effect was minimal. What was truly useful was the learning of breathing styles and sword forms. But even knowing this, Lucier still decided to carry out the training according to Jyomi Himajima's arrangements, because he knew that these training projects arranged by Jyomi Himajima were not only tempering the body but also tempering the heart. The core of stone breathing lies in stability. When breathing, pay attention to slowing down the rhythm. Jyomi Himajima broke down the key points of stone breathing one by one and taught them to Lucier. Along the way, he demonstrated it several times, letting Lucier place his hand on his chest to feel the frequency of his breathing. After repeating this 2 or 3 times, thick white mist was actually exhaled from Lucier's mouth and nose. This was the characteristic of entering the door of a breathing style. Jyomi Himajima could not see everything happening before him, but his powerful perception allowed him to detect the changes in Lucier in an instant. His aura became heavier, his breathing became more regular, and at the same time, he became more powerful. Only 3 times, and he had actually already learned stone breathing, the most difficult among the 5 basic breathing styles. Jyomi Himajima clasped his hands together, his eyes filled with tears, his mood complex. He was certainly happy. Currently, in the entire Demon Slayer Corps, besides Jyomi Himajima himself, there was no other swordsman who used stone breathing. The main reason was that stone breathing was too difficult to cultivate. Sometimes Jyomi Himajima would also think that if it weren't for the copy of stone breathing cultivation that the master had, this breathing style would have probably already lost its legacy, right? Fortunately, stone breathing finally had a successor now, and Jyomi Himajima was also genuinely happy. It was just that this successor was perhaps too excellent. Being able to completely master the breathing style in just 3 times made Jyomi Himajima, as a teacher, feel a bit lacking in a sense of accomplishment. In fact, Jyomi Himajima did not know that Lucier hadn't used 3 times to learn stone breathing at all, he had only used it once. When Jyomi Himajima taught it the first time, Lucier had already mastered stone breathing. The subsequent 2 times were Lucier trying to make some subtle modifications to stone breathing to make it more suitable for himself. Only what suits oneself is the best, Lucier had always firmly believed in this principle. Afterward, Jyomi Himajima had Lucier perform stone breathing a few more times. After confirming there were no problems, he didn't intervene further and let Lucier go to train under the waterfall by himself. As for Jyomi Himajima himself, he returned to the temple and summoned his Kasugai crow. "Zeka, tell me, is there really such a thing as someone born with innate knowledge in this world?" The Kasugai crow, Zeka, let out a cawing sound. "Genius. Genius. Yes, he is a genius. Perhaps in the future, he will become the hope of the Demon Slayer Corps." "Hope? Hope? Zeka, take my words to the master. Stone breathing cannot satisfy him. I can feel ambition in that child." The Kasugai crow flapped its wings and flew away, leaving the dilapidated temple. Jyomi Himajima sat silently under the corridor for a moment, then stood up, picked up the broom under the tree in the courtyard, and swept the fallen leaves in the yard little by little. Namu Amida Butsu. A few kilometers away from the temple, a Kasugai crow flew over the waterfall. Below the waterfall was the young man, bare-chested, practicing in the torrent. 10 Chapter 10 The Story of the Rock Pillar. Chapter 10 The Past of the Stone Hashira. Waterfall training, also known as Takijio or water asceticism, originated from the Shugendo of the island nation and was a form of asceticism practiced by mountain god believers under the early Shinto ideology of the island nation. This training method is a form of kori. The so-called kori, literally speaking, means to purify one's body with water and pray to gods and Buddhas. Not only Buddhism but also Shintoism has what is called hari, where the practices are similar and the purposes are roughly the same. Usually, it involves meditating under a waterfall in the mountains, letting the water wash over the entire body to remove physical impurities and achieve the goal of purification and cleansing of sins. Besides this, waterfall training can also improve one's concentration and endurance. Under the impact of the intense waterfall current, it can help one discard distracting thoughts, achieve the unity of spirit and flesh, thereby perceiving nature, contemplating the connections between all things in the universe, and reaching the realm of harmony between man and nature. The above content is purely blowing smoke, any resemblance is purely coincidental. In reality, Lucier does not believe that so-called waterfall training has so many effects. In his view, so-called waterfall training is simply a unique culture derived from the fact that the island nation is small, sparsely populated, and has many mountains but little land. Apart from the island nation, he has never really seen other sects in other places have similar training methods. The vast majority of sects are more inclined to perceive the world through sitting in meditation. Of course, Lucier doesn't believe in that stuff either. He only believes in the method of focusing the mind and calming the spirit that he obtained from himself in the investiture of the God's world within his memory. According to the description in his memory, this technique, which does not count as a cultivation technique, is actually a mind cultivation technique specifically for ordinary people to practice. Its main function is to help the practitioner calm their mind, cleanse distracting thoughts, and clarify the spiritual platform. More importantly, this mind cultivation technique does not involve any supernatural power. In other words, even in an ordinary world without the supernatural, this mind cultivation technique can be used normally, let alone in a world like Demon Slayer which has a certain degree of supernatural existence. According to the description in the mind cultivation technique, for this technique to be effective, one must maintain the recitation continuously, without interruption regardless of what one is doing, otherwise one has to start over. This requirement sounds easy, but in reality, the difficulty is off the charts. Lucier is now standing under the waterfall, the stones under his feet are exceptionally slippery. He has to stabilize his body balance, maintain the operation of his breathing style to perform the constant practice, and also keep reciting the mind cultivation technique in his heart. Trying to do three things at once is prone to problems. Before long, Lucier lost his breath, slipped, fell into the water, and the mind cultivation technique he was silently reciting in his heart was also interrupted. It doesn't matter, again. Lucier was not discouraged. The reason he accepted the training from the stone Hashira was to use this practice to polish his proficiency in the mind cultivation technique. Otherwise, there was no need for him to undergo this so-called special training. After all, whether it was waterfall training, carrying logs, or pushing giant boulders, for Lucier's strength, it was all just child's play. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Lucier was like a fetus in a pregnant woman's womb, frantically absorbing nutrients from Jyomi Himejima to strengthen himself. Stone breathing, the forms of stone breathing, the three major training projects, the full concentration and constant of the breathing style, as well as the practice of the mind cultivation technique, were all thoroughly mastered by him. After a sparring session, Jyomi Himejima stated bluntly that he had nothing left to teach him. Actually, Lucier's swordsmanship was still far inferior to Jyomi Himejima, but his physical fitness was far stronger than Jyomi Himejima. The buff bonus brought by Dragon Blood is comprehensive. Even setting aside the ultimate trump card of Dragon Transformation, and even under the significant weakening of the world's rules, Dragon Blood could still elevate Lucier's physical fitness to the level of a demon king. In other words, the current Lucier, compared to Yorichi Tsujikuni of the past, had little difference in other aspects besides slightly inferior sword skills, and in some areas, he was even better. And compared to Kabutsuji Muzan, all Lucier lacked was an immortal body and magical blood demon arts. In Lucier's current state, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight Kabutsuji Muzan. But Lucier was not satisfied with this. Being able to fight Kabutsuji Muzan doesn't make one a hero. My future opponents are on the level of Tai Jinren, how could I be satisfied with just this level? So Lucier found Jyomi Himejima and asked him if he could recommend him to train with other Hashira. On the first day you came to me, I thought there would be such a day, so I asked the master about this matter in advance, and the master already has an answer. Jyomi Himejima returned to the room and took out a letter. Open it and see. This is from the master for you. Lucier opened the letter. Inside, there was actually not just one letter, but a total of 6. Except for one with Lucier's name on it, the other 5 were all meant to be delivered to different people. Lucier opened the letter addressed to himself and read it for a long time, then carefully put all the letters away. What did the master say in the letter? Jiomi Himejima asked. Lucier rubbed his nose. The master asked me to deliver letters for him. As he said this, he felt a bit embarrassed. Anyone with a discerning eye would know what delivering letters means. It was nothing more than giving him a reason to visit these people. The recipients of those letters, apart from Hashira, were excellent trainers. Ubuyashiki Kagaya's intention was self-evident. So that's it. Ba. Jiomi Himejima put his hands together and rubbed his prayer beads. On the day before leaving the temple, Lucier specifically went down the mountain to buy some ingredients, preparing to organize a good meal at the temple. The monks of the island nation do not have many precepts. They do not need to shave their heads, do not need to abstain from alcohol or meat, and do not even need to abstain from lust. Jiomi Himejima is not really a strict monk, so naturally, he would not have any dietary restrictions. Lucier's cooking skills were quite good. After all, in his previous life, he had lived alone until he was 30 or 40, so cooking was already second nature to him. That night, the meal at the temple consisted of 6 dishes and 1 soup. Lucier and Jiomi Himejima sat opposite each other at the dining table, looking not at all like a teacher and student, but more like good friends. Come, try this. My signature pan-fried sea bass, the taste is absolutely impeccable. Delicious. Right. Try this one too. This one is also delicious. It's a pity the seasonings are incomplete, otherwise I could make more than just these dishes. Lucier sighed, and Jiomi Himejima took the opportunity to open a topic. These dishes don't look like common cuisine. Oh, this is Chinese cuisine. I learned it from a Chinese person, Lucier said casually. China. Jiomi Himejima paused. That celestial empire, no wonder it has such exquisite food. It can't really be called that exquisite. I heard that in China, there are 8 major culinary cuisines. What I know is just a drop in the bucket. 8 kinds of cuisines, truly vast and rich in resources. Jiomi Himejima stopped talking and reached out with his chopsticks to taste each dish one by one. When he tasted a certain dish, he smiled. This dish is not Chinese cuisine. I tasted a familiar flavor. This one. Lucier's voice was ambiguous. Indeed, this was taught to me by my mother. The lively atmosphere slowly cooled down. Jiomi Himejima put down his chopsticks, put his hands together, and his pale eye sockets were once again filled with tears. Namu Amida Butsu. My condolences. Mr. Himejima, please don't mind, Lucier shook his head. To be honest, I no longer have that initial feeling of sadness. It's just that occasionally I recall their faces and voices, as if they were still by my side. This is what is called their voices and smiles are still present. Perhaps. Lucier picked up his wine cup. Would you like to drink some? If it's just a little bit. Japanese monks do not abstain from alcohol or meat, and in this era, there is no restriction on the drinking age for teenagers, so the two had no qualms about drinking. The ceramic cups clinked together, making a crisp clink sound. The topics at the wine table were always varied. The two chatted from the matter of slaying demons to breathing styles, then from breathing styles to the demon slayer core, interspersed with Jiomi Himejima's insights into stone breathing and his gratitude towards the master of the demon slayer core. If it weren't for the master, I probably would have been executed long ago, he said. Afterward, he told his own story. Jiomi Himejima, who had not yet joined the demon slayer corps, was once a monk at a temple. He took in some helpless orphans and treated them as his own family. But one day, among them was a child named Kaigaku who not only violated the rule set by Himejima about not returning at night but even extinguished the wisteria incense Himejima had lit in the temple to save his own life, leading an evil demon into the temple. Himejima hoped the children would not panic and would hide properly, but the children did not listen to him. Except for the 4-year-old girl Seo, they were all killed by the demon. Afterward, in order to protect Seo, Himejima fought the evil demon hand-to-hand, fighting for his life. During this time, Himejima, with his human body, smashed the demon's head to pieces, eventually causing it to turn into dust and disappear after dawn. But in the end, what Himejima obtained in exchange for nearly losing his life was not Seo's gratitude, but rather Seo, in a state of extreme shock, wrongly accusing Himejima of being the murderer who killed the children in front of the adults who arrived, causing him to be falsely charged and nearly executed. In the end, it was thanks to the master of the Demon Slayer Corps that Himejima was able to escape the fate of being executed. Since then, I have become very suspicious. Even now, I do not have complete trust in you, Jyomi Himejima said frankly. But you still taught me stone breathing. Because I trust the master's judgment. He believes you will be the hope of the Demon Slayer Corps and asked me to teach you, so I naturally did my best. I see. Lucier was not annoyed. He picked up the porcelain bottle on the side and filled his and Jyomi Himejima's wine cups. He raised his wine cup, looked at this stone Hashira, and said in a resolute voice, "One day, I will make you acknowledge me." Jyomi Himejima raised his wine cup and solemnly clinked glasses with Lucier. I look forward to that day. The next day, Lucier left Jyomi Himejima's residence. Before leaving, Lucier asked Jyomi Himejima where it would be best for him to go next. To this, Jyomi Himejima's answer was, although you already have strength comparable to a Hashira, there is still some time before this year's selection. Before that, you can first go to other Hashira to continue your training. Do you have any recommended places? The 5 letters that the master asked you to deliver are for the Wind Hashira, Sound Hashira, Water Hashira, as well as the retired previous generation Flame Hashira, and the Thunder Hashira position which has been vacant since the generation before last. According to my thoughts, you have already completed the training of stone breathing, and your next focus should be to make up for the lack of flexibility in stone breathing, so I recommend you go to these 2 places. Lucier picked up the map, looking at the 2 locations pointed out by Jyomi Himejima. The Rengoku family and Mt. Sagiri. Flame Hashira and Water Hashira? Lucier fell into deep thought. Jyomi Himejima turned his head to look out the window. You should go. The Kasugai crow arranged for you by the master has arrived. Tell him where you want to go, and he will point the way for you. I understand. Lucier rolled up the map, put it back into his backpack, and then stood up, carrying his bundle and Nichiren sword. Thank you for your care over this past month. Farewell. Namu Amida Butsu. Have a safe journey. He fully mastered stone breathing, the most difficult among the 5 basic breathing styles, in just 1 month. Ubuyashiki Kagaya handed the letter in his hand to his wife beside him, then casually grabbed a handful of rice grains and scattered them. The Kasugai crows on the eaves flapped their wings and landed in the courtyard to scramble for them. Amain Ubuyashiki finished reading the letter, then folded it and put it away. If Kabutsuji Muzan knew, he would probably be unable to sleep. Ubuyashiki Kagaya sighed and asked, where is he going next? Based on the stone Hashira's personality, he should recommend him to learn flame breathing or water breathing. Shinjuro and Ju. Ubuyashiki frowned slightly, feeling a bit tricky. Whether it is Shinjuro Rengoku or Ju Tomioka, neither has a very easy to get along with personality. Ju is easier to talk about, he is just taciturn and easily misunderstood. But on Shinjuro's side. Ubuyashiki Kagaya pinched his brow, thinking whether he should send a letter to Shinjuro Rengoku? Wait. Ubuyashiki Kagaya suddenly remembered something. I remember Shinjuro, he should have a son, right? It seems to be called Kyojuro. That's right. Amain Ubuyashiki affirmed Ubuyashiki Kagaya's words and added, this child is very diligent. Even though Shinjuro has given up on teaching him, he still persists in practicing flame breathing. He is a child with firm conviction. The people of the Rengoku family have always been like this. Only Shinjuro, perhaps also because of Ruka. Sai Ubuyashiki Kagaya sighed, stopped continuing this topic, and asked, Amain, what do you think about having Kaijiro serve as Lusher's teacher? It can be done. After all, this child Kaijiro has been exposed to flame breathing since childhood, but… Amain Ubuyashiki hesitated. His level shouldn't be at a point where he can teach others yet, right? And his age is also. Won't Lusher be unconvinced? No, this is not important. Ubuyashiki Kagaya shook his head. It doesn't matter what Kaijiro's level is. With Lusher's talent, it's just a matter of learning a few more times. Lusher doesn't need to be convinced by Kaijiro. Over this past month, I have roughly understood this child's personality. Ubuyashiki Kagaya raised his hand, letting a Kasugai crow land on his finger and peck at the rice grains in his palm. He will not be convinced by anyone, even if that person is me, but he will not look down on anyone, even if that person is just a small child. Everyone in his eyes is equal. Me, Himejima, Kane, even the cats and dogs on the side of the road, in his eyes, there is no difference. In the world in his eyes, there are only two kinds of life in the world. One kind is life that is worthy of being treated with equality and gentleness. The other kind is the evil demon that needs to be eradicated. Amain Ubuyashiki was thoughtful. Let's settle it this way. Ubuyashiki Kagaya scattered the remaining rice grains in his hand and instructed, arrange for the Kasugai crow to send a letter to Kaijiro. Very well, my husband. Chapter 11, Self-Created Breathing Style. After quite a journey, Lusher arrived at the Rengoku family on foot. Indeed, he had ultimately chosen flame breathing over water breathing. As for why he walked, actually, Lusher had tried taking the train, but unfortunately, the trains of this era seemed to have some technical issues, and their speed was far from as fast as Lusher had imagined. One could say they weren't even as fast as Lusher running. So, Lusher simply ran all the way to the Rengoku family, which could be considered an extra session of stone breathing cultivation. Greeting Lusher was the youngest child of the Rengoku family, Senjuro Rengoku. It was Lusher's first time meeting someone from the Rengoku family, and he found it quite interesting. Little Senjuro had hair with alternating red and yellow flame-like colors, with sideburns that flared upwards, making him look just like a tiny owl. My older brother has already received the letter from our leader, and he has been waiting for you at home these past few days. At this hour, he should be practicing swordplay in the backyard. Acting like a little adult, Senjuro's manners were quite proper as he explained the situation to Lusher and led him to the backyard of the Rengoku family. As soon as they stepped into the backyard, a brilliant flash of fire streaked across Lusher's vision. Lusher focused his gaze and caught sight of the figure in the courtyard. With the exact same hairstyle as Senjuro, just like an older version of him, it made Lusher have to marvel at the strength of the Rengoku family's genes. The youth held a wooden sword and swung it in the courtyard. That flash of fire was not real, but an aura outlined by his sword forms, burning in the courtyard like a prairie fire. Brother. Senjuro wanted to interrupt Kaijiro Rengoku's training, but Lusher covered his mouth first. The two of them stood at the edge of the courtyard, quietly watching Kaijiro Rengoku swing his wooden sword over and over again. Kaijiro Rengoku swung his sword repeatedly, demonstrating the essence and sword forms of flame breathing to the fullest. Lusher memorized every detail, keeping what Kaijiro Rengoku displayed firmly in his mind, internalizing it to make it his own. Just like that, he watched from morning until noon, and from noon until afternoon. Senjuro had long since left, leaving only Kaijiro Rengoku and Lusher. Not until Kaijiro Rengoku swung his wooden sword for the 10,000th time did another wooden sword clash into it. It was Lusher. He had taken a wooden sword from the weapon rack beside the courtyard and rushed into the courtyard, the tip of his sword aiming straight for Kaijiro Rengoku's throat. And what he used was not the stone breathing he had already mastered, but the flame breathing he had just learned. Flame breathing, 6th form, flame thrust. The only thrusting technique among the 9 forms of flame breathing, it was extremely fast and suitable for sudden attacks, leaving the opponent unable to react or parry in time. In an instant, Kaijiro Rengoku's mind recalled what his father had said when he first started learning flame breathing. Facing a thrusting sword technique like flame thrust, never think about retreating, because your retreating speed will definitely not be faster than its forward speed. The correct method is to dodge to one side, then slash in the opposite direction, unloading the force from the sword and dispelling the sword's forward momentum. Once this thought occurred, his hands followed his heart. Flame breathing, fifth form, Flame Tiger. Flame Tiger could be considered half a thrusting technique, but the thrust was only the prelude, intended to build up power for the subsequent slash. Kaijuro Rengoku took a risky approach. He didn't slash, but instead used the charge to deflect the direction of Lu Shi's sword tip, and then countered with a slash, aiming for Lu Shi's vital points. This was a move that forced the opponent to defend. At this point, Lu Shi could only withdraw his sword to block, otherwise, he would be struck by Kaijuro Rengoku in a mutual injury exchange. But Lu Shi chose not to block. It wasn't because he wanted to rely on his physical fitness to tank this move, but because he had a better solution. Flame breathing, fourth form, Blooming Flame Undulation. He unleashed a wide-range vortex-like flame slash centered on himself. It looked like an attack, but was actually a defense. Once this move appeared, it immediately blocked Kaijuro Rengoku's Flame Tiger on the outside. Then, he followed up with Flame Breathing, second form, Rising Scorching Sunday. Kaijuro Rengoku countered it with Flame Breathing, third form, Blazing Universe. The two of them sparred, one move after another, and for a time, they were evenly matched. In reality, this was Lu Shi holding back. Not to mention his crushing physical fitness, he didn't even use stone breathing. He just used the newly learned flame breathing to draw with Kaijuro Rengoku, although he did take advantage of the fact that Kaijuro Rengoku had just finished training and was low on stamina, but if one looked closely, Lu Shi had held back more. They didn't know how many moves they had exchanged, but after one final clash of swords, they tacitly separated and stood on opposite sides of the courtyard with their swords sheathed. Ha ha ha, you must be the swordsman sent by our leader to learn flame breathing. To be able to learn flame breathing just by watching me practice, you are indeed the genius our leader described. Kaijuro Rengoku walked up to Lu Shi with a smile and patted his shoulder. What an enviable talent. Ha 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 ha. Lu Shi. Although he didn't know why he was laughing, smiling was the right thing to do at such a time. Honestly, Lu Shi was actually not very good at dealing with people like Kaijuro Rengoku. He himself had a somewhat reclusive personality, and overly enthusiastic people made him feel some psychological resistance. Fortunately, this situation wasn't very serious, at least normal communication was no problem. Oh, right, the letter from our leader. Lu Shi took out the letter that the leader had asked him to deliver. After Kaijuro Rengoku took it, he didn't even look at it and shoved it straight into his chest. Lu Shi didn't say anything more. Anyway, his mission was complete. Whether the recipient looked at it or not was the recipient's business and had nothing to do with him. However, is Brother Kaijuro the current Flame Hashira? You look so young. Lu Shi asked, knowing the answer. And Kaijuro Rengoku's answer did not exceed his expectations. I am currently just a Kano-ranked swordsman. There is still a gap before becoming a Hashira. The Hashira of this generation, or rather, the previous generation, was my father. However, for certain reasons, he no longer practices swordsmanship, so I am sorry, I can only serve as your sword instructor. It's fine. Lu Shi shook his head. As long as I can learn flame breathing, it makes no difference to me. Indeed, for you, even without a teacher, learning flame breathing shouldn't be a problem. As Kaijuro Rengoku said this, he took out 3 small booklets from his chest. Here, take these and read them. Lu Shi reached out and took them. This is 3 volumes of flame breathing cultivation guides written by my father before he retired. Thanks to them, I was able to reach this point. I'll lend them to you now. Lu Shi was not overly modest. Then I shall accept them without reservation. These things will definitely be more useful in your hands than in mine. As the two were talking, they suddenly smelled a fragrance, followed by Sanjuro's voice. Brother, Mr. Lu Shi, how long are you going to practice? Dinner is ready. Coming. Kaijuro Rengoku replied, then looked at Lucier. Let's go eat. Your room has been tidied up and you can move in directly. However, since you have already learned flame breathing, you probably won't stay here for too long, right? No, I will still impose on you for a while. Lucier shook his head. I heard that the Rengoku family is the longest surviving Demon Slayer core family besides the leader's lineage, so I want to stay for a while and consult some ancient texts. It won't disturb you, will it? Of course not. Kaijuro Rengoku smiled brightly. I was actually hoping you would stay longer. After sparring with you just now, I feel my swordsmanship has improved quite a bit. Then, while I am staying at the Rengoku family, how about we spar once every day? That would be even better. The two chatted as they walked to the dining room. At this time, the dining table was already full of food, and only Sanjuro was sitting by the table. The Rengoku brothers' father was not to be seen. Kaijuro Rengoku did not sit in the seat symbolizing the master, but sat on the left-hand side of the master's seat and asked, "Where is father's portion?" Sanjuro replied, "It has already been sent over." That's good. Lucier sat opposite the two brothers and didn't ask further. Although Lucier had watched a part of the original work in his previous life, it had been 15 years since his reincarnation, and some details were a bit blurry. He only remembered that the Rengoku brothers' father had become exceptionally depressed due to the passing of his wife. As for more detailed circumstances, he didn't remember much, and as an outsider, it wasn't appropriate for him to pry. Putting his hands together, he said itadakimasu in accordance with local customs, and the three of them formally enjoyed their dinner. Having dinner with Kaijuro Rengoku was an interesting thing, because this guy would shout "omae" with every bite. By the end of the meal, Kaijuro Rengoku had said "omae" 74 times. Lucier counted them one by one. He really had too much free time. After dinner, Sanjuro took Lucier to his room, and along the way, he also introduced Lucier to the study where the Rengoku family kept their ancient texts. Seemingly casually, Sanjuro asked, "Mr. Lucier, is there something you are looking for by consulting these ancient texts?" You could say that. Lucier smiled, "I have something I want to do, and to accomplish this, I need some books that record the sword philosophy and breathing style annotations of my seniors as a reference." Something you want to do? Sanjuro asked again, "What does Mr. Lucier want to do?" Lucier rubbed his head. "I want to create a breathing style that belongs only to me." In the following days, Lucier's life was quite regular. He practiced swordplay early every morning, sparred with Kaijuro Rengoku after breakfast to exchange insights on flame-breathing cultivation, browsed ancient books in the study after lunch to find the information he needed, and meditated for an hour after dinner to consolidate his mind cultivation technique while attempting to break through the world's rules to condense magical power. Unfortunately, he had no leads so far. However, another matter had made quite gratifying progress. A self-created breathing style. Originally it was just an idea, and Lucier didn't plan to create a breathing style so early. After all, he hadn't learned enough breathing styles yet, and it was very likely that some flaws would appear when creating his own. But to his surprise, after he learned both stone breathing and flame breathing, these two breathing styles actually resonated in a strange way. Lucier tried to make some modifications to the two breathing styles, nesting them together, and was actually able to barely use them. The reason it was barely was because this breathing style only had a rough framework, and the specific content still needed to be filled in. But at least it was a good start. Lucier was in a great mood the day he fused the two breathing styles, so he named this breathing style Dragon and decided to use the dragon as a prototype when developing sword moves. It could also be considered a tribute to himself in the other two worlds. The development of dragon breathing was on the right track. The next thing to do was to fill in the details and content, while simultaneously developing supporting sword techniques. These were all time-consuming tasks, so Lucier was not in a hurry and continued his daily activities regularly, sparring with Kaijuro Rengoku in the morning to improve the proficiency of his breathing style, and browsing ancient texts in the study in the afternoon to accumulate material. It is worth mentioning that although dragon breathing was a new breathing style, it could perfectly match the sword forms of stone breathing and flame breathing, so Lucier would not fall into the awkward situation of having a breathing style but no sword moves in the short term. 1 week after Lucier switched from flame breathing to dragon breathing, Kaijiro Rengoku finally discovered something wrong during their sparring. After the sparring ended, he asked, "Little Lu, the breathing style you just used doesn't seem to be flame breathing?" "Oh? You noticed?" Lucier inserted his wooden sword into his sash. "This is my research result from some time ago. I call it dragon breathing. What do you think? A self-created breathing style?" Kaijiro Rengoku realized, and then praised, "Although I heard from Sanjuro before that you wanted to create a breathing style, I didn't expect you to have results so quickly." As expected, a genius is a genius. Actually, creating a breathing style isn't that difficult. Lucier waved his hand. "All I did was combine flame breathing and stone breathing. It's equivalent to 1 + 1 = 2. The truly amazing ones should be those who go from 0 to 1. Although you say that, some people can't even do 1 + 1 = 2 in their whole life. You really are as much of a genius as our leader said." Kaijiro Rengoku praised him without reservation. If someone else said this, it would somewhat imply flattery, but Kaijiro Rengoku was different. He was just that kind of person. He said whatever came to his mind. When he praised someone, it was a genuine praise, and there was absolutely no other meaning. After these days of getting along, Lucier had also become generally familiar with Kaijiro Rengoku's personality, and was somewhat numb to his praise. He then changed the subject. "Let's skip the genius talk. You were able to reach this point with just 3 cultivation manuals. To some extent, you can also be considered a genius." "Is that so? So I can also be considered a genius?" Ha 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 ha. Lucier. Although he was already familiar with it, Lucier still couldn't get used to Kaijiro Rengoku's habit of laughing at every turn. "By the way, Kaijiro, there is one thing I want to ask you." "What is it?" "I have been puzzled by this for a while." Lucier cupped his chin. "Why is flame breathing called flame breathing, and not fire breathing?" 12 Chapter 12 I'm going to hit the upper moon. Why is flame breathing called flame breathing, and not fire breathing? Hearing this question, Kaijiro Rengoku fell into deep thought. Then, a flash of inspiration struck him. He slapped his palm and, under Lucier's expectant gaze, shouted, "Wakaranai." "Lucier. I'm such a fool for having expectations of you." Lucier scratched his hair, feeling somewhat helpless. He had originally intended to use this method to make Kaijiro Rengoku notice the relationship between flame breathing and sun breathing, but now it seemed this tactic had no effect. Kaijiro was even slower than he had anticipated. "I have never thought about this question before. Why isn't flame breathing called fire breathing? Perhaps it's because a long time ago, the ancestors of the Rengoku family named this breathing style flame breathing? Then why did the ancestors name the breathing style flame breathing instead of fire breathing? They are basically the same. Wouldn't fire breathing be more convenient?" "That is true." Kaijiro Rengoku fell into deep thought. Then, "Wakaranai." "Lucier. Forget it." Discussing this with Kaijiro Rengoku was like playing the lute to a cow. Lucier gave up on continuing this topic and turned to leave. He could already smell the aroma of lunch. To tell the truth, Sanjuro's cooking skills were excellent. Just speaking of Japanese cuisine, he was definitely above Zhang-san, and as for Kaijiro, Lucier had never tasted his cooking. In the afternoon, he continued to read in the study. His goal, besides collecting material on swordsmanship and annotations on breathing styles, had gained one more, searching for content related to sun breathing. Mentioning sun breathing so frequently, Lucier naturally had his own selfish motives. While cultivating dragon breathing recently, he suddenly thought, if he developed dragon breathing by blending flame breathing and stone breathing, then if he mastered the 5 basic breathing styles, could he recreate sun breathing? However, after careful consideration, he felt he was overthinking it. The 5 basic breathing styles were nominally broken down from sun breathing, but rather than being broken down, it was more like differentiation. The 5 basic breathing styles were developed by selecting and modifying a certain part of sun breathing, gradually evolving over time. In other words, besides having traces of sun breathing, many of them were characteristics of the breathing style itself. In this situation, even if he could learn the 5 basic breathing styles, what he would fuse would not be sun breathing, but something neither fish nor fowl. Lucier was very certain of this. But that said, it did not mean sun breathing was useless to Lucier. As the origin of all breathing styles, sun breathing was much more useful than he imagined. Lucier felt that if he could observe sun breathing, it would certainly be very helpful for his own self-created breathing style. It was a pity that he did not know where the Camadou family was, and there was still a long time before the official plot began, long enough that Lucier felt he might even be able to solo Muzan by then. So he could only place his hope of finding sun breathing on the 2 ancient families, Rengoku and Abuyashiki. It's just that, looking at Kaijiro Rengoku's state, there probably wasn't anything to gain from the Rengoku family side. He would just have to wait until he had a chance to visit the Abuyashiki family later. Lucier closed the book, having made up his mind. At dinner time, Kaijiro Rengoku announced something. The Kasugai Crow just sent me a mission. I will be leaving after dinner. Lucier and Sanjuro exchanged a look. I will go prepare some food. Sanjuro got up and left. Lucier looked at his small back and shook his head. The Rengoku family should perhaps hire some servants. It's still a bit hard relying only on Sanjuro. What you say makes sense, but... Thinking of his father who would inexplicably lose his temper at others at any time, Kaijiro Rengoku fell silent. Lucier naturally knew what he was worried about. During the few days he lived at the Rengoku family, he had gone to see that person, and was immediately kicked out. It could only be said that such an old master was indeed difficult to serve. Lucier changed the subject. I have already finished reading all the classics of the Rengoku family. There is no need for me to stay at the Rengoku family any longer. It just so happens that my Kasugai Crow told me 2 days ago that the MT Fujikasen selection is about to begin. I originally planned to say goodbye tomorrow, but who would have thought you would be leaving tonight, Kaijiro? Since that's the case, I will give this to you in advance as a farewell gift. As he spoke, he took out a book as thick as a palm from his pocket and placed it on the dining table, pushing it toward Kaijiro Rengoku. Kaijiro Rengoku was puzzled. This is... It is my insights from cultivating flame breathing during this period. It might not be as detailed in terms of sword forms, but it should be able to help you in the application of the breathing style. Ha 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 ha. Kaijiro Rengoku laughed loudly. I didn't expect you to have prepared such a thing for me. It seems we two are of one mind. Of one mind? Lucier looked puzzled. Kaijiro Rengoku looked mysterious and took out a katana with a white scabbard from behind him. I see that you have always been using the most basic standard Nichiren sword. You must not have a proper katana yet, right? Take it. Lucier took it with both hands, examined it, and then with a clang, drew the blade from its scabbard. A crimson blade light overflowed from the scabbard, making him praise, "Good sword." Kaijiro Rengoku said with a smile, "This sword is called Flame Cutter. It was the first Nichiren sword I used after becoming an official member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Later, as my rank gradually increased and my strength grew stronger, this flame cutter was retired from the battlefield and collected after a certain battle. Although it is used for collection, I have always had craftsmen from the swordsmith village maintain it. It is no problem to use it as a normal Nichiren sword. Now, it belongs to you." Lucier gripped the flame cutter with both hands. Although he really wanted to say that this gift was too valuable, he couldn't bring himself to decline. He really liked this sword, and he was going to MT Fujikasen to participate in the selection next. Although with his strength, participating in this kind of selection was no different from bullying fish, having a handy good sword would make it cleaner when cutting demons. "Thank you, I like it very much. The training notes you gave me are also very helpful to me." The two smiled at each other, and the following meal was enjoyed by both host and guest. Early the next morning, Lucier got up to practice sword as usual, but the figure who had been practicing with him these days had disappeared without a trace. Lucier returned to his room to pack his luggage, and after breakfast, he said goodbye to Sanjuro. Senjuro, still young but acting like an old man, personally sent Lucier to the gate, bowed deeply, and offered him, "May your martial luck be prosperous." May your martial luck be prosperous, huh? He was fine on his side. Mt. Fujikasane was not a den of tigers and wolves. Not to mention that the strongest thing there was the hand demon. Even if an upper rank was thrown inside, it wouldn't have any effect on Lucier. It was Kaijuro Rengoku who was going to perform a dangerous demon hunting mission. He was the one who most needed martial luck to be prosperous. Lucier blessed him silently, then, led by the Kasugai Crow, embarked on the journey to Mt. Fujikasane. The Rengoku family was quite far from Mt. Fujikasane. Lucier rested during the day and traveled at night. Repeating this, it took him 2 full days to cover 2/3 of the journey. According to his current speed, he would arrive at Mt. Fujikasane in 1 more day, just in time to catch up with the start of the selection, so Lucier was not in a hurry. As for why he rested during the day and traveled at night, there were 3 reasons. First, because Lucier's speed was too fast. As mentioned before, Lucier's running speed was faster than the trains of this era. Although the trains of this era were not as good as later generations, they were still trains. Lucier ran faster than a train. Passing through towns at this speed would definitely cause unnecessary chaos. Second, because of the sword Lucier carried. The sword ban greatly restricted the movements of swordsmen. Lucier carried 2 katanas, making it difficult to walk into the city swaggeringly, and it was inconvenient for ordinary people to see. Third, because of the evil demons. This was also the most important reason. Evil demons feared light, so they would not be active during the day. Lucier traveled at night and would clean up the evil demons he encountered along the way, which could be considered improving his business ability and laying a good foundation for his life after joining the Demon Slayer Corps. But it was a pity that Lucier did not encounter a single demon in the 2 days he was on the road. It was truly strange. Usually, these things were like bedbugs in the sewer, impossible to clean up. When Lucier traveled from the temple where the stone Hashira lived to the Rengoku family, he had the feat of killing 4 evil demons in 1 night. Why hadn't he seen a single one this time? Lucier was puzzled, but his pace did not stop. He had calculated that if he ran faster tonight, he could reach the next town before dawn. After that, he could find an inn to rest, then run for another night, and he would arrive at Mt. Fujikasane just in time the day after tomorrow morning. Ka. Danger. Danger. The Kasugai Crow swept across the low sky in the moonlight. Lucier's gaze accurately captured his figure from the night, and the shadow of another Kasugai Crow beside it. A faint smell of blood drifted in the air. Lucier frowned, stopped, and raised his arm. The 2 Kasugai Crows landed. The larger one was a one-eyed Kasugai Crow. The remaining eye carried a fierce flavor. It could be seen that its previous owner was a tough character. It was the Kasugai Crow that the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps had pre-allocated to Lucier, the Kasugai Crow. The smaller one looked very tame, with a nice bow tied around its neck. Lucier narrowed his eyes. He recognized this Kasugai Crow. Kane Kocho's Kasugai Crow, named Yen. It's just that this Kasugai Crow was not in good condition now. One of its wings was stained with blood, and there were light blue crystals on its claws and wings. Lucier pinched it to look and found that this blue thing was actually tiny ice crystals. Ice. Lucier's heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked, "How is Kane?" "Upper rank 2. Upper rank 2. Danger. Danger. Support. Support." Yen kept repeating these 3 sentences. Her language system was not particularly developed and could only convey some simple commands, so many members of the Demon Slayer Corps would subconsciously ignore her when choosing a Kasugai Crow, and in the end, only the gentle Kane chose her. Yen thought Kane was the best person in the world, even better than that majestic leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, and now Kane was in danger. She had to find someone to save Kane. "Take me there quickly." Lucier released the 2 Kasugai Crows and ordered, "Yen, take me to Kane's location immediately." Kasugai Crow, return to the Demon Slayer Corps and report the matter. The efficiency of the Kasugai crows in executing orders was much higher than that of humans. As soon as Lucier finished speaking, the two Kasugai crows acted separately. Even Yen, who was injured, braced herself and flapped her wings. She didn't know if Lucier could beat up her rank too. After all, she was just a Kasugai crow, but she still remembered that Lucier had lived in the butterfly mansion for a while. At that time, Kane kept saying that he was a very powerful person. Since he was a very powerful person, he must be able to save Kane. Thinking of this, Yan's wings flapped faster and faster, and she didn't even feel the pain from her injuries anymore. She had to take this person to save Kane. In the night, a person and a crow rushed at high speed. I am probably done for. Kane Kocho thought so. As a doctor, she knew very well how terrible her current state was. Her collarbone and ribs were already broken, her shoulder had a big gash, and she was still bleeding continuously. And the most severely injured part should be her lungs. She had no feeling at all, and breathing was very difficult. Turning frozen blood into mist, sending it into the human body with a fan, and then activating blood demon art to freeze the alveoli, this kind of blood demon art was simply the natural enemy of breathing styles. Kane Kocho forced her lungs to move, wanting to squeeze some strength from her body, but the human body had limits. Undoubtedly, Kane Kocho had now reached this limit. The scene in front of her was already blurred. The demon's footsteps echoed in the alley, one sound, two sounds, as if stepping on the drumbeat of a heartbeat. Kane Kocho gritted her teeth and still held tightly to the Nichiren sword in her hand. Flower breathing, fifth form, peonies of futility. The blade turned, 9 strikes in an instant. The trajectory of the blade outlined a blooming peony in the air, but it had no vitality. It looked like a move with great power, but in reality, it was already a desperate situation. Peonies of futility was the only combo sword technique in flower breathing, which emphasized lightness and flexibility, and did not need to swing hard like other sword techniques. Kane had no strength to swing anymore, so she could only use peonies of futility to try to block the demon's approach. But obviously, this move had no effect. It's truly surprising. According to your injuries, it wouldn't be strange if an ordinary person died now, but you can still swing your sword. I like you very much. The demon's footsteps still echoed around, teasing the emotions in Kane's heart like a cat catching a mouse. However, there was neither sadness nor fear in Kane's heart, only calm and faint regret. The promise with Shinobu, it couldn't be fulfilled. That child Kaneo still couldn't live on her own. Everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps, please take care of yourselves. And Lucier, that child should be going to participate in the selection today, right? I originally wanted to celebrate for him. Hey, the demon teased, do you want to come to our side? If you become a demon, you won't die. There are many benefits. For a cute girl like you, it's a pity to die. Noisy. Kane wanted to say something, but she didn't have the strength anymore. The surrounding air was getting colder and colder. Kane knew that the demon had come to her side. The cold air mixed with the smell of blood made one sick. The demon whispered as if leaning into her ear, really not coming to our side? If you die, I will be very sad. You should worry about yourself first. The young man's voice echoed in the alley. Kane was refreshed and heard a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Accompanying the sound was a rolling heat wave. Is it Flame Hashira? No, Flame Hashira had already retired, and this voice. The hot wind dispersed the cold air. Kane's brain gradually recovered its ability to think, and she realized that she had fallen into a warm embrace. A strange yet familiar smell wrapped around her. Kane was stunned for a moment, and the scene that appeared in her mind was the young man sitting by the campfire with 2 corpses. Little Lou? It's me. A reassuring voice reached Kane's ears, I'm here to support. But Kane couldn't be happy at all. No, run. Upper rank, can't. She used all her strength to squeeze these words out of her throat, but Lucier remained unmoved. He turned his hand, unfolded the long cloth strip wrapping the 2 swords, and fixed Kane on his back in 2 or 3 moves. Opposite him, half of the demon's head had completely recovered, and he was pretentiously touching his head. So dangerous, I almost got my head cut off just now. It was really too dangerous. He said it was dangerous, but his tone had no ups and downs, and his rainbow-like pupils were also exceptionally calm. In those pupils, 3 words were written clearly. Upper rank. 2. Lucier smiled. After knowing that this world was the world of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, this was the first time he smiled so happily, so wantonly. Upper rank? Lucier reached out, pulled out the flame cutter from his waist, and stood with dual swords. I'm here to beat an upper rank. Chapter 13, Dragon Roaming. Putting aside the versions of himself from other worlds, at the very least, Lucier in the Demon Slayer world felt that he should be a person who loved peace. From the moment he transmigration into this world, Lucier had never thought about achieving great things. He only wanted to grow up, work, get married, have children, and die in peace. Daily necessities, simple meals, just simple. He could accompany his parents through this life, grow old with his beloved, and perhaps have a cute son or daughter. But the appearance of Rue made everything he had once fantasized about vanish into thin air. What followed in quick succession were Bonfire Land, versions of himself from other worlds, the Demon Slayer core and breathing style, and the man-eating demons that could never be killed off completely. Everything came so suddenly, leaving even Lucier, who had experienced transmigration, somewhat overwhelmed. Sometimes Lucier would wonder if all of this was just a dream of his, and that the one who killed his parents that night wasn't Rue, but Enmu, who had made him have such an absurd dream, while he himself in the real world had already become a lamb waiting for the slaughter. But the dragon blood surging within him told him at every moment that all of this was real. Dreams might be able to infinitely approach reality, but they cannot 100% replicate it. Dragon blood, magic power, and spirit word are all powers from a surreal realm. Even if they couldn't be used, they couldn't possibly be fictional. Also impossible to be fictional is the heart-palpitating sensation when taking a life. What was Lucier thinking when he smashed Rue's head over and over again? Actually, he wasn't thinking about anything. The joy of getting stronger, the pleasure of revenge, the disgust and discomfort born from hurting someone for the first time, there was nothing. He just felt sad. It wasn't for his own dead parents, nor for Rue whom he had killed, and certainly not for himself, whose family had suddenly been destroyed. It was because of this world. Good people are killed, bad people turn into demons, demons eat more people to become stronger demons, and bad people also use human methods to eat good people, forcing good people to have to become demons. A good world can turn demons into humans, while a bad world can only turn humans into demons. So, since he lived in such a world, did he have to go with the flow of this world and actively become a man-eating demon? Lucier's answer was, no. Since it was the world's mistake, then he would change the world. Holding this thought, Lucier joined the Demon Slayer Corps. That day, sitting by the bonfire for the whole night, Rue's wails pierced Lucier's eardrums one by one, reminding him of some things. Lower rank 5, Rue. When he was still a human, he was weak and sickly. Even walking, something an ordinary person could do, was incomparably painful for Rue. During this time, Rue heard a story. A story about a father who died to save his drowning son. At that time, Rue thought this was a beautiful bond, and felt that this father who died in the river had fulfilled his duty as a father. Later one day, Kibutsuji Muzan appeared before Rue. With similar experiences, Muzan, under the pretext of sympathy, bestowed his own blood upon Rue, making Rue a demon. However, although Rue had obtained a tough body, he also began the days of needing to eat people. After Rue killed people, although his parents were very self-reproachful, they still believed that they could not let Rue continue to harm innocent people. Therefore, the father, harboring the resolve to kill Rue and atone with his own death, intended to go to the Yellow Springs together with Rue. As a demon, Rue, because his father wanted to kill him, recalled the story he had heard in the past, and it formed a sharp contrast with the killing intent of his father and the shielding of his mother before him. Therefore, he believed that the bond between him and his parents was hypocritical. In the end, Rue, dominated by anger, murdered his own parents. To sum it up, it was an ignorant brat being tricked by a terrorist into taking a gun and killing people. After the parents found out, they wanted to send the brat to prison. As a result, the brat felt that parents who couldn't shield him were simply not worthy of being his parents, so he shot and killed his own parents. It feels absurd and ridiculous. But after the ridicule, it also makes one feel deeply sorrowful about it. That pair of parents clearly did nothing wrong, yet they died in the hands of their own flesh and blood just like that. Does Rue deserve to die? Of course he deserves to die. One cannot easily gloss over something like murder just because he was ignorant. A life for a life is a heavenly principle. In this world, there is no such thing as not having to atone for things you've done just because you don't admit them. Even if you change your name and change your appearance, the sins you committed must be repaid. But that is all there is to it. Rue is guilty because he killed people, not because he was ignorant. Ignorance has never been a capital offense. If Rue lived in an era with a complete educational system, he would receive the education and punishment he deserved, and then re-enter society to become a useful person. However, in this world, his ignorance was exploited to take the lives of others. It can be said that Rue is guilty, but one cannot pin all the blame on him. Behind him, there are guys who deserve to be killed even more. There are guys who are more valuable to kill. So Lucier picked up his sword and followed Kane Kocho back to the Butterfly Mansion. After that, Lucier also killed a few demons, but every time he killed another demon, his mood became a bit heavier. Some of these demons were strong, some were weak, some had already eaten a dozen people, while others, apart from coming out to forage when hungry, still retained their conscience from when they were human. Lucier sent them to the afterlife without discrimination, but the knot in his heart grew larger and larger. He had to admit that these demons who died at his hands had no value to be killed. It wasn't the difference between strong and weak, but because these two completely different traits of human and demon coexisted within them. Slaying demons made Lucier feel pleasant, but killing humans made it hard for him to accept. Every time this happened, Lucier would always think, if only there could be a completely demon appearing in front of him for him to slash. And now, his wish had come true. The demon standing opposite him had hair color like blood splashed on white oak, wore a crimson top that looked like it had been soaked in fresh blood, and his colorful pupils clearly had a few big characters written in them. Upper rank. 2. Doma. As a transmigrator with God's eye view, Lucier naturally knew this unknown name. Not only that, but he also clearly knew that this upper rank 2 was a truly genuine evil demon, the kind that would be too little to kill 100 times. On him, there was completely no part that belonged to a human. No, perhaps from the moment he was born, he had already been missing that part. A rotten stench drifted around, making Lucier's heart beat violently, and his blood flowed like a river. What a fragrant smell. Are you rare blood? Doma's voice always carried a frivolous feeling, as if he were provoking, making people uncomfortable. Lucier's words were far more provocative than Doma's voice. Whether it's rare blood or not, won't you know if you come and taste it? Holding one red and one gray katana in his hands, Lucier's gaze swept over several vital points on Doma's body, his whole body trembling. Eh? Doma raised his eyebrows and said with great interest, "Are you afraid?" "No. It's excitement." With a bang, like a thunderclap, Lucier's figure disappeared, leaving only a basin-sized deep pit in place. Clang. The flame cutter, slashing from left to right, did not hit Doma's body, but landed on a pillar of ice that had appeared out of thin air. Upper rank 2 Doma's blood demon art could control his own blood to freeze into ice. Usually, Doma would freeze his blood into mist like ice crystals and then spread them out with his fan. Human skin would be frozen upon contact with Doma's ice crystals. If the ice crystals were inhaled into the opponent's lungs, it would cause breathing difficulties, further leading to necrosis of their alveoli. This move can be called the natural enemy of all breathing style. Kane Kocho was hit by this move, so she fell into a disadvantage in the middle stage of the battle, unable to exert even half of her strength. She couldn't beat Doma to begin with, and then being sneak attacked and weakened. In this situation, being able to hold on until Lucia arrived to support was simply a miracle. If she could survive, it would simply be a miracle of miracles. But the possibility of this miracle occurring was minuscule. Lucia could feel Kane Kocho's breathing on his back gradually becoming weaker, and her body temperature was dropping rapidly. If he could not finish off Doma and take Kane Kocho for treatment as soon as possible, she would undoubtedly die. But finishing off Doma was not such a simple matter. Compare the gap between the two sides. The enemy, Doma, upper rank 2, possessed super strong physical fitness, had no weaknesses other than having his neck cut, and his blood demon art was the natural nemesis of any breathing style. It was difficult for any existing member of the Demon Slayer Corps to defeat him in a one-on-one fight. Our side, Lucia, a newcomer who had not yet joined the Demon Slayer Corps, had physical fitness that completely crushed Doma's, but his swordsmanship was average. Although he possessed dragon blood, magic, and spirit word, which were supernatural powers far exceeding blood demon arts, he could not use them. Furthermore, he was carrying a critically injured, dying person, and had to look after her while fighting. Considering everything, the win rate for both sides was 50-50. Thinking of this, Lucia couldn't help but want to curse the damned bonfire land. He thought, "You said you would synchronize, so just synchronize. Why did you have to impose world rule restrictions? Now look at this, I, the dignified third prince of the East Sea Dragon King, actually have to go 50-50 against an upper rank 2, how damn unlucky." Lucia gritted his teeth, swung the great katana in his other hand, and brought it down on the back of the flame cutter. Snap! Under the pressure applied by both swords, the icicle finally made a crisp sound and broke into two pieces, the crimson blade tearing through the air and heading straight for Doma's neck. Dragon, flame, breathing first form, unknowing fire. It was not the first time Lucia had used dragon breathing to execute a move of flame breathing. He had used it many times during his sparring sessions with Kaijuro Rengoku before, but compared to those, this unknowing fire burned even more fiercely. For this strike, Lucia used his full strength. The waves of fire came scorching in, and Doma did not dare to be careless. Immediately waving his pair of fans, fine ice flowers grew from the fans, each petal as sharp as a blade, flying and drifting towards Lucia. Blood demon art scattering lotuses. That was not all. While Doma was executing the blood demon art scattering lotuses, two huge lotus ice sculptures appeared beside him. The lotuses bloomed, and from within them were born two girls with only upper bodies. The girls lightly parted their lips, and cold air currents were exhaled from their mouths. Blood demon art frozen white princess. After releasing the two skills, Doma took 2 steps back and looked at Lucia with a light laugh. "You know I am an upper rank, yet you do not run away? I thought such children were only the one behind you, but it is a pity, I do not really like boys." What a coincidence, I don't like scum either. Or demon scum, for that matter. While speaking, the freezing air from the ice-sculpted girls had already rushed to in front of Lucia, and the scattering lotuses were also wrapped in this freezing air, rushing straight towards him. Facing such a fierce offensive, Lucia did not retreat but advanced instead, his two katanas dancing to form an impenetrable defense. Dragon, rock, breathing fourth form, flowing patterned rock, rapid conquest. The two katanas alternated rapidly in Lucia's hands, the ice crystal petals landing on the barrier formed by the blades, making clanging sounds. The freezing air passed through the gaps in the blades and reached Lucia, but before it could freeze him, it instantly turned into steam. Dragon, flame, breathing profound truth ninth form, Rengoku. Mobilizing and condensing the chi and blood throughout his body, making his body temperature burn like a flame, this was the profound truth of flame breathing. However, when executed by Lucia through dragon breathing, this move seemed to have undergone some kind of strange mutation. The steam dissipated, and a figure walked out from within, entering Doma's line of sight. The boy was still the same boy as before, but Doma always felt that something was not quite right. That's right, it was his eyes. Just a moment ago, the boy's eyes were black, but now they had turned into a dazzling gold, just like two bright suns. Around those two golden pupils were fine, dense black scales that could not be noticed unless one looked closely. A bad premonition arose in Doma's heart. He could not understand the boy's current state. The smell of the rare blood, which had been fresh and enticing, now made him feel fear when he smelled it again, as if some monster had awakened from within this bloodline. This is truly an unexpected joy. Lucier held his two swords, feeling the surging power within his body. He felt that as he was now, he might be able to single-handedly kill Musin. The two Nicaran swords in his hands also changed color because of this powerful force. Clearly, Nicaran swords that had already changed color could not change again, but the power within Lucier forcibly overrode this rule, allowing the Nicaran swords to present the color that best highlighted Lucier's identity. Gold, which symbolized power and authority, the color belonging to a king. Lucier turned his head to look at Doma. The moment their eyes met, Doma felt his breathing become difficult, even having the feeling of being face to face with Lord Musin. This boy. What kind of monster is he? There was no time to think too much, and Doma immediately executed his strongest blood demon art. Blood demon art frozen lotus bodhisattva. A huge ice-sculpted bodhisattva rose from the ground, wrapping Doma within it. The bodhisattva looked kind and benevolent, but its actions were exceptionally fierce, and its door-sized palm did not hesitate, directly slapping down towards Lucier. Lucier, however, remained unmoved. His figure seemed to distort for an instant, and the surrounding space also distorted along with it. The next second, the surrounding space shattered, and the house-sized ice-sculpted bodhisattva was instantly cut into countless pieces. Amidst the fragments, Doma reached out, but did not feel his own head. He blinked, and saw a headless body flying past in front of him. Ah, so that's it, my head has been cut off. Doma realized suddenly, and then fell into endless darkness. Lucier did not care about Doma, or rather, he did not want to care about Doma's life or death at all right now, because Kane Kocho, who was tied to his back, was no longer breathing. Fortunately, her heart was still beating. Lucier quickly untied her and placed her on the ground, then did not hesitate to slash his own wrist. Lucier was a pure-blooded dragon clan, but not one of those big lizards with contaminated blood from the dragon clan world, but the most orthodox Chinese Eastern divine dragon, and a member of the royal family at that. His blood was the world's most supreme treasure, capable of healing all injuries and illnesses. After consuming it, a mortal could even ascend to the heavens in one step, with their cultivation becoming unimpeded. Because of the restrictions of the world's rules, he could not directly use this power, but that did not mean the effect of the dragon blood would disappear. Lucier pried open Kane Kocho's mouth, and the dragon blood flowed down along Lucier's wrist, falling into Kane Kocho's mouth, then sliding all the way down her throat and into her stomach. The wound on his wrist was slowly recovering, and the blood was flowing less and less. The special state from just now seemed to have a time limit, and it also consumed a lot of physical energy. Now Lucier was extremely weak, and he looked at Kane Kocho on the ground with a pale face, while thinking in his mind, I wonder if this is enough, so he raised his hand and slashed himself again. After 3 cuts, Kane Kocho's heartbeat gradually became stronger, and her breathing also slowly recovered. Lucier finally let out a sigh of relief and carried Kane Kocho on his back. Doma had completely lost all vital signs, and Lucier did not have the habit of desecrating corpses. After confirming the death of the upper rank 2, Lucier carried Kane Kocho and left the scene with unsteady steps. The Kasugai crow with a bow tied around its neck landed and stood on his shoulder, cawed caw-caw twice, and rubbed against his cheek. Although it was a crow, its cry was not harsh, and even carried a soft feeling. Lucier was in a great mood, and he thought of that move he had used to kill Doma just now. That was not something he had created himself, and strictly speaking, that move did not belong to swordsmanship at all. But that sword strike came from the instinct after the dragon blood awakened. Lucier felt that this move should have a name. Dragon breathing first form, Dragon Roam. 14 Chapter 14 An unprecedented change in a century. Chapter 14 A change in the century. A slightly chilly wind blew in from the window, and golden leaves fluttered in the wind, landing on the floor. The young girl opened her eyes and looked blankly at the unfamiliar ceiling. A sweet scent wafted through the air, seemingly from porridge that had just been cooked. Outside the window, birds were chirping, very lively. Everything was telling the young girl one thing: she was still alive. It was truly unbelievable. Having suffered such heavy injuries, having lost so much blood, and having faced that upper rank too, she never expected to survive. Kanekocho paused for a moment and suddenly realized. If she was still alive, what about Lucier? He should be alive too, right? Kanekocho's memory only stopped at Lucier arriving to provide support. She knew nothing about what happened afterward. But some things could be figured out without much thought. Even she, who had been heavily injured, had survived. There was no reason for Lucier to be dead. The question was, what happened after she lost consciousness? If one were to say Lucier saved her, Kanekocho felt it was a bit of a fantasy. She admitted that Lucier was a gifted genius in swordsmanship, but the opponent was that upper rank too. Kanekocho estimated that without two Hashira working together, it would be difficult to escape unscathed from that demon. As for killing, Kanekocho didn't consider that possibility. After all, the probability was simply too small. So, reinforcements must have arrived, right? Kanekocho pursed her lips and forced herself to sit up. At this moment, the room door suddenly creaked, and as it was pushed open, the aroma in the room became even stronger. A young girl carefully carried a bowl of white porridge. As soon as she entered, she saw Kanekocho sitting up on the bed and immediately exclaimed with joy, "Sister! You're awake." Shinobu. Kanekocho wore a gentle smile on her pale face. "I didn't expect you to come too. The place where I was performing my mission was nearby. Aside from that guy, I was the first to arrive." Kocha Shinobu walked quickly, placed the white porridge on the table, then came to the bedside, grabbed Kanekocho's shoulders, and pressed her back onto the bed. "Sister, lie down properly, don't move around. Although the medicine that guy used on you is very effective, your injuries haven't fully healed yet. You need to rest." "That guy?" Kanekocho tilted her head. "The person you're talking about, is it Lucier? Who else could it be?" Kocha Shinobu curled her lips. "I really can't believe his talent is so good. He hasn't been a swordsman for long, yet he's already stronger than you, sister. If he hadn't arrived in time to kill that demon, sister, you would have." Kocha Shinobu's voice grew quieter as she spoke, and in the end, she simply choked up. Kanekocho's hand gently rested on Kocha Shinobu's head, stroking her silky dark hair. There, Shinobu. Look, aren't I perfectly fine now? It's okay, it's already over." "Yeah." Kocha Shinobu wiped the corners of her eyes, nodded vigorously, and said, "I'm not crying. It's just that the wind is a bit strong today, and sand got into my eyes." "Yes, the wind is indeed quite strong today." Kanekocho agreed with a smile, then asked the question she was most interested in. "Shinobu, you just said that the demon was killed by Lucier, right?" Kocha Shinobu looked up, revealing her red-rimmed eyes. "I'm not very clear on that either, but this was told to me by Yen. It should be true." Yen was Kanekocho's Kasugai crow, and Kasugai crows would not lie. Kanekocho was silent for a moment, then asked, "Besides you and Lucier, did any other Hashira come?" "There were." Kocha Shinobu thought for a moment. "Sister, you were unconscious for 2 days. The first to arrive was that guy, and he was the one who saved you. When I met you too, it was just when the sun was rising. He was carrying you to a nearby wisteria house. At that time, you were severely injured, and you were barely breathing. I treated you temporarily, and your condition stabilized. Later, the Wind Hashira and Water Hashira came, but they had unfinished missions, so they just asked about your condition and left. Master Wind Hashira even said before leaving that he would split the demon that hurt you in half, but he didn't know that the demon had already been killed by that guy." "So, the demon that hurt me was killed by Lucier alone?" "Yes." Kocha Shinobu nodded. "Although that guy has a terrible personality, his skills are quite good. Sister, you are a Hashira, after all. That demon was able to hurt you, so its strength shouldn't be weak. If he was able to kill that demon, doesn't that mean he also has the strength of a Hashira?" I really underestimated him before. Shinobu. Kane Kocho interrupted Kocha Shinobu's words. Do you not know the identity of that demon? I don't know. Yen didn't tell me, and that guy didn't say either. Kocha Shinobu's curiosity was piqued. Sister, you should know, right? Can you tell me? I could, but I don't think you would believe it. Eh? Sister, the more you say that, the more curious I get. Tell me, I want to know. All right. Kane Kocho sighed and said softly, actually, that demon is upper rank too. As if unable to believe it, Abuyashiki Kagaya pinched the bridge of his nose and said, say it again. Upper rank too. Upper rank too. The Kasugai crow repeated in a harsh voice. Flower Hashira encountered upper rank 2, was severely injured and on the verge of death. Lucier went to provide support and killed upper rank 2. Killed upper rank 2, killed upper rank 2. Abuyashiki Kagaya repeated this sentence over and over as if sleep-talking. Gradually, his voice grew louder, and finally, the repeated words turned into hearty laughter. He was not yet very ill, and except for some scars above his forehead, he walked and sat just like a normal person. He laughed while getting up from his seat, pacing back and forth in the room excitedly. Well done, Lukuan. A change, this is a change. A situation that hasn't changed in 100 years has shifted. This is a sign. Destiny was about to undergo a massive change. The ripples of this change would surely spread further and further, dragging everything around into it, triggering a huge shock, and finally rushing towards that man. Kibutsuji Muzan, we will definitely eliminate you in this generation. He was dancing with excitement. Amane Abuyashiki had never seen her husband so excited. Fearing that something might happen to him, she immediately arranged for people to prepare towels, hot water, and medicine, ready to rescue him at any time. But Abuyashiki Kagaya's condition was surprisingly good. He looked at the few Kasugai crows in front of him. Good news should be shared, of course. Ming, you immediately tell this to the other Kasugai crows and have them spread it. Understood. The Kasugai crow with a mature bass voice nodded, flapped its wings, and flew away. Abuyashiki Kagaya turned to look at the Kasugai crow and asked, where is Lukuan now? The Kasugai crow cawed and replied, heading to MT. Fujikasen. Heading to MT Fujikasen. Heading to MT Fujikasen? Abuyashiki Kagaya paused, then immediately realized. Today was the day of the twice-yearly selection for the Demon Slayer Corps, but if he remembered correctly, today was already the selection date, right? Lukuan is only going to MT Fujikasen now, is it too late? Support Flower Hashira. Delay. Support Flower Hashira. Delay. The Kasugai crow flapped its wings, using the simplest words to express its meaning. Abuyashiki Kagaya then remembered that Lucier had gone to support Flower Hashira Kane Kocho, which had delayed him by a day. It was just that the selection at MT Fujikasen had already started. Even if Lucier arrived at MT Fujikasen, he wouldn't be able to enter. After all, the task of the MT Fujikasen selection was to live in the mountain for 7 days. Lucier being half a day late was somewhat unfair to the others. Since he was already late, it was better not to let him participate. Anyway, his strength was not an issue. Whether or not he participated in the MT Fujikasen selection would have no impact on him. Thinking this, Abuyashiki Kagaya waved his hand and said, Amane, help me write the appointment letter. Amane Abuyashiki had always been Abuyashiki Kagaya's wise helper. Hearing Kagaya's words, Amane acted immediately, spreading paper and grinding ink, waiting for Kagaya to speak. Abuyashiki Kagaya deliberated for a moment before saying, Demon Slayer Corps member Lucier, having learned both flame and rock breathing styles, created the dragon breathing, and killed upper rank 2 alone, has achieved great merit. He is hereby promoted to Hashira, with the title Dragon Hashira. Order him to rush to the nearest Wisteria house regardless of where he is, and wait for the Hashira meeting to be held. To be honest, this was the first time Abuyashiki Kagaya had appointed a Hashira in this way. Usually, someone would achieve the merit to be promoted to Hashira, then a Hashira meeting would be held, and all the Hashira and Abuyashiki Kagaya would discuss whether to grant the Hashira position. Like Lucier, who was promoted to Hashira first and then the Hashira meeting was held to announce it, Abuyashiki Kagaya didn't know if his ancestors had done anything similar, but for him, it was definitely the first case and the only one. Honestly, this broke the rules a bit, but Abuyashiki Kagaya didn't care. He had no ancestral laws that cannot be changed here. As long as he could kill Muzan, even cooperating with demons would be fine, and he could even use himself as bait. Abuyashiki Kagaya was never a person who clung to formalities. All he wanted was the result. And now, the result before him was that Lucier, who had only learned the breathing style for less than 2 months, had killed the evil demon upper rank 2, breaking the situation that had not changed for 100 years, and was very likely the person who would end the fate between humans and demons. So Abuyashiki Kagaya was a bit impatient. He couldn't wait to make Lucier a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. He was so eager that he couldn't wait for the next selection in half a year. He wanted Lucier to become the Dragon Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps right now. No one could understand Abuyashiki Kagaya's current mood. He had waited for this day for far too long. Fortunately, fate favored him. He didn't wait his whole life like his ancestors, but met someone who could end fate early. So everything would end in this generation. Just wait, Muzan. The Kasugai crow soared into the sky, notifying everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps of the news that upper rank 2 had been killed by Lucier. In a deep mountain temple, Jyomiai Himejima put his hands together, his tiger eyes filled with tears. That child is already capable of killing an upper rank? In a separate courtyard somewhere, Kyojuro Rengoku stood in front of the demon's corpse. Oh, has Lukuin already become a Hashira? Although I expected this day would come, it came a bit too soon. It seems I need to work harder. At MT Sajiri, Sakanji Urokadaki inserted the incense in his hand into the incense burner, looking calmly at the 13 memorial tablets in front of him. Lucier. Is that the Demon Slayer Corps newcomer who the master wrote in his letter would come here to learn water breathing? Teaching a student with this kind of strength is really a difficult task. At Momoyama, Jigoro Kawajima looked at the running Zenitsu Agatsuma and put down his cane helplessly. When will Zenitsu and Kaigaku grow to this level? On a certain street, Sanemi Shinazugawa turned to walk back, and Ju Tomioka grabbed his collar with quick eyes and hands. Sanemi Shinazugawa was pulled into a stagger and turned his head to glare at Ju Tomioka. What are you doing? What are you going to do? Huh? Isn't it obvious? Sanemi Shinazugawa said with a stinky face. Didn't you see it before? That brat who saved Kane Kocho, he killed upper rank 2. I don't believe he could kill upper rank 2. So, of course I have to go challenge him. Sanemi Shinazugawa looked like it was a matter of course. Maybe he only killed upper rank 2 with Kane Kocho's help. Perhaps even the injuries Kane Kocho suffered were to cover for him. That's just your speculation. I know, so I must go fight him. Sanemi Shinazugawa said, taking a step again, as long as I can defeat that guy, I will definitely be able to expose his true colors. Ju Tomioka reached out expressionlessly, pulled Sanemi Shinazugawa's collar again, and made Sanemi Shinazugawa stagger once more. Sanemi Shinazugawa turned his head with a ferocious expression. What? Do you want to fight? Private fighting is prohibited among Demon Slayer Corps members. Then it's fine if I challenge you to a duel, right? Sanemi Shinazugawa reached out to touch the Nichiren sword at his waist. I must teach you a lesson today. I refuse. Ju Tomioka turned and left. Sanemi Shinazugawa's emotions were disrupted by him. Hey, if you're a man, settle the score with me. You aren't afraid, are you? I refuse. Coward. I refuse. Dead face. I refuse. Slowpoke. I refuse. The two quarreled and walked further and further away, and Sanemi Shinazugawa also forgot that he was going to find Lucier for a duel. But the information about Lucier continued to spread. Whether it was the current members of the Demon Slayer Corps, swordsmen who had retired to become trainers, or the Kikuchi responsible for logistics, and the wisteria houses, everyone knew the name of this person who had killed an upper-rank demon. Dragon Hashira, Lucier. And besides everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps, there was another group of guys who also noticed Lucier's existence. Chapter 15, the fourth one. Lamps were lit one by one, and in the chaotic and disorderly space, pavilions and towers were intertwined. Akaza looked around, confirming his surroundings. An alternate dimension, the Infinity Castle. Upon seeing clearly where he was, Akaza instantly understood what had happened. An upper rank had been killed. Under normal circumstances, when Lord Kabutsuji Muzan arranged tasks, he would specify a single demon to meet him. Situations like this, where upper-rank demons were summoned directly to the Infinity Castle, had only occurred twice in 1,000 years. The most recent time was over 100 years ago. And both times, it was because an upper rank had been killed by a demon slayer. Akaza clenched his fists, veins bulging all over his body, feeling exceptionally excited. Over 100 years had passed. Had another powerhouse of this caliber appeared within the Demon Slayer Corps? He tried hard to calm down, then spread his arms and dove forward. Akaza fell from the upper floor, his body in a state of freefall, his clothes fluttering in the strong wind. His boiling blood gradually calmed, but his battle intent grew ever higher. He didn't care which upper rank had been killed, as long as it wasn't Kakushibu, he could accept it calmly. As for Kakushibu, Akaza didn't think any demon slayer could be a match for Kakushibu. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. He didn't know how long he had been falling when a long, thin wooden pillar, a square zhang in size, rose from below. Flipping and landing, Akaza was as light as a swallow. The theory of gravitational acceleration completely failed on him. Newton would be unable to stop himself from flipping his coffin lid if he saw this. But unfortunately, Akaza didn't know Newton. He was an illiterate who only knew how to punch. The wooden pillar rose, and immediately after, another wooden pillar emerged from the side. Countless wooden pillars intersected, making it impossible to distinguish direction. Pluck, accompanied by the crisp sound of the string being plucked, he regained his senses and found himself in an area with a wide field of view. "Isn't this Lord Akaza?" A strange tone sounded from behind. Akaza turned his head and, as expected, saw a demon with an incredibly ugly upper body and a lower body stuffed into a porcelain jar. "It's great to see you in such high spirits. We haven't seen each other for 90 years, right? The one who died isn't you, Gyako." "Oh ho, many thanks for your concern, Lord Akaza." Where his eyes should have been, two mouths grew, opening and closing to make sound. "Although I am not skilled at fighting, my ability to save my own life is quite good. However, Lord Akaza, you..." The ugly demon twisted its body like a snake, looking at Akaza. "I was so excited, worried until my chest hurt, thinking you had been taken out." Akaza frowned, said nothing, and looked to the other side. On the stairs, the small demon stared at by Akaza trembled. So scary it hasn't been long, and Gyako can't even do math anymore. "The last time we were called here was 113 years ago, an indivisible number, an unlucky odd number. Scary. It's simply too scary." Akaza couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the neurotic Hantengu, nor did he want to say another word to the perverted Gyako, so he looked up toward the pavilion. "Biwa woman, has Lord Kabutsuji Muzan not arrived?" "I have not seen him yet," the female demon holding the wooden biwa replied. Pluck, the crisp sound of the string being plucked rang out again. A female demon walked out from the shadows of the corner and looked at the demons present. 3, 4, 5. "And me," Daki said, hands on her hips. "Aren't we all fine? Why would Lord Kabutsuji Muzan suddenly call an upper rank meeting?" Akaza frowned deeply and looked at Nakime. "Where is upper rank 1? He hasn't been taken out, has he?" "Lord upper rank 1 was the first to be called, he has been there the entire time." Exclamation point. Akaza turned his head abruptly, his gaze piercing through layers of pavilions, and saw the man sitting upright in the pavilion. "I am right here," upper rank one, with his back to everyone, spoke leisurely. "Lord Kabutsuji Muzan has arrived." The blood-colored dome lit up. In an instant, all the demons present froze. They all felt a great terror descend upon this place, as if a large stone had been pressed onto their hearts. The demon king, Kabutsuji Muzan, had descended. All the demons dared not even breathe, all keeping their heads lowered, waiting for Kabutsuji Muzan to speak. And the first sentence Kabutsuji Muzan said made their hearts shake violently. "Doma is dead. The upper rank moons are missing a piece." The first to react was Daki. Her pupils constricted, as if she couldn't accept this fact. How could this be? Lord Doma, he. Actually, Daki really wanted to say that Lord Doma wouldn't die, but she didn't dare refute Kabutsuji Muzan's words. For demons, Kabutsuji Muzan was the supreme deity. If Kabutsuji Muzan said Doma was dead, then Doma must be dead. The other demons also felt somewhat incredulous. The one to die first was actually not upper rank 6, but upper rank 2. Didn't that mean that among all of them, except for Lord Kabutsuji Muzan and upper rank 1, no matter who encountered the demon slayer who killed upper rank 2, they wouldn't be able to survive? Of course, not all demons thought this way. Akaza was not one of them. He only felt even more excited. The demon slayer capable of killing upper rank 2 must be an extremely powerful swordsman. He now very much wanted to meet the other person, fight them, and then kill them. The demon slayer who killed Doma, he is an anomaly. Kabutsuji Muzan said as such. An anomaly? What did that mean? The upper ranks didn't understand Kabutsuji Muzan's words, one and all, they were confused. Only Kabutsuji Muzan himself understood what the so-called anomaly really was. That pair of golden pupils, a gaze like a true god looking down at an ant on the ground, was firmly etched into Kabutsuji Muzan's heart with just one glance, making it impossible for him to forget no matter what. That was not a gaze a lowly human should have. Furthermore, he is rare blood, a powerful rare blood that even hundreds or thousands of rare bloods cannot compare to. Kabutsuji Muzan's voice actually trembled, a rare occurrence, and the entire space trembled along with it. I can feel it. As long as I eat him, I can become a more complete, ultimate life form capable of walking under the sun. No, even more powerful than that. I must obtain him no matter what. Once these words were spoken, the upper ranks felt a chill in their hearts, as if they already knew what Kabutsuji Muzan was going to say next. Sure enough, Kabutsuji Muzan's trembling body calmed down and he began to issue orders. Kakushibu, Akaza. I am here. I am here. Starting today, you two are to drop everything in your hands. Whether it is the blue spider lily or the Abuyashiki family, do not bother with them. Use all your strength to find the swordsman who killed Doma. The other demons will assist the two of you. If there is any information, immediately inform them through Nakime. I obey. Yes. Understood. Daki, Gyako, and Hantanga responded in turn. Akaza raised his head. Lord Kabutsuji Muzan, may I ask if the target has any distinguishing features? Features. Kabutsuji Muzan pondered for a moment and said, he is a 15-year-old boy with a pair of golden eyes. This matter is entrusted to you. Kakushibu, Akaza, do not disappoint me. Yes. Yes. Pluck, accompanied by the sound of the string being plucked, Kabutsuji Muzan, having said his final words, vanished from the Infinity Castle. Afterward, the upper ranks also dispersed one after another. Lucier did not yet know that he had been targeted by Kabutsuji Muzan and the two strongest among the upper ranks, nor did he know how many things had happened in the outside world because of him. Now, he was staying at an inn, thinking about how to create colored contact lenses in this era. Looking at that pair of golden pupils in the mirror, Lucier clutched his head with a headache. When he killed Doma 2 days ago, two things exceeded his expectations. The first thing, the profound truth of flame breathing, ninth form, Rengoku. After being modified by dragon breathing, this move was actually able to stimulate the dragon blood within Lucier, allowing him to enter an awakening state for a short time. In the awakening state, Lucier still could not use magic power or spirit word, but he was able to enter a semi-dragon form, that is, growing special organs like dragon scales, dragon teeth, and dragon claws to aid in battle. This was a good thing. Lucier speculated that if the awakening state could be maintained for a few minutes, he might be able to take out Kabutsuji Muzan without injury. Unfortunately, the world rules suppressed it too heavily. Even with a method to stimulate the dragon blood, Lucier could only force himself to use it for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, Lucier's stamina would be exhausted, and he would enter a weakened state, vulnerable to anyone's mercy. So this move must be saved for a critical moment. The second thing was that after the awakening state ended, Lucier was surprised to find that his eyes had changed color. His originally dark, bright eyes had turned a dazzling gold, and no matter what method Lucier used, they wouldn't change back to the original black pupils. This wasn't reasonable. Clearly, Ao Bing and the Lucier from the Dragon Clan world could easily master the power of their bloodlines. They could open and close their golden eyes whenever they wanted. How did it lose control here? After researching for a long time, Lucier finally found the reason. Ultimately, it was a problem of incompatibility between the dragon blood and the world rules. Lucier's awakening state could only be maintained for 3 seconds, but the dragon blood after those 3 seconds did not completely go dormant, because the already awakened dragon blood could not go back to sleep. So, the dragon blood within Lucier had only returned to a semi-awakened state. Limited by the world rules, Lucier could not freely control the switch for this power, and the external manifestation was this pair of eternally burning golden eyes. And the solution was also very simple: break through the world rules, fully awaken the bloodline, and master this power, and he would be able to open and close it freely. Very simple, yeah right. Isn't this just screwing with me? Breaking through world rules is not such a simple matter. Anyway, up until now, Lucier had no clue, let alone him. Even the big shot Lucier from the investiture of the gods world was still confused. Anyway, Lucier had no way, so he was very troubled. Although it was indeed very cool to go out with a pair of golden eyes, this was inevitably too ostentatious. The Demon Slayer Corps was not a formal organization to begin with. Because they carried swords, they needed to lower their presence and try to operate in the shadows. Now with such a pair of eyes, Lucier felt that he was quite conspicuous wherever he went. He had to find a way to cover them up. Lucier rested his chin on his hand and pondered for a moment, unintentionally seeing his black Haori. Perhaps, he could cover his eyes? Golden eyes were ostentatious, but blind people should be quite common, right? When the time came, he would disguise his Nichiren sword, making it look like a cane. In this way, the concealment would be maxed out. Lucier couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his own cleverness and wit. Thinking of it, he did it. Lucier used his Nichiren sword to cut a 2-finger-wide strip of cloth from his Haori, covered his eyes, and tied a knot on the back of his head. Darkness immediately enveloped him. Wait, that's not right. Why was there still light? Lucier raised an eyebrow. Looking down, he saw the bonfire in front of him. Where is this? Yo, you're the first one to arrive. Dragon Raja Lucier, wearing sportswear, walked out of the darkness and stood opposite Demon Slayer Lucier. Appearing next in the bonfire land was Ao Bing Lucier. He looked left and right and smiled. Looks like I didn't arrive too late. Has the newcomer not arrived yet? As you can see, Dragon Raja Lucier spread his hands and looked at Demon Slayer Lucier again. Buddy, you're pretty good. Looking at your getup, have you already joined the Demon Slayer Corps? And what's with those eyeballs of yours, Dragon Blood Awakening? Come, share it. As he said this, he leaned in and draped his arm around Demon Slayer Lucier's shoulder. Ao Bing Lucier just glanced at them and didn't rush over rashly. Dragon Raja Lucier asked him, Big brother, aren't you coming over? Ao Bing Lucier shook his head. Let's wait for the newcomer. Although they were all Lucier, his personality was obviously much more lively than Demon Slayer Lucier's. Aobing Lucier was also different from the two of them, appearing more calm and steady. Even if it was the same person, different experiences would shape different personalities. Demon Slayer Lucier looked at everything before him with understanding, thinking to himself. Before long, Dragon Raja Lucier, having finished sharing memories, couldn't help but curse, "Holy shit! Self-created dragon breathing? Current dragon Hashira? Cut down Doma and saved Kane? And awakened dragon blood on the way? You kid are living quite a spectacular life." Not at all, can't compare to you." Demon Slayer Lucier saying this wasn't modesty, but rather he truly felt that Dragon Raja Lucier's life was far more spectacular than his own. A model student by day and a ruthless person with the #1 mission completion rate in the hunter market by night, this kind of plot sounded very satisfying, doesn't it? The two who had exchanged memories were clearly much closer. They immediately leaned together, discussing recent events, one sentence after another. Aobing Lucier stood to the side, occasionally interjecting to help the two analyze, and was immediately worshipped by the two younger brothers. After discussing for more than 10 minutes like this, a fourth voice finally came from the darkness. "Holy shit! Where the fuck did this put me? Is this still in the country?" A familiar voice, familiar swear words, made the three Luciers in the bonfire land feel exceptionally close. Finally, that fourth Lucier walking in the darkness walked into the bonfire land and appeared before everyone. And the first sentence this Lucier said after walking into the bonfire land was, "Holy shit, there's fire, let me have one first." Not only that, he looked up at the other three. "Brothers, want one together?" 16 Chapter 16 The Sixth Chapter of Happiness. Chapter 16, The Happy Lucier. #4 Lucier was a young man in his 20s, dressed in a well-fitting casual suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and looking quite like a refined beast. In reality, he really was a beast in human clothing. After sharing their memories, the other three Luciers all looked at him with subtle expressions. "So it's that kind of world?" "Yes, it is. Although I had expected that someone might have reincarnated into that kind of world, I didn't expect one to show up so soon." The three of them expressed their disdain for the world of #4 Lucier in unison. To this, #4 Lucier just shrugged and said nonchalantly, "It can't be helped. Since someone has to endure this suffering, I might as well be the one to do it." The three of them simultaneously turned into dead fish eyes, and Dragon Raja Lucier even rushed up and clamped #4 Lucier's head under his arm, pretending. "Stop pretending. What the hell kind of suffering in a Lifan world are you talking about? You're having the time of your life, aren't you? Even from another world, I can feel how much you're thriving. You really don't let a single woman off, you animal." The 20-something Lucier was being rubbed under the arm of the teenage Dragon Raja Lucier, but he didn't struggle, smiling and saying, "It can't be helped. Life is like being raped, since you can't resist, you might as well enjoy it." "That makes sense." Aobing Lucier nodded in agreement, his tone carrying a hint of relief. "If anything, to be reincarnated into such a world and manage to grow up safely to your 20s without any NTR plots happening around you, that can be considered lucky to some extent." Hearing Aobing Lucier say this, Dragon Raja Lucier reluctantly loosened his arm and let go of Lucier. Lucier stood up unhurriedly, reached out to adjust his glasses, and said casually, "Well, after all, I was an orphan from birth, I didn't have any childhood sweethearts, and I haven't liked any upperclassmen or underclassmen since starting school. All the women I've had were fleeting romances, so naturally, it's impossible to encounter any NTR plots." He said it lightly, but it sounded extremely dangerous in the ears of the other three Luciers. Dragon Raja Lucier was even considering whether to kowtow to Lucier right now, thanking him for not stuffing NTR memories into his brain. The atmosphere seemed a bit heavy, so Lucier immediately waved his hand and said, "All right, everything is okay now. My life is smooth sailing, I have a car and a house, and a stable job. My savings are enough for me to squander for decades, and now I've even unlocked my golden finger. The future is promising, all right?" "That's right, the future is promising." Dragon Raja Lushar reached out his hand. Lushar smiled and placed his hand on top. Aobing Lushar pressed down on the back of Lushar's hand, and finally, Demon Slayer Lushar capped it off. Oh! The four Lushars cheered each other on and ended this gathering. Island country, some unknown small town. Morning light passed through the gaps in the curtains, casting long, thin paths of light on the floor. The alarm clock in the room rang jingle, waking the man on the bed. Lushar opened his eyes, and the familiar ceiling came into view. Was it a dream? While the question popped up in his heart, power also began to surge. Lushar raised his hand, looked at the back of his hand covered in scales, and revealed a smile. It wasn't a dream. The golden finger existed, and he had indeed gained extraordinary power from the other versions of himself, but was this power a bit too much? Lushar frowned slightly, constantly circulating the magic power in his body, increasing the output of his dragon blood, and even directly transforming into his true dragon form, all without the slightest hindrance. Wasn't it said that world rules would restrict incompatible extraordinary powers? Even the version of himself in the Demon Slayer world could only be in a state of semi-awakening. So what was going on with himself? Did his world lack world rules? Or was the power system of this world just this high? Lushar scratched his hair, a bit confused. A Lushar world, where would such high supernatural power come from? Wait. Lushar seemed to have thought of something, his expression turning strange. Speaking of which, the Lushar world doesn't necessarily only refer to those simple Lushar stories of you love me, I love you cuck me, I cuck you. There are clearly many fan stories involving hypnosis, control, presence erasure, rule-based items, gods, and demons descending. If all of these are counted. Lushar slapped his forehead, a miscalculation. If it were really as he guessed, then the waters of this world were too deep. Just being a dragon with the cultivation of a heavenly immortal might not necessarily be able to handle it. It seemed he had to find a way to probe the bottom of this world. But before that, he was going to be late for work. He was a high school teacher, and after the performance review at the end of last semester, he was promoted to a homeroom teacher. Today was the first day of school, and it was also his first official day on the job as a homeroom teacher. The class he was in charge of seemed to be this year's freshmen. Lushar looked up at the time. 8 o'clock in the morning. In normal circumstances, he should be late, but fortunately, he was no longer a normal person. He put on his clothes slowly, took the sandwich he had prepared the night before out of the refrigerator, threw it into the microwave to heat, and had time to make a cup of coffee in between. After handling everything in a dozen minutes and checking the things he needed for work, Lushar finally went out leisurely. No, to be precise, he went out through the window. That's right, Lushar didn't use the door at all, he went straight through the window and took off after casting a concealment spell on himself. Walking would certainly make him late, but flying wouldn't. The 0 to 100 acceleration didn't even take 0.1 seconds. In the blink of an eye, Lushar arrived at the school, found a secluded place to land, tidied his hair, and headed to the office. Morning. Lushar walked into the office. Good morning, Lukuan. Morning, Lukuan. Lukuan is very punctual today too. The teachers in the office greeted him enthusiastically, although most of those talking to Lushar were young and beautiful female teachers. This was normal. After all, looking at the whole office, apart from Lushar, the male teachers were one more foolish and burly than the next, some even sporting beer bellies, looking like standard male protagonists of doujinshi. In comparison, Lushar's looks were not on the same dimension as theirs, he was more like the male protagonist of a female-oriented doujinshi. Actually, sometimes Lushar didn't understand why male-oriented doujinshi would have viewers as long as the female lead was good-looking, even if the male lead was shaped to be extremely disgusting, but female-oriented doujinshi required both the male and female leads to be beautiful, otherwise there would be no sales. Later, he understood that it was because the concepts were different. The male concept lies in pulling the high and mighty goddess down to the mortal world to desecrate her, so the uglier and more evil the male lead is, the more it can stimulate the viewer's desire. For men, immersion is secondary, and sensory stimulation is primary. And it's not necessarily that there's no immersion. Generally speaking, men can accept their ordinariness to a large extent. On the women's side, very few people identify with their own ordinariness, so what they crave is for a beautiful male lead and a beautiful female lead to come together, which will create immersion for them, thereby unfolding fantasies. This is what is commonly known as dream girls. To tell the truth, Lucia also has dream girls. Although the other party thinks she is hiding it well, some details have never escaped Lucia's observation. Of course, that's just it. Lucia has no possessiveness towards the so-called dream girls, and even pretends not to know of their existence. He knows deeply that in this chaotic world, caring is the most useless emotion. Time quickly reached 8:30. There were not many people in the office, and Lucia also left the office and headed to the classroom. On the first day of school, a class meeting had to be held before class, and Lucia, as the homeroom teacher, naturally had to be there. Year 1, Class B, with both a 1 and a B, it sounded like a very promiscuous class. Lucia pushed the door open with a blank face, and the noisy classroom instantly quieted down because of his arrival. Everyone, return to your seats and sit down. Do not whisper. Lucia walked up to the podium and wrote his name on the blackboard. Hello, everyone. My name is Lucia. Lu is the surname, and Shur is the given name. From today on, I will be your homeroom teacher. The students below were still buzzing. This is our homeroom teacher? So handsome. A 2-character name, is he from the Dragon Kingdom? His speaking voice is also nice. He looks very gentle. Quiet. Lucia clapped his hands and took out a list. Now I will take attendance. When I call your name, stand up and introduce yourself so everyone can get to know each other. Yes. After receiving the response, Lucia nodded, looked down at the list in his hand, and his eyes couldn't help but twitch. Honestly, no matter how many times he looked at it, he felt that this list was extremely heaven-defying. Every single name on it was thunderous. Aki. Eri. Here. The girl with golden twin tails stood up and began to introduce herself. The classmates all listened carefully, but Lucia didn't listen to what she said at all. After all, to him, this person was a figure he was too familiar with. The dignified heroine of Oni, a classic that will be passed down through generations. Anyone who has seen it basically can't forget it. Next. Yoshida Saki. Here. A somewhat weak voice sounded. The person who stood up was a soil girl wearing thick glasses and braided hair. This one was even more heavyweight. The anti-drug ambassador of the Li Fan world, the counterattack fighter of this world. Reading it can make a man experience the feeling of going from soft to hard, then from hard to soft, and finally completely EOM. It is a unique anomaly in the entire doujinshi world. Next. Magi. Natsuki? Here. The person who stood up was a short-haired girl who looked quite youthful. Lucia only felt it was somewhat absurd. The two before were fine, after all, one was a Li Fan classic, and the other a legend of the doujinshi world, so it was not strange to be assigned to this world. How did you, a racing anime heroine, get mixed into this world? Could it be because you are good at compensated dating, so the world rules judged you as a Li Fan character too? You are a goddess of aid, right? Lucia's mouth twitched, and he looked at the next one. Ajiwara. Sayu? Here. This time, the one responding was a medium long-haired good girl. Good, good, good. A goddess of aid came before, and now another goddess of war? Lucia really wanted to complain, but he thought about it and decided to forget it. Even Natsuki was assigned to this world, so in comparison, Ajiwara Sayu was not that surprising. Although she was not a Li Fan heroine, she was someone who could sleep all the way from Hokkaido to Tokyo. Her record was more legendary than the average Li Fan heroine. The next two names. Shirakawa Uei, Tendo Tsukasa. Good, good, good. The three great gods of Hokkaido are gathered in this class. In fact, Lucia couldn't understand it either. Clearly, they had the character design of a pure love heroine, but in reality, they were bona fide bitches. What is this? I am physically dirty but my heart is pure? What is the difference between this and the courtesans in the flower houses of ancient times who raised their value by claiming to sell art but not their bodies? And to be honest, although Lucier himself had no obsession with virginity, he always felt that a girl who couldn't treat herself well had no qualification to be treated well, unless it was like Yoshida Saki, who was tricked into the abyss, which was still excusable. Forget about the three of them, next. Shina Chizuru. Here. The person who stood up was a purple-haired girl, petite, but her deviation value was the highest in the class, a proper honor student. Very good, the Bible of the New Era, produced by Lei Huijian, a classic that can rival Oni, a masterpiece that broke out in an era where anime is gradually becoming homogenized in the most eye-catching way, the heroine of Chizuru-chan's opening. Diary. Lucier breathed a sigh of relief inadvertently. Finally, a legitimately fan heroine had arrived, otherwise, Lucier would have suspected that the world he reincarnated into was not Lee fan but an ethics anime. After calling the roll, Lucier's expression was strange. He felt that he was a gentleman in his previous life, so why had he heard of more than half of the girls in this class? Coincidence, this must be a coincidence. He flipped through the list and asked, does anyone know classmate Marizaru Shinichiro? Do you know why he didn't come to school? No one answered. Lucier frowned, and before he could speak, the classroom door was pushed open with a clatter, and a short, fat boy walked in swaggeringly. Classmate Marizaru Shinichiro, right? Lucier looked at the boy. The boy nodded, it's me. Why are you late on the first day of school? I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. No reason, I just overslept. Marizaru Shinichiro walked into the classroom, stood by the podium, and looked at Lucier arrogantly. What, teacher, are you going to punish me? Looking at his reliant appearance, Lucier raised his eyebrows. Shouldn't you be punished? I don't think so. Marizaru Shinichiro revealed an ugly smile, then suddenly pulled out his right hand from his school bag. He was holding a mobile phone, and a strange pink light was flashing on the phone screen. Look here. Lucier subconsciously looked at Marizaru Shinichiro's phone screen, and then he felt his spirit touched. The giant dragon sleeping deep in his soul suddenly woke up and let out a roar, making Lucier subconsciously frown, a flash of gold appearing in the depths of his eyes. Seeing Lucier frown, Marizaru Shinichiro thought his hypnosis had succeeded, and laughed. I don't think I should be punished, teacher, what do you think? You're right. Lucier's mouth curled up, and he said with a smile. But before Marizaru Shinichiro could be proud, he heard Lucier's next words. It's my mistake. A light punishment won't make you repent. Your phone is confiscated. Remember to call your parents to school tomorrow. What? Marizaru Shinichiro's pupils shook violently. Before he could react, Lucier snatched the phone from his hand with a speed far exceeding that of a normal human. Now, go stand outside as punishment. Marizaru Shinichiro was kicked out of the classroom in low spirits. The students in the classroom whispered to each other, some admiring Marizaru Shinichiro's courage to resist, and others strongly condemning Marizaru Shinichiro's act of offending his superiors. Lucier turned a deaf ear and looked at Marizaru Shinichiro's phone that he had thrown aside again. The pink desktop was still shining with an inexplicable light. Hypnosis app. I didn't expect to encounter this kind of mess on the first day of school. Lucier felt tired for no reason. Thinking of his problem girls who made up half the class, Lucier instantly wanted to lie flat and ignore it. But he only thought about it. After all, he was not an irresponsible person. Coming to this world, he was destined to be unable to be a pure love warrior. Since that was the case, he might as well take it all. Sigh, what a troublesome thing. I really am a gentleman. Fortunately, the other three Luciers were not present, otherwise, just by this statement, those three guys couldn't let him go. Chapter 17, The Legend of Shirlan High School. In the world of Dragon Clan, at Shirlan High School. The breeze of early summer carried a hint of heat, passing through the classroom. In the twilight, the setting sun painted the horizon a deep crimson. Lucier opened his eyes, rubbed them, and climbed up from his desk. His deskmate, Lu Mingfei, saw this and immediately began to pack his things. Having been desk mates with Lucier for nearly 2 years, Lu Mingfei was well acquainted with the habits of the big shot beside him. Usually, when Lucier woke up, it was almost time for school to end. Sure enough, 5 seconds later, the school bell rang right on time. The teacher at the podium tossed the chalk onto the desk, threw out a wheel cover the rest next time, and left the classroom with a flourish. Teachers at Shirlan High School never dragged out class, nor did they engage in internal competition, because the students here were far more competitive than the teachers. Many students at Shirlan High School came from influential backgrounds. No one wanted to lose face in front of their peers, so everyone secretly hired private tutors and signed up for prep classes. The teachers at Shirlan High School didn't need to worry about it at all. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, in Class 6 of Grade 10, now Class 6 of Grade 11, there were 2 mavericks. One was Lu Mingfei. This guy was like a little lamb that had fallen into a pack of wolves. He didn't fight or compete on a daily basis. To put it nicely, he had a gentle personality. To put it bluntly, he was a coward. Plus, it was said that his family didn't have much of a background. It was purely because his parents earned a lot of money abroad, and combined with Lu Mingfei's own decent grades, he was able to attend Shirlan High School. However, after 2 long years of internal competition, this guy had gradually fallen behind, his grades becoming the worst in the class, and no one took him seriously. Compared to Lu Mingfei, the other exception was the true archenemy in everyone's hearts. Lucier. That guy, who was currently yawning and swaying, looking completely harmless, was actually the real big boss of the class. It was said that this guy was admitted to Shirlan High School with the top 3 scores in the city. However, in the first monthly exam after school started, he handed in a blank paper and was called to the office by the homeroom teacher and the grade director for a lecture. Afterward, it was said that the school administration mobilized all the teachers to prepare a separate exam for him. The content of the exam covered all knowledge points from grade 10 to grade 12, and even included some highly specialized Olympiad problems. The final result was that Lucier handed in a perfect answer sheet, scoring full marks on everything except the essay. From then on, Lucier became an exception for the entire Shirlan High School. He could skip school, skip classes, and not do homework. The only condition was that he had to participate in the unified joint examination at the end of each semester, which ranked students across the city. Not long after this rule came out, many students who didn't know the truth dug it up. These students unanimously believed that Lucier had pulled strings to get this kind of special treatment, so they expressed their opposition to the school administration. Faced with the questioning, the school's solution was to hold a large-scale test for all students. The test paper was the same one the teachers had prepared for Lucier. Before the exam, the teachers announced in advance that the standard for grade 10 students was a passing grade, for grade 11 students it was a good grade, and for grade 12 students it was an excellent grade. As long as they could meet the standard, they could enjoy the same treatment as Lucier for the entire next school year. With such a generous reward, the students were naturally extremely excited, and so this special test was successfully carried out. The result was that 80% of the students were driven to a breakdown by the test, and 99% of the students failed to meet the standard. The only exception was Chu Zihong from Class 1 of Grade 11. He was just a tiny bit away from a perfect score, and it could be said that he was already standing at the peak of Shirlan High School. But compared to Lucier, it still wasn't enough. And he was 1 grade ahead of Lucier. Shirlan High School was a standard meritocracy. As long as you studied well, other problems were not problems. Therefore, Lucier and Chu Zihong leapt to become the privileged class among the students, and Lucier's name was mentioned alongside Chu Zihong's, becoming the dual divine beings of Shirlan High School. Actually, many teachers also had questions about Lucier's privileges. They felt that with Lucier's ability, even if he skipped grades to enter university, many prestigious schools would actively recruit him. There was no need for Lucier to waste time at Shirlan High School. Once in university, the privileges Lucier wanted would just be the most basic treatment. Regarding this idea, Lucier's answer was, high school life is an important part of youth. If I run off to university now, wouldn't I be compressing my own youth? No, I won't go. It was a ridiculous reason, but Lucier was speaking the truth. In his previous life, he was a very standard good student, burying his head in his studies throughout high school because he was an orphan. If he couldn't get good grades, he wouldn't be able to get into a good university, get a scholarship, or change his fate. Holding this thought, the Lucier of his previous life worked desperately hard during his high school years, eventually getting into a key university with excellent grades and receiving a full scholarship. In this life, he didn't need to work so hard, he could finally enjoy life properly. He couldn't let the youth he had worked so hard to regain be ruined just like that. The school administration thought it was ridiculous, so be it. Anyway, they couldn't do anything about Lucier, so they could only attribute Lucier's behavior to the capriciousness of a genius. So from then on, Sherlawn High School had an eccentric student who arrived on time, left on time, slept as soon as he arrived, and left as soon as he woke up. Even more eccentric was that this divine being Lou, who could be called a legend of Sherlawn and a favored son of heaven, only had an average relationship with everyone, but had the best relationships with two people. One was the fellow Sherlawn legend, the divine being Chu. Although these two were a grade apart, they were geniuses of the same level and had many common topics, so it was only natural for them to become good friends. There was nothing strange about it. What was strange was divine being Lu's other friend. His deskmate, Lu Mingfei, the trash who couldn't do anything right, ate everything in sight, was lazy, couldn't tell his grains apart, had the worst grades, and liked to talk rubbish. To some extent, Lu Mingfei could also be considered a legend. The word legend in this sentence was derogatory. After all, in Sherlawn High School, there wasn't a second person who could end up in such a pathetic state as him. This guy was simply at the opposite extreme from God Lu and God Chu. Others called him Trash Lu both to his face and behind his back. But for some reason, divine being Lu was willing to hang out with Trash Lu, and they had a pretty good relationship. Trash Lu never felt pressured to walk with divine being Lu just because he was a legend of Sherlawn High School, and divine being Lu didn't care that Trash Lu couldn't do anything besides play video games. Their relationship was even closer than that of brothers, and people often saw them walking to and from school with their arms around each other's shoulders. Lucier would also often take Lu Mingfei to find Chu Zihong to play basketball. If someone was lucky, they could run into these three on the basketball court after school. Someone took a photo of the three playing basketball and posted it on the Sherlawn High School forum. Later, this scene was called Two Gods Leading One Dog. The relationship between these three was somewhat ambiguous, so much so that after a period of time, in addition to the God Chu support group and the God Lu support group, a Chu Lu CP group and a Double Deer CP group emerged on campus. Later on, someone leaked the fact that Chu Zihong was now in a reconstituted family and stated that according to his surname, Chu Zihong should be called Lu Zihong. Thus, the Fujoshis of Sherlawn High School united to form the Sanlu Front. The bystanders affectionately called it the Milk Powder Front. The members of the Milk Powder Front were a mixed bag. Not only were there students and teachers, but even a few parents had mixed in. The most important thing for these people every day was to take photos of the trio, openly or secretly, share them, and then discuss on the forum who was a pair and who was the third wheel. Moreover, because the activities of the Milk Powder Front were very covert, the trio still didn't know of their existence to this day. No, not knowing about the existence of the Milk Powder Front might be a good thing for the trio, otherwise, it would be really hard to imagine what kind of mood they would be in if they saw fan works based on themselves. Ah, that was a great sleep. Lucier stood up, stretched, patted Lu Mingfei on the shoulder, and called out, "Let's go." "Alrighty." The lackey Lu Mingfei immediately followed. "Boss, are you going to play StarCraft with me today?" "Not playing." "Then what are you playing?" "The usual." "Still playing Audition?" "Not to lecture you, but with your hand speed, your awareness, and your reaction time, why play any game other than that? Why do you have to insist on sticking with Audition?" Heh, what I'm dancing isn't a dance, it's loneliness. The two talked back and forth, their figures disappearing outside the classroom door. All the students watched them, but no one dared to go up and disturb them. The literary girl Chen Wenwen released her tightly bitten lip and let out a soft sigh. The little goddess Su Xiaoqiang buried her head in her book, annoyed at why she always backed down at critical moments. Zhao Menghua, who had long since ceased to be the class monitor, stared at Lu Shi with envy, jealousy, and hatred, and then stared at Lu Mingfei with even more envious, jealous, and hateful eyes. The diverse states of all living beings, each showing their own form, were truly profound and marvelous, leaving one in awe. But Lu Shi didn't care. He just wanted to hurry to the internet cafe and play a couple of rounds of audition. The two rode their bicycles, swaying as they arrived at a nearby internet cafe. They were already regulars here. As soon as they entered, the owner skillfully handed them a bottle of Happy Water and a bottle of Nutri Express. I looked at the time and figured you two should be arriving soon. Thanks, boss, the usual. Got it, a private room. The boss smiled like a chrysanthemum. Honestly, no one ever books a private room in my crappy internet cafe. If it weren't for you, the few private rooms I partitioned off would just be for show. I just don't like being crowded together with people I don't know. Lu Shi shrugged his shoulders and called out to Lu Mingfei, who was picking out instant noodles on the side, "Don't pick any more, we'll just order later and have the boss make them and bring them over." That makes sense. The boss wasn't annoyed at all. On the contrary, he said with a chuckle, "You two are the VIP guests of my shop, so I have to serve you both well." "Alright boss, go get busy." After saying this, Lu Shi turned and walked into room 1. Lu Mingfei followed closely behind. A private room had 6 computers. At that time, there was no such thing as a 5-person setup in internet cafes. The reason it was a 6-person room was that at that time, a dormitory usually had 6 students, and they often came in groups of 6. The layout inside the private room was a bit compact, with computers arranged in a 3 left, 3 right configuration. Lu Shi sat directly on the left and casually turned on 2 computers. So Lu Mingfei sat on the right, in the position behind Lu Shi, and also turned on 2 computers. Now, some might ask here, they were clearly just 2 people, why did they need to use 4 computers? Don't worry, the answer will be revealed immediately. Just then, the 2 computers on Lu Shi's side finished booting up, beating 99.8% of users nationwide. Lu Shi casually clicked away the annoying manager software, and then used the 2 computers to log into 2 different websites. One computer entered audition normally, with the familiar non-mainstream characters and light pollution graphics, instantly making one feel like they were back in the past. Meanwhile, an access request popped up on the website of the other computer. The device you are currently using is different from the one used when you last logged into this website. If you need to continue logging in, please enter your electronic key. Lu Shi's fingers landed on the keyboard, and without even looking, he entered a long string of passwords. The originally locked interface opened in an instant, and the website popped up a welcome login prompt. Welcome back, Hunter 60. Detected that you currently have a task that has not been submitted. Do you want to submit it immediately? Yes/no. Lu Shi moved the mouse and clicked yes. The next second, Lu Shi's phone received a bank deposit notification, the amount being $200,000. Lu Shi didn't look at his phone, continuing to operate the mouse to click on the web page. After the message notification blocking the screen disappeared, the main interface of the website was finally revealed. The interface was filled with colorful colors, all of which were stickers of Killua and Gon. This website looked like a fan site for Yoshihiro Togashi's Hunter x Hunter, but in fact, it was the Chinese site for the Bounty Hunter organization. Anyone who consciously logged into this website was hunting for high bounties. Employers from all over the world would upload tasks to recruit capable bounty hunters. The website had a specialized evaluation agency. After determining the task rank, all members would know the difficulty and reward, as well as a vague task description and requirements for abilities. Those who were confident they could take the task could reply to the internal email with their resume. This process was called submitting a post, and the employer would choose from the hunters who've submitted a post. Most tasks were shady, but most hadn't reached the point of blatant killing. Higher difficulty tasks often looked quite strange, such as stealing a Hetian jade bead from the mouth of the tomb owner in a tomb from the Republic of China era, with a task rank of A and a reward of $250,000. That was the first high-rank task Lucia received, and he only collected a reward of $100,000. He reached an agreement with the employer for the other $150,000 to be exchanged for technology related to hybrids and alchemy. The two agreed on an anonymous email address, and the employer would store the relevant information in the mailbox, but he eventually broke the contract and didn't store the items, forcing Lucia to make a trip to Europe himself and find the things that should have belonged to him in the castle of an old aristocrat. By the way, that old aristocrat, who didn't have high blood purity but claimed to be noble, would still wet his pants when a knife was held to his throat. It seemed dragon blood couldn't cure incontinence. On the other side, Looming Phase 2 computers also finished booting up. One was opened as usual to his most played StarCraft, while the other was opened with practiced familiarity to a code editor. 18 Chapter 18, The Road God. Chapter 18, Lu the Divine Being. How is the IP address you were cracking for me coming along? Lucia asked casually. Looming Fei's eyes were glued to the screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard. While controlling his base to deploy troops, he typed 2 lines of code into the program editor and replied, "Almost there. That guy hasn't been online lately, so I haven't had a chance to catch his trail. It's fine, no rush." Lucia's fingers hitting the spacebar were so fast they left after images. Under his control, the character on the screen moved, landing a streak of continuous perfects. Once you manage to crack the IP of that account, you won't be far from hacking into the Pentagon's firewall. The hand on his keyboard froze. Looming Fei whipped his head around to look at Lucia. "Boss, the account you gave me, it isn't some CIA agents, is it?" "No, you're overthinking it. It's not the CIA." Lucia cracked open a happy water and took a big gulp. That's good, that's good." Looming Fei patted his chest. But before he could even catch his breath, Lucia continued, "It's the FBI." "Is there any difference between the two?" The expression on Looming Fei's face froze. After a long while, he managed a bitter smile. "Boss, you're really setting me up. Last month you had me hack into the New York Police Department's internal database, and this month you're having me crack an FBI agent's IP address. You're pushing me into a pit of fire." Lucia's expression remained unchanged as he held up one finger. "Looming Fei, no way. It has to be $2,000. Deal." Looming Fei beamed, happily getting back to work. Lucia said earnestly, "Ming Fei, it's not that I want to lecture you, but when I painstakingly persuaded you to take this path, it wasn't so you could fixate on these petty gains. You need to set your sights further." "Further?" Looming Fei tilted his head. "How much further?" "For example, the mastermind behind the Hunter website, the truth about the world, and so on. You watch me accept missions on the site every day. Don't you feel even the slightest bit of curiosity?" "Not curious." Looming Fei answered decisively, his tone firm. This actually stumped Lucia. "You're not curious?" Looming Fei shrugged. "Boss, you taught me not to have too much curiosity. The more you know, the faster you die." Lucia. Fine, fine. I teach you so many things, and this is the only thing you remember, right?" Lucia didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and gave up on continuing the topic. The two continued with their own business, occasionally exchanging no more than 3 sentences, but even with the silence, neither felt awkward. Instead, the atmosphere was harmonious and comfortable. Lucia finished a game and turned to look at Looming Fei, who was diligently typing code, reflecting on the changes in him over the past year. In these nearly 2 years, it wasn't just Lucia who had grown, Looming Fei's growth was also quite significant. It's just that the side he had grown into wasn't suitable for public display, so people still thought he was the same old trash Lu. But in reality, Lu Mingfei had long ceased to be trash. 2 years ago, Lucier entered the Hunter website through Lao Tang. After executing a few missions, he profoundly understood the importance of intelligence. Thus, under his repeated encouragement, Lu Mingfei went to the Tianya forum, found a teacher, and began learning hacker techniques. It was unclear whether Lu Mingfei was naturally talented or if there were commonalities between hacker programming logic and strategy games, but in these nearly 2 years of study, Lu Mingfei's hacking skills had skyrocketed. While not invincible, they could certainly be considered peak level. Even the master on the Tianya forum who mentored Lu Mingfei admitted that he had nothing left to teach him. Thus, Lu Mingfei became Lucier's exclusive logistics personnel, responsible for gathering all relevant information before every mission Lucier executed, formulating action plans with him, and occasionally remotely directing Lucier's actions via satellite communication. What? You ask where the satellite communication came from? That's a funny question. If we don't have a satellite, can't we just hack one? There are plenty of satellites in the sky. Some have tight security, while others have none at all. Lu Mingfei specialized in picking the soft persimmons. Hacking these things didn't take much effort at all. Thus, the Wallbreaker team was officially established. Lu Mingfei was responsible for cracking network firewalls, while Lucier was responsible for breaking through walls in reality. The two combined their strengths, achieving a mission success rate of nearly 100%, making them the most successful duo among all hunters on the entire site. Incidentally, Lucier's ability to precisely locate defaulting employers and show up at their door to collect payment was also thanks to Lu Mingfei's help. Although the methods he used could be considered illegal debt collection, well, who cares? Lucier certainly didn't. He only cared about whether the things that were rightfully his ended up in his hands. Lu Mingfei didn't care either. As long as Lucier gave him a tip, he was willing to do anything. At first, he wouldn't have dared, but after one time when Lucier bribed him to hack into the Wall Street stock market, Lu Mingfei got a taste of the benefits and his courage slowly grew. And the current Lu Mingfei, as long as he was paid, would dare to provoke even FBI and CIA agents. This level of transformation had already made Lu Mingfei a completely different person from the original Trash Lu. "Boss, why are you looking at me?" Noticing Lucier's gaze, Lu Mingfei turned back and asked. "Nothing." Lucier shook his head and got to business. "Lao Tang left me a message saying there's an A-rank mission posted on the site, and he wants to do it with us." A-rank? Lu Mingfei was stunned for a moment. Isn't his hunter rank only C? How did he get an A-rank mission? He's C-rank, but I'm A-rank. Lucier spread his hands. Lu Mingfei understood. Although Lao Tang was only C-rank, Lucier was a solid A-rank, and the A-rank with the highest mission success rate on the entire site. Therefore, there were very few missions Lucier couldn't accept. All Lucier had to do was include Lao Tang's file when submitting the application, and Lao Tang could logically tag along for a share of the reward. Generally speaking, a normal A-rank hunter wouldn't agree to such a request, but Lucier was different. Lao Tang knew he was incredibly strong and didn't lack money. Going on a mission was as easy for him as a vacation. Furthermore, Lucier was introduced to the site by Lao Tang, and with Lu Mingfei as the intermediary, they knew each other well and there was no backstabbing or scheming, which was why Lao Tang dared to ask to hitch a ride. "What do you think?" Lucier asked. "What do I think?" Lu Mingfei scratched his hair. "You should decide on these things. You're the one executing the mission in the end, and I'm only responsible for logistics." "That's not what I mean." Lucier interrupted Lu Mingfei, pulled out his phone to bring up the calendar, and held it up in front of Lu Mingfei. "The mission is in half a month, on this day." Lucier's finger landed on a day on the calendar, and Lu Mingfei followed where he was pointing. "July 7th. "Oh, right, it would be summer vacation by then." Shirlan High School's summer vacation started a few days later than normal schools, usually not ending until July 4th, so July 7th would be shortly after summer vacation began. "So, do you want to come along? Go on a mission together." Lu Mingfei narrowed his eyes. I refuse. He still remembered the winter break half a year ago. Back then, Lucier asked him to go on a mission. To prevent any special circumstances, he had asked Lucier in advance to make sure the mission destination wasn't some godforsaken wilderness. At the time, Lucier patted his chest and guaranteed that although it was a mission, the destination would be absolutely lively and would let Lu Mingfei have a blast. So Lu Mingfei packed his bags and went along. And the result? The mission location was indeed very lively, because it was in Syria. From morning to night, the gunfights never stopped. Lu Mingfei spent nearly a week playing battlefield survival simulation with Lucier. He couldn't eat well or sleep well, and he ended up with neurasthenia. It took him a long time to recover after returning to the country. This time, he absolutely wouldn't fall for Lucier's trick again. No matter what Lucier said, he only had 2 words: not going. Not going. That's a pity. Lucier smacked his lips, implying something. I heard the mission location this time is in Tokyo. I originally planned to take someone to his dream destination, Akihabara, but now it seems, sigh, forget it, I guess I'll just have to go by myself. I'll go. Lu Mingfei instantly grabbed Lucier's shoulder, his eyes as determined as if he were joining the party, and repeated, I'll go. Lucier curled his lips, revealing a planned success smile. Otakus are so easy to trick. New York, Brooklyn. A man with curly hair pushed open the door and walked into the room. He carried a bag of KFC takeout in his hand, leftovers he brought back from his part-time job to use as dinner. On days without missions, he couldn't earn much money, so Lao Tang would go to a nearby fast food restaurant to work, which allowed him to earn money and fill his stomach. He opened the KFC paper bag and pulled out a burger. No, using the word burger to describe this thing was an insult to the food itself. This thing could at most be considered a bread bun with lettuce salad inside. Lao Tang took a bite, then sat in front of the computer, opened the Hunter website, and logged into his account. As soon as he entered the homepage, a notification popped up. Lao Tang clicked on the private chat interface and saw the 2 new messages. The top one was sent by Lao Tang himself. Lao Tang, are you there? There's an A-rank mission on the plaza, I think it's quite suitable. Can you take me with you? Below were 2 replies. 60, okay, send me your resume. 60, Mingfei will also go along. Seeing Lucier's reply, Lao Tang clenched his fist and swung it in the air in front of him. Yes. He casually tossed the KFC paper bag into the trash can, found his resume in a folder on the computer desktop and sent it to Lucier, and finally took out his phone to order a delivery. 60, received. 60, I've looked at the mission. The difficulty isn't high, and there shouldn't be any big problems. We should be able to take it. 60, see you in Tokyo. Lao Tang, see you in Tokyo. Even after turning off the computer, Lao Tang was still in a state of extreme excitement. After all, that was an A-rank mission. The reward from 100 C-rank missions he usually did couldn't compare to a single A-rank mission. Although the reward for this mission had to be split among 3 people, for the financially strapped Lao Tang, it was still a considerable sum of money. In his excitement, Lao Tang launched StarCraft, ready to play a couple of games to celebrate. As soon as he logged on, he found that Mingfei was also online and currently in an idle state. Lao Tang, hey, brother, want to play around? Mingfei, no problem. The 2 entered the voice channel and started the game. I heard you're going to follow along on the mission this time too. Lao Tang asked casually. Lu Mingfei gave a hum. Boss said the mission location is in Tokyo, and you know, I've always wanted to go to Akihabara. I remember, the Asahina Mikura life-sized pillow. Lao Tang smiled and said, I really don't know why you like these things. If it were me, I would definitely go to Kabukicho to have some fun. Lu Mingfei rolled his eyes. Lao Tang naturally couldn't see it, but he could hear the disdain in Lu Mingfei's voice. Lowlife. Lao Tang retorted, you're not a lowlife, you're noble. If you're so noble, don't buy a life-sized pillow. What do you know? This is what I call a pursuit. Oh ho ho, this is what I call a pursuit. Lao Tang was being sarcastic, which made Lu Mingfei so angry that he had black lines all over his head. He directly muted Lao Tang's microphone over the internet. Lao Tang. F*CKU, so you're playing that card, huh? Lu Mingfei's move really pissed Lao Tang off. A full-force Lao Tang was completely on par with Lu Mingfei, who was multitasking and going easy. For a while, the two went back and forth, fighting fiercely. Lu Shi was playing audition on the side when he suddenly heard Lu Mingfei calling him. Boss. Huh? About going to Tokyo, I have to tell my aunt and uncle first. Whatever you want. As for Lu Mingfei's family affairs, Lu Shi couldn't be bothered to get involved. Actually, he had hinted to Lu Mingfei before that since he was making money, he could completely move out and live on his own, but Lu Mingfei refused with the reason that they are family after all. From then on, Lu Shi stopped caring about Lu Mingfei's family matters. He only occasionally heard some gossip that Lu Mingfei still didn't have much of a say at home as usual, but he was no longer being bullied. His aunt didn't dare to loudly order him around anymore. Lu Mingfei bought a computer with his own money, had his own little space, and was able to do things he wanted to do. Actually, given Lu Mingfei's family situation, once his aunt was dealt with, everything else would be easy to handle. After all, Lu Mingfei's uncle was on his side, and his little cousin Lu Mingze only acted with hostility toward Lu Mingfei because he was often around his aunt and was influenced by her. The source of everything was his aunt, so as long as Lu Mingfei found a way to handle his aunt, the rest of the problems would be solved. As for what method Lu Mingfei used, Lu Shi didn't know and didn't want to know. For him, there was no such thing as black or white. As long as the method worked, he didn't care if it was black or white. Lu Shi threw the situation of Lu Mingfei's family to the back of his mind, and then integrated his, Lu Mingfei's, and Lao Tang's resumes into a folder. Oh, right. Lu Shi suddenly remembered. It's rare that we're all going out to play together, should we ask old Chu to join? Senior brother. Lu Mingfei glanced at the time. He should be arriving soon, right? Why don't you ask him later? Sure. Lu Shi had just nodded when the door to the private room was pushed open. The boss stood at the door, bowing and scraping. Young Master Chu, this is the room. Along with the boss's voice, an expressionless teenager appeared at the door. It was the protagonist of their discussion just now, Chu Zihong. Lu Shi grinned. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Chapter 19, Identity Exposed. Did you guys talk about me? Chu Zihong placed his school bag on the seat beside Lu Mingfei, then sat down next to Lu Shi, and casually turned on 2 computers. That's right, he needed to use 2 as well. The 6 computers in the private booth were just enough for the 3 of them. Yeah, there's a mission. It's during the first few days of summer vacation, and I was thinking of asking if you wanted to join. Lu Shi tilted his computer screen to show Chu Zihong the mission details. Tokyo? Chu Zihong nodded. I have to tell my mom first. Very well, he's a mama's boy. However, Lu Shi wasn't surprised. He and Lu Mingfei had known Chu Zihong for 2 years, and Chu Zihong had always been like this. Calling him a mama's boy didn't mean he was the type who only listened to his mother, rather, he was the type who had his own opinions but treated his mother like a treasure. Lu Shi actually quite admired this about Chu Zihong. After all, even having lived 2 lifetimes, he only treated his parents as family. Treating someone like a treasure. Perhaps only his younger sister, Lu Ling, received such treatment. Chu Zihong's mother, Su Xiaoyan, had a fairly democratic personality, and Chu Zihong's requests were basically never refused, so barring any accidents, he would likely not miss this trip to Tokyo. Lu Shi smacked his lips, dropped the resume of the Hunter Murasame into the folder as well, compressed it, and submitted it to the guy in the plaza who had issued the A-rank mission recruitment order. This user's nickname was Greenland Shadow, and their avatar was a photograph of an iceberg. Lu Shi always felt this guy looked a bit familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him. In the end, he could only attribute it to the fact that there were too few users on the Hunter website, and perhaps he had accidentally caught a glimpse of this ID while looking for missions in the plaza before. After submitting the resume, Lucia logged out of the Hunter website. Across the Pacific Ocean and the North American continent, in the United States, Illinois, the mountaintop campus of the Castle College headquarters, inside the central control room. 3 heavyweight figures sat around a table. Sitting on the far left was a silver-haired, old man? No, if you didn't look at his hair, but just judged by his upright figure, he was perhaps closer to a strong, middle-aged man. His face didn't even have many wrinkles. Outsiders could never tell this old man was over 100 years old. He was the principal of Castle College, Hilbert Jean Angers, who was already over 100 years old, 130 to be exact. He was a mischievous old man with a robust body, a hearty appetite, and a penchant for smoking, drinking, racing, and chasing women. "Schneider, why did you suddenly call us 2 old guys here today? I remember having handed over full responsibility of the operations department to you, right?" Principal Auger's tone carried a hint of teasing. "Could it be that there's something you can't handle, and you finally thought of asking an old man like me for help?" Before Professor Schneider, sitting in his wheelchair, could speak, another person curled his lip. "Give it a rest. Don't you know how many times better the people under Schneider are than the bunch of brutes you led back in the day? Do you expect him to ask for your help? The most he'd do is borrow your title as the strongest dragon slayer. Borrowing the title is fine too, it's a golden signboard, after all." Principal Angers didn't care about the man's sarcastic remarks and chuckled. "More than 80% of the students in our college came here just for my reputation." Although it was a bit of an exaggeration, what Principal Angers said was the truth. If you thought about it carefully, throughout the European hybrids, with new nobility, old nobility, churches, and societies everywhere, where couldn't you learn to slay a dragon? Yet, many hybrids chose Castle specifically for Principal Auger's golden signboard. The man dressed like a cowboy grunted twice and said nothing more. Schneider, caught in the middle, looked left and right. Determining that these 2 grandmasters had no intention of continuing their bickering, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't spoken earlier not because he didn't want to break up the fight, but because he dared not interrupt. These 2 grandmasters were the principal and vice principal of Castle. One was the strongest dragon slayer, the other the strongest master of alchemy. One was an S-rank hybrid, the other also an S-rank hybrid. One had lived a long time, the other had lived even longer. Let them squabble, they had been arguing for most of their lives, and those around them had long gotten used to it. Now that the 2 weren't arguing, it was Schneider's turn to speak. He reached into the side compartment of his wheelchair, pulled out 4 file folders, and handed 2 of them to Principal Angers and the Vice Principal Night Watcher. The 2 opened the folders, bewildered, and their eyes fell upon 4 printed files. S-rank hunter, codename 60, gender unknown, age unknown. An S-rank hunter active on the Hunter website, has completed 85 bounties, mission success rate 98%. The missions this hunter has already completed include: estimated to be a high-level wild hybrid, bloodline rating at least A rank, spirit word unknown. A rank hunter, codename Murasame, gender unknown, age unknown. An A rank hunter with low activity, has completed 31 bounties, mission success rate 92%. The missions this hunter has already completed include: estimated to be a high-level wild hybrid, bloodline rating at least A rank, spirit word unknown. Unranked hunter, codename Mingming, gender unknown, age unknown. A hunter responsible for providing logistical support for 60 and Murasame, skilled in hacking techniques, does not accept missions alone, no mission execution data. Estimated to be an average wild hybrid, bloodline rating at least B rank, spirit word highly likely to be evolution. C-rank hunter, codename Old Tang, male, age 20 to 25. A C-rank hunter active on the Hunter website, has completed 12 bounties, mission success rate 33%. The missions this hunter has already completed include: estimated to be an ordinary person without a bloodline. This. Principal Angers put down the 4 files in his hand and asked in surprise, Schneider, why are you showing us this? Although the secret party is the largest hybrid faction, we can't manage everything. As long as wild hybrids don't cross the red line, it's none of our business if they become hunters. The Vice Principal Night Watcher rarely agreed with Principal Angers, nodding. I think the same. Schneider, you might be a bit too appreciative of talent, but to each their own. If they don't want to join the secret party and only want to be hunters, we can't control them. The secret party isn't that tyrannical. Is that so? Schneider didn't speak, merely handing the remaining 2 files to the 2 of them. Principal Angers frowned. This is... Schneider tried to force a smile onto his stiff face. Principal, Vice Principal, take a look first. The 2 had no choice but to take the files from Schneider and open them to take a look. S-Rank Hunter, codename 60, estimated true identity, student of Class 6, Grade 11, Shirlan High School, Jiahe City, Zhejiang Province, China. Real name, Lu Shi. Male, age 17, lives in Linshui Courtyard, Shouzhou District. Both parents are alive, both are ordinary people without a bloodline. Younger sister named Lu Ling. Lu Ling currently shows no signs of awakening. A-Rank Hunter, codename Murasame, estimated true identity, student of Class 1, Grade 12, Shirlan High School, Jiahe City, Zhejiang Province, China. Real name, Chu Zihong. Male, age 18, lives in the Peacock Residence Villa Complex, Nanhu District. Mother Su Xiaoyan, a branch bloodline of the Su family, a Chinese hybrid clan, but she herself did not inherit the bloodline. Stepfather Lu Tianming, chairman of the Lu Group in Jiahe City, does not possess a bloodline. Biological father Chu Tianjiao, the last bloodline of the Chu family, a Chinese hybrid clan, but did not awakening the bloodline, died in a car accident on July 4, 2004. Unranked Hunter, codename Mingming, estimated true identity, student of Class 6, Grade 11, Shirlan High School, Jiahe City, Zhejiang Province, China. Real name, Lu Mingfei. This person's file has been marked as top secret, access is forbidden for anyone below S-rank clearance. C-Rank Hunter, codename Old Tang, true identity, unemployed resident of Brooklyn, New York, USA. Real name, Ronald Tang. Male, age 24. Parents unknown. Known by others as Lucky Tang, he always gets inexplicably lost while executing missions, and then inexplicably completes the mission. Other hunters believe he possesses some kind of luck beyond ordinary people. After finishing the second file, Principal Angers fell silent. He held the 2 files in his hands, comparing them, confused. I remember Norma shouldn't be able to hack the Hunter website. How did you dig them out? By using our brains, the Vice Principal Night Watcher laughed. I told you, the people under Schneider are different from the bunch of brutes you led back in the day. They have brains. Principal Angers. Fine, indeed, one had to admit that the Vice Principal Night Watcher was right. The operations department once led by Principal Angers was completely a group of brainless brutes. Every time they went on a mission, they just bulldozed through, they didn't need brains at all, if you didn't submit, they fought. This resulted in the operations department maintaining an iron-fisted, military-style approach even after Principal Angers stepped down from the position of director of the operations department. This situation only improved after Schneider took over. Because Schneider himself did not advocate violence, with him, there were always better ways to solve problems than violence. Of course, he would never refuse violence either, as some guys only respected fists. Oxygen drifted from the cold respirator into his lungs. Schneider coughed twice. Actually, it's very simple. It's the frequency. I had people observe the frequency with which 60 and Murasame executed missions. Both of them basically accepted missions every Friday afternoon and finished and submitted them before Monday. Therefore, it could be concluded that they were engaged in some kind of profession with weekends off. But this frequency wasn't absolute, because whether it was 60 or Murasame, there would be a peak period of frantically accepting missions. This time generally lasted in January, February, July, and August of each year, which happened to be China's winter and summer vacations. 160 and Murasame's identities were narrowed down to students in China, the rest was much simpler. One only needed to investigate the entry and exit records for the mission locations of these two hunters, and one could quickly find them. Then, by investigating their interpersonal relationships, one could naturally find Lu Mingfei. Speaking to this point, Schneider paused and glanced at Principal Angers. Principal Angers naturally understood what Schneider meant. Lu Mingfei's file was S-rank top secret. There were only 2 people in the entire college qualified to set an S-rank encryption on a file, and coincidentally, both of these people were sitting in front of Schneider right now. Principal Angers, Vice Principal Night Watcher. No matter which one of them had set the encryption on Lu Mingfei's file, the meaning was clear. It meant that Lu Mingfei had long been targeted by the college. Schneider felt that the person most likely capable of doing this was Principal Angers. Principal Angers coughed dryly and changed the subject. Ahem, about that, what about old Tang? How was his identity exposed? Oh, him, Schneider shook his head. This guy never thought about hiding his identity at all. If he met someone online, he'd just say his profession was a hunter. He was the one who acted as the middleman for Lucier, allowing Lucier to become a hunter. Investigating him didn't take much effort. Speaking to this point, Schneider waved his hand. And he's just an ordinary person, so there's no need to pay too much attention to him. The main point is still. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a voice that suddenly rang out from the side. A genius. The vice principal night watcher held a file, excitedly slapping the table. This kid is simply a genius. If I could properly train him, he'd definitely be a badass figure in the future. No kidding. Principal Angers rolled his eyes. He could also see that among the 4 people in this file, except for that Ronald Tang, which of the other 3 wasn't a genius? Let alone letting the vice principal night watcher train them, even if you found a dog to be their teacher, it wouldn't stop the 3 of them from growing into master dragon slayers. Principal Angers said helplessly, "Old friend, don't get involved in this. With your skills, I'm worried you'd mislead the students. You'd better honestly go find a successor who can inherit your alchemy." Hearing this, the vice principal night watcher immediately looked up at him, eyes shining. No need, I've already found one. Huh? Found one? Principal Angers frowned. Don't tell me you've set your sights on Lucier or Chu Zihong. The 2 of them are very likely to be the main force of the dragon-slaying troops in the future. No, not them, nor that Lu Mingfei you've encrypted and protected. The vice principal night watcher slapped the file in his hand onto the table. It's him. The avatar on the file was a youth who looked wilted, exuding an air of decadence from head to toe. Achoo. Brooklyn, New York, USA. Old Tang, having finished a satisfying match, suddenly sneezed. Old Tang, did you catch a cold? Lu Mingfei asked. Probably not. Old Tang rubbed his nose. It just felt itchy, it's like someone is talking about me behind my back. Alright, take care of yourself. See you in Tokyo in a few days. Good, see you in Tokyo. After saying goodbye to Lu Mingfei, Old Tang casually turned off his computer. His stomach was already growling, but the delivery hadn't arrived yet. No choice, the United States is just like this. Deliveries here can't be delivered in half an hour like Meituan. Sometimes it's a miracle if it arrives at all. Many times the delivery guy eats the customer's meal halfway there. Old Tang rubbed his stomach and picked the paper bag containing KFC back out of the trash can. Fortunately, because of the paper bag, the food inside hadn't been dirted. Old Tang prepared to use these things to fill his stomach first, then go out for a big meal. Anyway, in a few days he would be able to tag along on 60's A-rank mission and get a big chunk of money, so there was no need to be frugal now. He pinched a French fry, dipped it in ketchup, and stuffed it into his mouth, feeling the sour and salty taste slowly spread in his mouth, as if a beautiful life was waving at him. The life of a C-rank hunter is just so plain, unadorned, and boring. Achoo. 20 Chapter 20 Behind the Scenes. Chapter 20, Behind the Scenes. Old Tang? Principal Angers picked up the file on the table and took a look, but it was someone he never expected. You made a mistake, old friend. This guy doesn't even have a bloodline. No, absolutely not. Vice Principal Night Watcher's tone was exceptionally firm. He pointed at the dejected-looking young man in the file, appearing particularly excited. It's him, no mistake. He has the talent to become an alchemist. Haven't you seen the missions he's completed on his record? Without exception, every single one of them is related to hybrids. There are so many jobs on the Hunter website. Even Lu Shi and Chu Ziheng have performed many conventional tasks unrelated to hybrids. Only this old Tang, every conventional task he participated in ended in failure, but every single mission related to hybrids was completed without exception. What does this mean? It means his intuition is terrifyingly high. He can sense the existence of alchemical elements. Why does he get lost inexplicably and then complete the mission inexplicably? Because he wasn't lost at all. He was just following his own feelings to take the most correct path. He was guided by alchemical elements. He is a genius at learning alchemy. This person must be recruited into the academy, even if it's an exceptional admission. I want to take him as my disciple. It doesn't matter if he has no bloodline. I can prepare dragon blood potions for him that have no side effects. Even a D-grade or C-grade bloodline would be enough. If he can sense alchemical elements without a bloodline, and with the boost of a bloodline, I can guarantee he will be the next great master of alchemy. A great master of alchemy who is absolutely no less than me. Calm down, Leonardo. Principal Angers said helplessly, using dragon blood potions on normal people without permission is a violation of the Abraham blood contract. If you really want to do that, please make sure not to let me know. But before that, we haven't finished talking about our business. Principal Auger's words calmed Vice Principal Night Watcher down. He also knew his behavior just now was a bit too anxious, but both Principal Angers and Schneider understood. After all, in terms of age, Vice Principal Night Watcher was even older than Principal Angers, but he still didn't have a successor. If he couldn't find a good disciple, the alchemy of the Flammel lineage would break in his hands. He couldn't help but be anxious. Alright, let's talk about business first. Vice Principal Night Watcher took 2 deep breaths to calm his emotions, then picked up the other 3 files besides Old Tang's and expressed his thoughts. Ronald Tang doesn't need extra testing, he can be recruited directly. Lu Mingfei is the same. His parents are both S-grade, Principal Angers probably targeted him the moment he was born. There won't be any problems. The focus is Lu Shi and Chu Ziheng. Principal Angers pulled their files out and read them carefully several times. It's very strange. Clearly, their parents are both normal people without bloodlines, but their bloodlines are ridiculously high. Atavism is not rare. In fact, most wild hybrids today are atavistic, said Vice Principal Night Watcher. Dragon genes do not manifest after falling below D-grade, they are assimilated by the genes of the human race. But this does not mean they disappear completely. If some accidents occur, some high bloodline individuals will mutate in the offspring. Just like this Chu Ziheng, both his parents are from hybrid families. Even if one is a descendant and the other has lost contact with the main family, it shows that Chu Ziheng himself possesses certain potential. As for this Lu Shi, perhaps there were dragon descendants among his ancestors. But regardless of the situation, we cannot rule out the existence of the smallest probability. Principal Angers stated his attitude. Their identities need to be thoroughly investigated. In addition, we need to arrange a test to check whether they meet our recruitment standards. I agree. Vice Principal Night Watcher also stated his position. Schneider nodded. Calling you two here today is for this matter. As he spoke, he took out another file and handed it to Principal Angers. Recently, our people seized a batch of high-purity dragon blood potions in Somalia. Norma tracked the departure point of the transport ship to Tokyo. I issued a recruitment order on the Hunter website, and now I have received their applications. For this kind of mission, wouldn't it be more appropriate to let the Japan branch do it? Principal Angers didn't quite understand why Schneider wanted to outsource such an important task. Was it just to test the abilities of Lu Shi and Chu Ziheng? Testing their abilities is only one of the goals. Schneider sighed. In fact, the quantity of dragon blood potions found this time is really too large. It is unlikely to be produced by some small workshops. I suspect that the Japan branch is also involved, so the focus of this investigation is the Japan branch. Indeed, those guys in the Japan branch always have ulterior motives. It's not strange for them to be involved in such things. Vice Principal Night Watcher smacked his lips. But we can't rely entirely on outsiders, it's not safe. That's what I thought, so I have already arranged an additional action team from the execution department to act in sync with Lu Shi and the others. Since you have already arranged it, I have no objection. Principal Angers didn't say anything more but picked up Lu Shi's investigation report. Truly a generation of talents. Yes. Vice Principal Night Watcher held Old Tang's material, already pondering what quality of dragon blood potion to prepare for this precious disciple. What? Dragon blood potions are against the rules? Which eye did you see me using dragon blood potions with? Can't I give my disciple some health supplements? There is one more thing, Principal, said Schneider. Because this matter involves the Japan branch, I need to borrow your prestigious name. July 5, 2008, Shanghai Hongqiao Airport. Chu Ziheng stood straight at the prearranged location, looking like a soldier on guard. In fact, 15 minutes had passed since he stood here. In these 15 minutes, 3 people had mistaken him for a staff member and came up to ask questions. Incidentally, all 3 were girls. Although it was unclear whether the other party's purpose was to really ask for advice or to take the opportunity to strike up a conversation, Chu Ziheng didn't refuse anyone. He enthusiastically helped them solve their problems and refused their invitations to add him on QQ. And after he finished these things, Lu Shi and Lu Mingfei had not yet arrived. This was normal, after all, there were still 5 minutes left until their agreed time. Chu Ziheng was always accustomed to arriving 20 minutes early, while Lu Shi was a standard on-the-dot master, always arriving exactly on time, not a second more. Lu Mingfei occasionally even arrived late. Chu Ziheng was unhurried and waited peacefully for another 3 minutes. The first to arrive was Lu Mingfei, and he didn't come alone, someone dropped him off. A Santana slowly stopped in front of Chu Ziheng. You must be Mingfei's senior brother, Chu Ziheng. The middle-aged man with a beer belly reached out from the car window with a friendly face. Nice to meet you, my name is Lu Guqing, Lu Mingfei's uncle. Hello, Uncle Lu. Chu Ziheng politely shook hands with Lu Guqing. Lu Mingfei opened the car door and got out, turning back to wave. All right, uncle, you go back. I'll wait for boss here with senior brother. Are you 3 going together? Yes, Chu Ziheng nodded. There is one more person who hasn't arrived. His name is Lu Shi. I know. Lu Mingfei mentioned him. Last year he even took Lu Mingfei out to play. I remember him. Lu Guqing smiled, acting like a cadre, and urged, our Mingfei hasn't traveled far. This time he's going out to play with you, so I hope you can take care of him. All right, uncle, stop nagging. Didn't you only ask for half a day off? If you don't go back, it will be too late. Lu Mingfei said helplessly. Hearing this, Lu Guqing also realized, yes, it's really getting late. It takes more than an hour to get back to Jiahe from here. I have to go, he said, rolling up the car window, not forgetting to leave a sentence before leaving. Please take care of Mingfei. Lu Mingfei and Chu Ziheng watched the Santana drive away. Your uncle cares about you a lot, Chu Ziheng said. Yes, he's probably the person who cares about me the most in this world right now, Lu Mingfei said helplessly, but with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Is that your uncle? Lu Shi asked. Yes. Holy crap. Lu Mingfei jumped 2 meters away with a whoosh. Boss, where did you pop out from? Lucier, who didn't know when he had appeared behind the two, shrugged. From the moment your uncle said, "Please take care of Mingfei." Then you were there from the very beginning. Lu Mingfei was frantic. When you come, at least make some noise. Silent as a ghost. Then just treat me as a ghost. Lucier smirked. Chu Ziheng glanced at the time to check in. Let's go, let's move. Lucier walked into the terminal happily, but his eyes glanced inadvertently at the direction where the Santana left. Although he had known Lu Mingfei for 2 years, this was the first time he saw Lu Mingfei's uncle. This Lu Guqing, how to put it, looked too ordinary. So ordinary that most people couldn't imagine he had an S-grade bloodline older brother and an S-grade bloodline nephew. So ordinary that even a hybrid with exceptionally keen senses couldn't detect it. On him, there was a heavy smell of dragon blood. Check-in, security, customs, boarding. The plane rose against the wind, soaring through the 9 heavens. Lu Mingfei pressed against the window, watching the buildings below get smaller and smaller until they disappeared. Although it wasn't his first time flying, Lu Mingfei's emotions were no less. Lu Mingfei lived with his uncle's family in an affordable housing complex, some distance from the city's CBD, but his uncle claimed that his consumption was at the CBD level. He liked to invite friends to eat at star-rated hotels there, sit in comfortable chairs, enjoy the gentle words of beautiful waitresses, and be quite satisfied, then order a few economical dishes and open the cheapest red wine. In his uncle's description, every inch of the ground in the CBD area was covered in marble, polished by a water grinder to reflect the scenery under the ladies' skirts, to reflect the upright posture of successful people. Everything there was shiny, from the Italian-made patent leather shoes to the ladies' makeup mirrors, from the big screen on the roof to the glass curtain wall of the International Business Center. Everyone there walked with high spirits, and life was fulfilling and meaningful. The uncle often sighed that if he had the money to move to the CBD area, he would be willing to live in a small house, just to be cultivated by that positive atmosphere, and Lu Mingfei and Lu Mingze would be self-reliant in the future. The aunt said, "Bullshit, aren't you just wanting face? Otherwise, you're just wandering on the street looking at beauties. Don't look in the mirror to see yourself, you're an old loser at your age. Young girls in the CBD area like rich people, who would look at you twice. Just stay in this doghouse with me for the rest of your life," Toad looking at Toad, staring at each other. At this time, Lu Mingze would silently run back to the room to tell his online girlfriend Sunset scratch his inner feelings, while Lu Mingfei would use the alt account Sunset Scratch to comfort Lu Mingze, while thinking about what kind of life so-called rich people live. From his uncle's description, Lu Mingfei always felt that rich people and poor people were two different species. Rich people always did things far more meaningful than playing games, wearing suits, and being elegant. But in fact, strictly speaking, Lu Mingfei was actually half a rich person. He could now fly across the ocean, go to a strange city and make a lot of money, and all the money he made was US dollars. The number in his bank account was longer than his date of birth. He secretly changed all his clothes and shoes into low-key custom-made famous brands. When he had nothing to do, he ran to the CBD to consume, just like a brave man who had just soloed a big boss in the game, wantonly buying what he wanted and throwing it all into his secret villa that he asked someone to buy for him. But even so, he still couldn't become the kind of rich person in his uncle's imagination. Lu Mingfei also had 2 rich friends, but Lu Shi and Chu Ziheng were completely different from the rich people described by his uncle. They preferred street stalls to 5-star hotels, liked playing basketball more than talking about international situations, and liked hanging out in internet cafes more than gyms. Lu Mingfei didn't know if his uncle's perception of rich people was wrong, or because Lu Shi and Chu Ziheng weren't that rich. But after Lu Mingfei had money, he didn't feel that money brought him much happiness. The act of consumption seemed to never be able to stimulate Lu Mingfei's heart. He just numbly swiped his card to get what he wanted, then piled these things in his house, and let them sit there for a year or 2 without moving, or occasionally when Lu Shi forcibly dragged Chu Ziheng to visit, he would take these things out to share. Only at such times would Lu Mingfei feel signs of his dead heart beating again. Yes, only Lu Shi and Chu Ziheng could make Lu Mingfei feel alive. They were the people Lu Mingfei cared about most. Besides them, his uncle counted as half, and old Tang counted as half. His parents, who had been busy researching their great archaeological discoveries all over the world, should also count as half, although Lu Mingfei had almost forgotten what they looked like. In fact, Lu Mingfei had long known that they were not ordinary people. When Lu Shi found him and Chu Ziheng, informed them of the existence of dragons and hybrids, and bluntly stated that the three of them were hybrids, Lu Mingfei knew that his parents were not ordinary people. They ran around the world not for any archaeological discoveries, but for researching dragons. Lu Mingfei had known all this long ago and accepted it calmly. He didn't hate them, nor did he complain about them. He just wanted to see them again and call them mom and dad. He hoped that these two important people who gave him life could be by his side, just like Lu Shi and Chu Ziheng. "Don't worry, brother." A voice suddenly entered his ears. Lu Mingfei woke up suddenly, meeting a pair of golden eyes. "I will always be by your side." Chapter 21, Landing in Tokyo. After a 3-hour flight, the plane arrived over Tokyo. Looking out from the porthole, the entire city was enveloped in the afterglow of the sunset. Chu Ziheng opened his eyes and shook the sleeping god beside him awake. "Are we there yet?" Lu Shi, who had been sleeping since getting on the plane, stretched and then patted Lu Mingfei on the other side. Lu Mingfei opened his eyes groggily, yawned, looking like he had not woken up yet. Chu Ziheng pointed out the window, "We are here." Lu Mingfei finally perked up, leaned over the two of them, and took a look out the porthole. Below, the streets and alleys crisscrossed like a spider web. "We are here. I wonder where Akihabara is." "You can go take a look before the mission. I heard there is a game premiere event in the next couple of days." "Awesome. Though I do not think we can go today. We need to check into the hotel after getting off the plane." "Okay, Yan, okay." "Lu Mingfei, you do not look like you are in great shape." "I had a nightmare just now." "What kind of dream?" "I cannot remember clearly, it felt like someone was staring at me." "What kind of nightmare is that?" The three chatted back and forth, though most of the time it was Lu Shi and Lu Mingfei doing the talking, while Chu Ziheng listened quietly from the side, occasionally adding a word or two. Midway through, a flight attendant came by, and Lu Shi asked for 3 arrival cards. The plane landed at Narita Airport amidst their conversation. After that, it was customs and baggage claim, though the three did not really have much luggage, mostly just a few changes of clothes. "May I ask what you are in Japan for?" The girl in the customs uniform secretly glanced at Chu Ziheng, then quickly lowered her head to scribble on the form in her hand. "Tourism." Chu Ziheng was sparing with his words. "How long do you plan to stay in Japan?" "About a week." "Where are you staying?" "Peninsula Hotel, we have already booked our rooms." "You." The customs girl wanted to ask more, but was interrupted by Lu Shi. "He does not have a girlfriend. This is his contact information, if you have any other questions later, you can contact him directly." Lu Shi casually tore off a piece of paper, wrote a string of numbers on it, and handed it over. The customs girl took it blankly, then her face turned red instantly. "Can we go now?" Lu Shi asked with a smile. "Ah. Yes." The customs girl hurriedly stamped their passports and let them through. Lu Mingfei followed behind Lu Shi, giving a thumbs up. "Boss, you really have a way with things." Lu Shi waved his hand dismissively, "Small matter." Chu Ziheng had no expression on his face. "You gave her my number?" "No, how could I?" Lu Shi smirked. "I gave her Mother Sue's number." Chu Ziheng was stunned. "My mom's?" "Yeah. It is my blessing to know you. You are too kind." The three walked out of the airport, and a cheerful-looking man walked up to them, raising his hands to give Lu Mingfei a bear hug. "Long time no see, big-headed bear." "God Lu, God Chu, how are you guys? Have you eaten?" Old Tang greeted the three warmly. They had met before. At that time, Lu Mingfei had told Old Tang about the legendary deeds of Lu Shi and Chu Ziheng at Shirlan High School. The fact that they were students shocked Old Tang, and he kept exclaiming that Chinese high school students were monsters. Since then, he had started calling them God Lu and God Chu, a nickname he picked up from Lu Mingfei. As for Lu Mingfei's big-headed bear, it was because Lu Mingfei used a profile picture of a bear with a very large head in their StarCraft group. Long time no see, Old Tang. Lu Mingfei returned the enthusiastic bear hug, and Chu Ziheng nodded, acknowledging the greeting. Lu Shi said with a smile, "We have not eaten yet, care to treat us?" "Sure." Old Tang waved his hand, full of bravado. "Since God Lu is kind enough to take me along on a mission, this meal is on me." Old Tang was Chinese American, and after spending a long time with Lu Shi and the others, he gradually became more and more like a native Chinese person, only occasionally using some American habits in his speech. "I arrived this morning and rented a car. It is parked over there," Old Tang said while taking the luggage from Lu Mingfei. "You guys might not know, but taxis in Tokyo are way too expensive. From the airport to the hotel, he charged me 24,000 yen. $165. Hell of a price. I cannot even eat $165 worth of food in a month." He chattered on while leading everyone to the Highlander he had rented by the roadside, threw the suitcases into the trunk, and got into the driver's seat. "Old Tang, can you drive?" Lu Shi suddenly asked. "Don't make me laugh, I am known as the Brooklyn racing god. I believe your driving skills are good, but you have no sense of direction, right?" Old Tang was silent for a moment before saying, "There is GPS, it should be fine, right? Does anyone here have a driver's license?" Chu Ziheng silently raised his hand. He had turned 18 a month ago and got his license in 15 days. He was still in the probationary period. Old Tang looked at him. "Forget it, I will do it." With that, he started the car and drove everyone away from the airport. Fortunately, the trip was uneventful, although they almost took the wrong turn a few times. With the guidance of the GPS, Old Tang successfully got everyone to the Peninsula Hotel. By then, it was late, so they did not dawdle. After getting the keys to the presidential suite from the front desk, they went to their rooms. For dinner, on the recommendation of the front desk, they tried a nearby sukiyaki place. Perhaps because Old Tang was paying, both Lu Shi and Lu Mingfei felt the taste was quite good. Chu Ziheng calmly ate his tamagoyaki while editing a text message on his phone to let his mom know he arrived safely. Once full, they returned to the hotel, went to their respective rooms, and spent the night in silence. The next morning, the four gathered in the suite's living room, the table filled with an exquisite breakfast arranged by the hotel. "What is the plan for today?" Lu Mingfei dipped a deep-fried dough stick into the tofu pudding, soaking it in the sauce, then stuffed it into his mouth. This was the breakfast Lu Mingfei had specifically ordered last night. It was his favorite. The Peninsula Hotel lived up to its 5-star reputation. If nothing else, at least the chefs here were 5-star. The Chinese food tasted just like back home. After one bite, Lu Mingfei felt like he had returned to China. Chu Ziheng and Old Tang did not do anything fancy, just simple sandwiches. Lu Shi asked the kitchen for a serving of fresh milk pancakes, as he heard they were very popular locally. "After breakfast, let's split up and have some free time," Lu Shi said. "We have 16 hours until the mission, we can do whatever we want until then." "Then I am going to Akihabara." Lu Mingfei raised his hand first. He came to Tokyo with Lu Shi for Akihabara in the first place, so he could not miss this chance. "No problem. Chu is going to Kidorigafuchi. Both places are in Chiyoda, so you two can go together," Lu Shi said. "But you had better hurry, because you only have half a day. You have to come back in the afternoon to help gather intelligence." "Yes, sir." Lu Mingfei gave a salute, then finished his breakfast in a few bites and ran back to his room to change clothes. After he left, Old Tang looked at Chu Ziheng with a strange expression. "I remember Kidorigafuchi is a cemetery for unknown Japanese soldiers from World War II, right next to the Yasukuni Shrine." As a Chinese person, are you going there to spit on the tombstones? I heard there is a mile-long cherry blossom path there, with 800 cherry trees along the way. You have character. Old Tang gave a thumbs up, then looked at Lu Shi. Where are you going, God Lu? Just wandering around. What about you? Need you ask? Old Tang laughed. Shinjuku, of course. The kabuki-cho there is very famous, you know. Fine, Old Tang was a lecher. Lu Shi rolled his eyes, too lazy to talk to him. After breakfast, Old Tang was the first to leave. This guy was already restless. Although Lu Shi told him that kabuki-cho was only interesting at night, he could not wait to go and check it out. Next to leave were Chu Ziheng and Lu Mingfei. They were going to two places, and Lu Mingfei had a huge shopping list, so they took the rented Highlander. Fortunately, Chu Ziheng had a driver's license. Although there are some differences between left-hand drive and right-hand drive cars, it was not a big problem for Chu Ziheng. Boss, we are off. Lu Mingfei waved at Lu Shi and ran out the door. Chu Ziheng followed slowly. Remember to come back early. Lu Shi shouted, though whether Lu Mingfei heard him or not was unknown. They are all gone. Lu Shi looked at the empty room and stretched. Guess it is time for me to get to work. The silver-gray Highlander drove slowly through the streets of Tokyo. Although it was not raining, the air in Tokyo was exceptionally fresh, with a faint scent like seaweed. The news said that a warm, humid current from the Pacific was about to sweep across Japan, and there would be consecutive rainy days recently. Apparently, their group was quite lucky. It was sunny both yesterday and today. Lu Mingfei leaned out to look at the window, feeling that Tokyo during the day and at night was truly different. Last night, their group walked shoulder to shoulder through the colorful lights of the Tokyo night. At that time, Tokyo had a seductive and beautiful charm, like a mature woman wearing a kimono with an alluring figure. But Tokyo during the day was like a sporty girl, with a simple color palette, and the buildings in the distance blended into the sky without being obtrusive. This was an orderly city. Office workers in a hurry ran in and out of the subway, pedestrians walked quickly, but their movements were regular. Everyone seemed to be moving on invisible tracks, and very few people deviated from their own paths. People waited silently at the traffic lights. The crowd grew larger and larger, but no one was anxious or talking loudly. Then, as the red light turned green, the cars on the street stopped completely within a second, and the crowd surged across the street, dispersing along their respective tracks. When the red light turned on again, the traffic resumed, and a new crowd waited silently under the red light. Chu Ziheng turned his head and saw Lu Mingfei also staring blankly at the scenery outside the window, his pupils reflecting the endless flow of traffic. This is a country bound by rules. The whole country is a complex machine, and everyone is a part of this machine, running at high speed, bound by rules. This kind of life sounds really scary, Chu Ziheng said softly. Are you thinking about this too? No. I was just thinking that Japanese girls' calves are quite thick. Chu Ziheng silently turned his head back. When staring at the same thing with equally serious eyes, the observer's psychological activities can be vastly different. When Jiao Baoyu saw Lin Daiyu, his heart stirred, thinking, I have seen this sister before. When Xue Pan saw Lin Daiyu, he thought, lowly has three virtues, cute voice, soft body, and easy to push over. The car stopped. The two got out of the car and arrived at the first stop of their trip, Kidorigafuchi. Shinjuku, Kabukicho Street. Just as Lu Shi thought, business here during the day was mediocre. There were few pedestrians on the street, and bars and various night venues were all closed. Old Tang wandered around here several times but could not find a place that interested him. Those places usually only opened late at night. Failing to realize his dream of being surrounded by beauties, Old Tang looked particularly disappointed and prepared to leave this sad place. But before he could walk out of the street, a flashy plaque suddenly caught his eye. Taka, Ma. Gahara? Old Tang did not know what it meant, but it sounded impressive. He knew about Takamagara. Before coming to Japan, He had specifically learned some common knowledge and knew that Takamagara was the dwelling place of the gods in Japanese mythology. It just seemed quite inappropriate for this sign to appear here. It was like heaven on earth appearing in a normal setting, which would describe a beautiful landscape, but in a red light district, it would be a club. The Takamagara plaque had a similar effect. Guided by some intuition, Old Tang walked towards Takamagara. Tokyo, Narita Airport. A woman with a model-like figure, with legs longer than most people's lives, walked off the plane and handed her passport to the customs girl. The name on it was My Sakatoku. Long legs, why are you walking so fast? A pretty woman chased after her from behind, hanging on My Sakatoku. I cannot do it anymore, I am exhausted, carry me. Sigh, why would the boss want you to go on a business trip with me? My Sakatoku sighed, then skillfully took her passport out of the woman's bag. The name on it was Suanshi. Here for investment inspection, staying for about a week, staying at my place. My Sakatoku's voice was as cold as a knife, cutting through the chaos. Perhaps her aura was just too strong, the customs girl could only nod blankly and stamp both passports. Thank you. My Sakatoku dragged the boneless Suanshi to the baggage claim area. The customs girl finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, before she could catch her breath, a gentle voice came from the side. Lovely lady, could you please stamp my passport? It should not take too much of your time. The customs girl looked up and met a pair of pupils as blue as the deep sea. The man had golden hair, a handsome and rugged face, as elegant and perfect as a sculpture of an ancient Egyptian, making the customs girl's heart skip a beat. Looking down at the passport, the customs girl blushed uncontrollably. She felt that the young man named Caesar in front of her was on par with the young man named Chu Zihong from yesterday. If these two people were pursuing me at the same time, he. Caesar. A man and a woman walked over. The man called Caesar's name. You had better restrain yourself. This is not the college, do not cause any trouble here. I know, Senior Yi Xing. Caesar said he knew, but his face was full of indifference, still smiling and releasing his charm at the customs girl. Yi Xing sighed and wanted to say something else, but was pulled by the woman beside him, and finally could only shut his mouth and hand the passports to the customs girl. Yi Xing, Yuki Kudu. Kudu. The customs girl was stunned for a moment. Although Japanese surnames are varied, the surname Kudu is quite rare. She did not expect to meet two in one day. Fortunately, the customs girl's professional ability was good, and she recovered after a slight daze. Please tell me what you are doing in Japan, how long you are staying, and where you are staying. We are from Castle College, here in Japan for academic research, for about a week, staying at the Peninsula Hotel in Tokyo. The Peninsula Hotel in Tokyo, what a coincidence. That Chu Zihong should be staying there too, right? The customs girl secretly glanced at Caesar, unable to help but fantasize about the two handsome men meeting. She suddenly felt that these two being together might not be bad, and she did not need to interfere in the middle. Caesar did not know that he had already become a CP that someone else was shipping with a stranger. He noticed the customs girl peeking at him and thought his handsomeness had captured her heart, so he smiled even more brightly. It is just that I do not know how he would feel if he knew the customs girl's thoughts. 22 Chapter 22 Plan. Chapter 22, The Plan. Chiyoda Ward, Kidoragafuchi. Having finally finished walking the cherry blossom path, Chu Zihong stood at the end of the road, looking back at the path he had traveled, lost in thought. Lu Mingfei stood beside him, yawning incessantly. To be honest, Lu Mingfei had no interest in such artistic things. Previously, when Chen Wenwen, one of the school beauties of Shirlan High School, invited him and Lu Shi to join the literature club, Lu Mingfei had rejected it without hesitation. Spending 10 minutes accompanying Chu Zihong to stroll slowly through these 800 meters was already quite patient of him. Let's go. Having completed his goal, Chu Zihong had no intention of staying any longer and turned to leave. Lu Mingfei immediately perked up. Senior brother, you have to drive fast. I need to get back early this afternoon. Don't worry, we aren't far from Akihabara. The two got into the car from left and right, and the Highlander soon departed. Not far from the two, at the Yasukuni shrine, Lucier sensed the presence of Chu Zihong and Lu Mingfei gradually moving away, then calmly clapped his hands. In the next instant, amidst the screams of countless people, a massive fire ignited the entire Yasukuni shrine, engulfing most of the surrounding area, including Kidorigafuchi and the imperial palace. The fire spread, and thick smoke billowed. Shinjuku, Genji Heavy Industries. Minamoto Chisaki, the head of the Minamoto family, one of the Sheki 8 families, and the director of the Japanese branch who had just finished a mission, returned to his office. He lit a mild 7 cigarette and sat in his comfortable boss chair, gazing into the distance from the floor-to-ceiling window. Suddenly, a plume of thick smoke rising in the southeast caught his attention. At the same time, there was a knock on his office door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Crow, one of Minamoto Chisaki's 3 retainers, walked in. Young lord, news from Chiyoda. An unexplained fire has broken out near the Yasukuni shrine. The fire has now spread to a large area nearby, and even the Ministry of Defense has been alarmed. Minamoto Chisaki's expression remained unchanged. Was this done by a hybrid? It cannot be confirmed yet. Was it done by our people? Absolutely not. Our people are very disciplined. At most, they get into fights, extort money, or engage in gang warfare. They would never do something like setting fire to a government facility. Then don't worry about it. Minamoto Chisaki's gaze was indifferent. If it has nothing to do with hybrids and nothing to do with the underworld, then it has nothing to do with us. Understood. Crow nodded and turned to leave, but just as he pushed open the office door, he saw another person standing outside, about to raise a hand to knock. It was Yasha, also one of Minamoto Chisaki's 3 retainers. You have something to discuss with the young lord too? Crow said with a smile. Yasha's expression, however, was exceptionally grave. There is an emergency. Hearing this, Crow frowned and quickly stepped aside, letting Yasha enter first. Young lord, there is a message from the headquarters. Yasha spoke hurriedly. Speak. Headquarters informed us that a delegation will arrive in Tokyo at 1 a.m. tomorrow, landing at Narita Airport. A delegation? Minamoto Chisaki rubbed his temples. Why is headquarters suddenly sending a delegation? It's unclear, headquarters didn't say. Hiding their heads and showing their tails. After all these years, headquarters still hasn't made any progress. Minamoto Chisaki shook his head. It's a small matter. When the time comes, I'll find a few family heads to go with me to receive them, and then just arrange things according to past procedures to fool the delegation. I'm afraid that won't work. Yasha shook his head with a grim expression. Young lord, this delegation consists of only one person. One person? Minamoto Chisaki sensed something was wrong, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Who? Yasha licked his dry lips and uttered a name that caused Minamoto Chisaki and Crow's hearts to tremble. Castle College Principal, Hilbert Jean Angers. When Chu Zihong brought Lu Mingfei back to the hotel, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The Highlander parked in the parking lot. Chu Zihong got out and opened the trunk, and together with Lu Mingfei, they moved out the local specialties Lu Mingfei had carefully selected. The entire trunk was packed to the brim, and this was only the result of Lu Mingfei shrinking his shopping list again and again and again. It can only be said that it is really easy to earn money from a shut-in. While the two were busy, a black Lexus slowly drove into the parking lot. 3 people, 1 woman and 2 men, got out of the car. The woman and the slightly older man were Asians with black eyes and yellow skin, while the teenager who looked about the same age as Chu Zihong was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed European. Chu Zihong casually sized up this group, but inadvertently made eye contact with the blonde, blue-eyed teenager. The two were stunned for a moment, then nodded to each other in greeting and withdrew their gazes. Senior brother, senior brother? Lu Mingfei patted Chu Zihong on the shoulder. What are you thinking about, senior brother? No, it's nothing. Chu Zihong shook his head. On the other side, Caesar followed silently behind Yixing and Yuki Kudo, arriving at the presidential suite they had booked in advance. Caesar, who had been chattering incessantly in the car just moments ago, had suddenly gone silent, which naturally puzzled the two. "Caesar, what's wrong?" Yixing asked. Caesar raised his head, met Yixing's inquiring gaze, and grinned. "Nothing, I was just suddenly thinking that the heroes of the world are truly as numerous as crucian carp crossing a river." Yixing and Yuki Kudo looked at each other, a bit confused about what Caesar was talking about, but looking at him like this. Is he having a Chunibyo episode? He is having a Chunibyo episode. What is Chunibyo? Caesar asked, confused, but no one answered. On the other side, Chu Zihong and Lu Mingfei went upstairs with bags large and small, using their key card to open the suite door. Chu Zihong glanced toward the other side before entering the door. If he remembered correctly, the room next door had been unoccupied before they left in the morning, but now a "Do Not Disturb" sign was hanging on the door handle. Chu Zihong inexplicably thought of the European teenager he had met in the parking lot. Entering the suite, old Tang was sitting on the living room sofa reading a book. The title seemed to be something like The Way of a Man's Flowers. It was unknown where he got such a bizarre thing. Lu Shur was also sitting in front of the TV, watching the news about the fire in Chiyoda, beaming with joy. Chu Zihong dropped his things and sat down next to Lu Shur. "Did you do this?" Lu Shur grinned, neither confirming nor denying it. Lu Mingfei was amused. "I knew this must have been the boss's doing." He had said before that if he had the chance to come to Japan, he would definitely pull something like this, and he even wanted to set Mount Fuji on fire. Now that he finally had the chance, Lu Mingfei stopped there, suddenly stunned, and turned to look at Lu Shur. "Boss, you aren't really going to set Mount Fuji on fire too, are you?" Lu Shur shrugged, still just smiling. Lu Mingfei and Chu Zihong fell silent. Seeing the two return, old Tang, who had put down his book and leaned over to listen to their conversation, also fell silent. After a while, old Tang silently returned to his seat and picked up the book The Way of a Man's Flowers again. Lu Mingfei also dropped a "I'm going to work" and hurried back to his room with the bags. Chu Zihong sat blankly for a long while, then finally said, "I didn't hear anything." After thinking about it, he added, "Do it discreetly." Tokyo time, 8 p.m. The 4 members of the hunter squad gathered in the suite's living room. Lu Mingfei had already organized the useful intelligence. Chu Zihong had brought the equipment and was nimbly helping Lu Mingfei connect the device to the projector. Old Tang brought out melon seeds, fruit, and sparkling water. Lu Shur didn't bring anything, just his mouth. After some busy work, the preparations were finally complete. The 3 of them sat on the sofa, waiting for Lu Mingfei to distribute the intelligence. "Are you kindergarten kids?" Lu Mingfei looked at the 3 sitting in a row eating fruit, and slapped his own forehead. The 3 sitting in a row were quite indifferent. Lu Mingfei didn't say much else and began to relate the intelligence he had organized. "The building we are going to infiltrate this time is Genji Heavy Industries, located in Shinjuku Ward. It belongs to the largest local gang in Japan and is also the oldest hybrid force, the Sheki 8 families. The intelligence about the Sheki 8 families is not important. According to the agreement, a big shot from the employer's side will land at Narita Airport at 1 a.m. At that time, the important members of the Sheki 8 families will all go to receive them, and the security at Genji Heavy Industries will be lowered to the minimum. What we need to do is to take advantage of this opportunity to infiltrate Genji Heavy Industries and take away the things the employer needs." Question. Old Tang raised his hand, and after receiving Lu Mingfei's permission, he asked, "What is the thing the employer needs?" "Experimental records, or so-called evidence." Yixing said. "Evidence?" Caesar was a bit confused. Yuki Kudo explained, "Headquarters intercepted a large quantity of smuggled dragon blood agents in Somalia. After testing, these dragon blood agents were all contraband, and the source of the agents was Tokyo. In Japan, no force is capable of manufacturing such a large quantity of dragon blood agents, except for the Sheki 8 families, which serves as the branch of the secret party. But the Sheki 8 Families is, after all, the largest hybrid organization in the country. Without clear evidence, headquarters cannot directly move against this behemoth, so they need us to come to Japan to carry out this investigation mission. I understand. Caesar nodded. In other words, our mission must be covert. We absolutely cannot reveal our identities, right? That's right. Yixing nodded. Any more questions? No. Alright, now I will talk about the infiltration plan. Yixing turned on the computer and connected it to the projector. Norma, help me build a building model of Genji Heavy Industries. A cold female voice sounded in the room. Instruction received. Building the model of Genji Heavy Industries. Executing. Please wait. Accompanied by the mechanical female voice, a 3D model of the building appeared in the form of light and shadow in the middle of the three. This is the architectural design drawing of Genji Heavy Industries. It's something from many years ago, and Genji Heavy Industries seems to be consciously destroying related records. I searched many places and pieced it together to restore it. Lu Mingfei said, pointing to the drawing on the screen. The entire Genji Heavy Industries building has a total of 32 floors, 30 floors above ground, 1 basement floor, and 1 parking floor. Except for the 5th and 6th floors, which were leased to the Japanese authorities to build an elevated bridge, the remaining 30 floors are all privately owned by Genji Heavy Industries. However, while inspecting this architectural drawing, I discovered a problem. Lu Mingfei operated the computer, zoomed in on the drawing, and gave a close-up of one of the middle floors. Lu Shi and the others then discovered that although this floor looked the same as the other floors at first glance, it was actually much taller than the others. It was just 1 floor, but it looked like 2. A hidden floor? Calling it a hidden floor is more like calling it a hidden basement. Yixing looked at the huge void at the bottom of the model, a smile appearing on his face. Norma, how did you discover it? Calculated based on the depth of the foundation of Genji Heavy Industries. Well done. Thank you for the compliment. No, it's what you deserve. Having solved a big problem, Yixing seemed very happy. Now that they had the main target for the investigation, what they needed to consider was how to infiltrate. And for this point, Yixing already had a method. Disguise as maintenance workers? Old Tang looked at Lu Shi in surprise, feeling like he was telling a joke. For a place like Genji Heavy Industries, how could one get in just by disguising as a maintenance worker? If that were really possible, what would be the difference between that and delivering takeout into the Pentagon? But Lu Shi, who proposed this plan, looked very certain. Chu Zihong also nodded, quite in agreement. Even Lu Mingfei thought it was feasible. Old Tang felt isolated and couldn't help but ask Lu Mingfei, "Can you explain it to me?" Lu Mingfei glanced at him and said helplessly, "It's just simple psychological misdirection. It's like when you are sitting at home playing games and someone knocks on the door saying they are selling something, what would you do? Pretend I'm not home. Then what if it's the landlord collecting rent? Do you even need to ask? I'd definitely pay the rent immediately. Then if a salesperson disguised themselves as the landlord collecting rent, wouldn't they be able to trick you into opening the door? It seems like that's the logic." Old Tang was thoughtful. As for the action after entering Genji Heavy Industries, let's wait until we are inside to discuss it. Lu Shi said, resting his chin on his hand. Old Tang was still confused and asked, why? Now everyone understood why he was a perpetual C rank. Lu Shi explained helplessly, because since it's a hidden area, there is definitely no way to go there using conventional methods. There must be a separate direct elevator or a secret passage. Yixing fiddled with the 3D model in front of him, thinking aloud. These things should be internal secrets, we can only find them after we get inside. I regret to inform you, Special Agent Yixing. Norma's voice cut in. It is detected that there is a supercomputer operating inside Genji Heavy Industries. After testing, the computer possesses a smart system not inferior to this unit. This unit cannot provide assistance after entering Genji Heavy Industries. Not a good message, but it didn't matter. Yixing said confidently, the rest of the matter, leave it to us. Boss, I didn't hear that wrong, did I? Lu Mingfei was somewhat incredulous. Can you repeat what you just said? Of course, no problem. Lu Shur looked at Lu Mingfei and seriously repeated the sentence he had just said. Since you cannot provide external assistance, then just come in with us. Chapter 23, Similar Scripts. Boss, you're joking, right? Lu Mingfei's eyes went round, and he pointed at himself. I'm coming along? You're coming along. Lu Shur nodded, seemingly not thinking there was any problem with his statement. Lu Mingfei couldn't hold it in. No, boss, I'm not as good at fighting as you and senior brother. Even old Tang has more experience with missions than I do. If you take me, wouldn't I just be dead weight? Old Tang also nodded vigorously, agreeing with Lu Mingfei's words. In the few times he had teamed up with Lu Shur for missions before, Lu Mingfei had acted as a professional support staff member, the kind who hadn't even touched a gun. Asking him to go to the front line now made it hard to say that the mission wouldn't encounter any accidents. However, although he agreed with Lu Mingfei's words, old Tang didn't say anything. After all, he was also just a tag-along for this mission. It was up to Lu Shur and Chu Ziheng whether to bring Lu Mingfei. As for Lu Shur, that was a given, since he was the one who proposed bringing Lu Mingfei along on the mission, but Chu Ziheng seemed somewhat moved by this proposal. Reason? He's just lazing around in the hotel anyway, so he might as well come with us. It'll be a chance to train his on-the-spot reactions. Plus, with the two of us here, there won't be any problems. Real reason? It's fun. Lu Mingfei. Old Tang. Chu Ziheng, fine. Chu Ziheng's one word startled Lu Mingfei. No, senior brother, wait a second. How did you just agree to that? Because what he said before makes sense. That was just an excuse. Isn't the real reason that it's fun? I also think it's fun. Midnight, Genji Heavy Industries. Minamoto Chisaki combed his hair into an adult style, put on a handsome suit, and prepared to go to the airport to welcome the leader of the secret party, who had suddenly run to Japan to visit after many years, and who was also the principal of Castle College, Hilbert Jean Angers. Knock, knock, knock came the sound of knocking on the door. Come in. Crow, also in formal wear, walked into the office. Young lord, the car is ready. The other family heads have already left the family residence, now only we and the great patriarch remain. What's going on with father? It is said that he is smoothing over the relationship with the Metropolitan Police Department and the Traffic Management Bureau, so he told us to go first. Good. Minamoto Chisaki nodded, reached out and took 2 swords from the sword rack, inserted them into his waist, and his originally slightly delicate face suddenly added a bit of killing intent. Let's go. Okay. The Hummer roared out of the parking lot and disappeared at the end of the road. A Highlander parked on the side of the road witnessed the departure of the Hummer, and the people in the car looked at the teenager in the back seat. Found it. The registered owner of that Hummer is named Seki Ruji, a person from the Minamoto family, one of the Sheki 8 families. A person from the Minamoto family isn't surnamed Minamoto, but Seki? Old Tang was confused. Chu Ziheng knew a little about the situation in Japan. It should be something like a family retainer. Some old families in Japan still retain the habit of keeping family retainers. The Sheki 8 families should be the same. In that case, that car should be the head of the Minamoto family, right? Old Tang asked. Lu Shur nodded, it should be correct. The target has left Genji Heavy Industries according to the plan. We act. As the words fell, the 4 people in the car took off their coats in unison, revealing uniform gray work uniforms, then put on masks and tied their headscarves. There was no extra conversation, everything had been arranged beforehand. Lu Mingfei and Old Tang got out of the car, lifted a ladder from the trunk, Chu Ziheng took a cable and put it on himself, and Lu Shur brought up the toolbox. The four of them completed the disguise with great tacit understanding and walked toward the gate of Genji Heavy Industries. "Stop, what are you doing?" Sure enough, the security guard raised his hand to stop them. Lucier stepped forward and handed the forged documents to the security guard. "Sorry to bother you. We are from the Incheon Repair Company. Someone called here just now and said that 2 central air conditioners were malfunctioning, so the company sent us to take a look." Incheon Company? The security guard checked the documents, didn't find any problems, and looked the four of them up and down carefully. By the way, he also checked the toolbox in Lucier's hand to make sure that they were all repair tools. Finding a repair company was quite common in Genji Heavy Industries. After all, in such a large building with 30 floors, some things would break from time to time. The Incheon Repair Company was very close to Genji Heavy Industries and was often the first choice for internal employees of Genji Heavy Industries when looking for repairmen, so the 2 security guards didn't doubt it. "I haven't seen you guys before." The security guard compared Lucier with the photo on the document. "Take off your mask." "Okay." After confirming that Lucier was the same person as in the document, the security guard waved his hand and didn't check the documents of the other 3. "Okay, register and go in." Okay, thank you both." Lucier put his mask back on, put the document back in his pocket, wrote the pseudonyms of the few people in the register, and asked casually, "Excuse me, where is the elevator?" "The first turn on the right, turn in and that's the elevator." Okay, thank you very much." As Lucier spoke, he was just about to take the other 3 into Genji Heavy Industries, but who would have thought that at this moment, a van with Incheon Repair Company printed on it stopped in front of them. 3 people wearing the same uniforms as Lucier and the others got out of the van. Before they could speak, they saw Lucier and the other 4 wearing the same uniforms. Yi Xing. Lucier. At this moment, the thoughts of the 2 were the same. Why are the employees of the Incheon Company here? Didn't Lu Mingfei, Norma, cut off the call from the Incheon Company? Could it be that someone had already made an appointment for business today? What should I do now? Lu Mingfei, Old Tang, and Yuki Kudu were also confused. Only Chu Zihong and Caesar met each other's eyes inadvertently. The moment the 2 pairs of eyes met, both felt a sense of familiarity, and at the same time discovered one thing. The guy opposite is a fake. "Hey, what's wrong with your company? Why did you send 7 people to repair just 2 air conditioners?" The security guard scolded. "Don't tell me you charge by the head. I warn you, our Genji Heavy Industries is not that kind of trash, it's not a place for you to cheat money. If you are thinking about charging by the head, get out of here sooner, or I will have someone break your legs." "You misunderstood." Before Lucier could speak, Chu Zihong spoke calmly. He had also learned Japanese for a period of time. "Our 2 teams are responsible for different projects in the company. We are mainly responsible for electrical repairs." Caesar on the opposite side also interrupted Yi Xing's words. That's right. We are the piping team. There was a call just now saying that the underground pipes were blocked, so the company sent us to take a look." The 2 sang in harmony, and Lucier and Yi Xing also reacted. "Yi Xing, is the other side also fake? Could it be that the college sent another team?" "No, it's impossible. The execution department's missions are always done by specific people. There won't be a situation where one mission troubles 2 teams. Perhaps the purpose of the other side is completely different from ours. Is tonight just a coincidence?" "Lucier, is the other side a competitor? Did the employer hire another team to act together? It's a bit too cautious. And if that's really the case, then the other side should be considered a competitor. But for now, let's mix in first. If I expose the other side here, it will be very troublesome for our side to mix in." The 2 reached a consensus in their gaze, smiled and hugged each other, looking very enthusiastic. In fact, they tacitly exchanged names in each other's ears. Inoue Ichiro. Okabe Rintaro. The 2 touched and separated, then Lucier hugged Yi Xing's shoulder. "Inoue, I didn't expect to meet here tonight. We are really destined." Let's have a meal together after we finish work. Yixing smiled and echoed, no problem, Okabe-kun. Since you said so, let's go to work first and have a good drink later. Good. Lucia laughed and looked at the security guard. Brother security, don't worry, our company has always been very compliant. 2 air conditioners and 1 pipe inspection, at most it's the cost of 3 projects. How can we charge by the head? That's best. The security guard's face looked much better, and he reached out to Yixing. Documents, take off your mask too. Okay. Although it was very unwise to show his face in front of Okabe Rintaro, in order for the plan to proceed smoothly, Yixing still took off his mask. After the security guard checked, he opened the door and let them in. The group of 7 walked into the headquarters building of Genji Heavy Industries swaggeringly. Lucia and Yixing were still hooking shoulders and laughing, looking extra enthusiastic. This enthusiasm lasted until the elevator. Then we have to go upstairs, so we won't chat more. Remember to wait for us at the door after you finish, Inoue. Okay. The elevator door slowly closed during the hypocritical conversation on both sides. The alloy elevator door was as bright as a mirror, reflecting Lucia's eyes without any emotion. He reached out, took a small gadget from behind his shoulder, and threw it to Lu Mingfei. Keep this thing well, and trace the source of the signal in reverse after going out. Understood. Lu Mingfei nodded. Lucia looked at Chu Zihong again and asked, how did you know they were fake too? I didn't know. Chu Zihong shook his head, but one of them had a look in his eyes that made me feel a bit familiar. When Chu Zihong said this, Lucia thought of the guy who was singing in harmony with Chu Zihong. Speaking of which, Lucia also felt that the person was a bit strange. He didn't look like an Asian. But now is not the time to think about such things. He let out a long breath and began to deploy the plan. The design drawing plans the hidden floor and the 15th floor together, so the location of the hidden floor has only 2 possibilities, either above the 15th floor or below the 15th floor. After reaching the 15th floor, we will act separately to find the hidden passage. After finding it, contact via headset. Do you understand? Understood. Got it. Only 2 people answered. Lucia frowned. Old Tang, did you understand? No answer. Lu Mingfei and Chu Zihong were also stunned, turned their heads to look behind them, but there was nothing behind them. Lu Mingfei was shocked. Holy crap, boss, Old Tang is lost. Genji Heavy Industries, another elevator. Yixing frowned, thinking about the identity of Okabe Rintaro, but had no clue, so he could only cast his eyes on Caesar. How did you know they were pretending just now? Intuition. Caesar was concise. That guy's eyes, I seem to have seen them somewhere. You don't know them? Don't know. Damn it. Yixing rubbed his eyebrows, unable to figure it out. Fortunately, Yuki could have comforted him from the side. It doesn't matter, our target is underground, their target is upstairs. Maybe our targets are not the same, it's just a coincidence that we both chose to act today. That makes sense. Yixing can only think so now. Anyway, he took the opportunity to leave a transmitter on that Okabe Rintaro. After going out, let Norma track it. Thinking this way, Yixing also relaxed and quickly sorted out his thoughts. According to the information given by Norma, there must be a hidden elevator that can go directly to the underground in the basement or the parking lot level. Our goal is to find that elevator. Acting together is too wasteful of time. Later, we will act separately. I left a snake on you. After finding the target, contact through the snake dot. The number on the elevator had turned to -1. Yixing rushed out of the elevator first. Action. Speed. Yes. Understood. Got it. 3 voices answered each other, and then scattered and ran in 3 directions. Wait. 3. Yixing suddenly stopped, turned his head to look at the empty underground floor, raised his hand and pressed the earphone in his ear. Caesar, Yuki, be vigilant, a guy followed us down. You probably don't need to remind me. Caesar's voice was transmitted back to Yixing's mind by spirit word snake. I have already discovered him. Old Tang ran to a hidden location in a hurry, and then carefully hid. He's a little panicked now, and a little confused. Just now in the lobby on the first floor, he was just stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, Lu Shi and the others had already taken the elevator and left. Old Tang didn't dare to stay in the lobby alone, so he simply followed the other group of people who were also disguised as a repair company and took another elevator. Different from the plan of Lu Shi and the others to go to the 15th floor, this group of people seemed to be going underground to find something. Old Tang guessed that they had different goals from his side and should not conflict. Although he thought so, Old Tang still reduced his sense of existence as much as possible to prevent himself from being silenced by these few people. The elevator finally arrived at the underground floor. After the leader assigned tasks to the other two, he left the elevator, and the other two also left quickly. Old Tang understood that opportunity must not be lost, so he took the opportunity to escape the elevator and ran wildly in one direction. Good news, should have escaped the search range of those people. Bad news. Old Tang looked at the monotonous scene around him and was stunned. He seemed to be lost. 24 Chapter 24 Hidden Floor/Underground Space. Chapter 24, Hidden Floor/Underground Space. Boss, can Senior Brother really do this on his own? On the 15th floor of Genji Heavy Industries, Lu Mingfei followed behind Lu Shi, carrying a ladder and muttering incessantly. That guy Old Tang doesn't leave a single trace when he gets lost. I feel like Senior Brother might not be able to find him on his own. You're underestimating Old Chu. When that guy gets serious, he's absolutely no less capable than a professional agent. Lu Shi said this offhandedly while leading Lu Mingfei forward with his head held high. His peripheral vision swept over the surrounding crowd. They were in a rush and didn't notice anything amiss about the arrival of the two. No one thought there was anything wrong with repairmen appearing in such a place. It seemed that the internal members of Genji Heavy Industries often called for repairmen. Of course, it could also be said that Lu Shi and Lu Mingfei's disguise was perfect, with no flaws. The 15th floor of Genji Heavy Industries had a standard office building layout, with long corridors connecting countless office areas. Although the overall area wasn't large, there were too many things obstructing the line of sight, making it not easy to find the target. Are we still splitting up? Lu Mingfei asked. Lu Shi shook his head. No, it's pointless. Old Chu and Old Tang aren't here, it's just the two of us. Splitting up won't increase efficiency much. Then what do we do now? Let me handle it. Lu Shi sighed. If he could, he actually didn't want to use this move. After all, under the constraints of the world's rules, using this kind of extraordinary ability would consume a vast amount of energy. But in the current situation, he couldn't afford to consider too much. Lu Shi led Lu Mingfei into an empty corner, dropped the line, "Keep watch for me," and then closed his eyes. Lu Mingfei wasn't the brightest, but he had strong execution skills. Even though he didn't know what Lu Shi was going to do, he obediently stood to the side, vigilantly watching outside the corner. A ripple that ordinary people couldn't perceive spread outward from Lu Shi as the center. A massive amount of information began to converge toward Lu Shi, constructing a complete spatial model in Lu Shi's brain. Divine Sense, one of the essential extraordinary powers for a cultivator, didn't originally belong to this world's power system, but now it had appeared in this world through Lu Shi. 10 seconds later, Lu Shi withdrew his divine sense with a pale face. Mingfei. Boss. Help me up. All right. Lu Mingfei hurriedly walked over and steadied the swaying Lu Shi. The rules of this world were not a total restriction on the extraordinary powers of other worlds, but the consumption for each use was several times that of normal use. Even with Lu Shi's physique, which was comparable to a pure-blooded second-generation dragon, it was difficult to endure this level of consumption. After resting for a while, Lu Shi felt much better. He waved his hand at Lu Mingfei, signaling him that he could let go. Boss, how is it? I've found it. Lu Shi adjusted his collar. Follow me. The two left the corner one after the other, heading toward the passage Lu Shi had just discovered. Genji Heavy Industries, deep underground, Iron Dome Temple. In reality, it was just a sewer pipe. Due to the geographical environment, Tokyo's sewers required a large drainage capacity, so Tokyo's sewers were built like huge temples. However, under normal circumstances, Tokyo didn't have such heavy rainfall, so this temple was empty for most of the year. Only during the few months of the flood season would the temple be filled with water. This was within the building scope of Genji Heavy Industries. Arriving here meant reaching the lowest level of Genji Heavy Industries. Old Tang wandered around aimlessly and somehow ended up here. Caesar had also chased after him. Kamaitachi brought back sounds from the wind. Caesar could see that the target was not far from him, but Caesar did not act rashly. He had been tailing Old Tang, wanting to investigate this person's purpose. So when Old Tang walked, he walked, when Old Tang stopped, he stopped. It was just that Old Tang's route left him slightly confused. Why go this way? Why go that way? Why stop here? Why circle around here twice? Caesar hadn't guessed at all that Old Tang was actually just lost. The two followed each other like this for who knows how long, until even Yixing's snake could no longer be contacted. Caesar knew he had walked out of the snake's range. Should he continue following him? Just as this thought popped into Caesar's mind, he suddenly heard a ding sound. Immediately after, the sound of another person's footsteps appeared in the Iron Dome Temple. Caesar stopped, lowered his breathing, and tried hard to minimize his presence until even Kamaitachi couldn't hear his sound. Old Tang seemed to have heard those footsteps too, standing still without moving. The two laid low quietly like this, listening to the footsteps fading into the distance. Then Old Tang's voice drifted into Caesar's ears. Damn it, there's actually an elevator in this crappy place. Old Tang's tone carried astonishment and joy. The astonishment was naturally because he saw an elevator in such a godforsaken place, and the joy was because having an elevator meant there was a way to leave. It was just. Caesar suddenly thought, if that elevator could go straight to the surface, why did the person who just walked out of the elevator stop the elevator on this floor? Unless this floor was the highest floor that elevator could reach. Caesar's pupils constricted. He realized he might have found the path to the lower levels that Yixing mentioned, but now he couldn't contact Yixing or Yuki Kudo. Old Tang's footsteps gradually moved away, seemingly preparing to take that elevator. Caesar had no choice but to do as he had been doing all along the way, leave a mark on the wall for Yixing and Yuki Kudo, and then follow Old Tang toward the elevator's location. The two took the elevator one after another to a deeper place. Not long after the two left, Chu Ziheng, carrying a white cloth bag, arrived here. Inside the cloth bag was a sword named Murasame. Murasame had been hidden inside the ladder and brought in. The security guards at Genji Heavy Industries had dutifully checked all the items their group was carrying, and even searched their bodies, but they absolutely wouldn't have guessed that the ladder Lu Mingfei and Old Tang were carrying was hollow, and could conceal many things inside. For example, 2 Glock 19s, 2 triangular bayonets, and Chu Ziheng's Murasame. After realizing Old Tang was lost, Chu Ziheng had taken Murasame from the ladder and left the team to find Old Tang. The good news was that Old Tang's whereabouts were traceable. Since he hadn't taken this elevator with Lu Shi and the others, he must have taken another elevator with another group of people. The bad news was that Chu Ziheng didn't know the destination of the other group. He could only ask floor by floor, inquiring if the staff inside Genji Heavy Industries had seen his colleague. Fortunately, he was wearing an Yasukawa company uniform, and Murasame was wrapped in cloth, so the employees of Genji Heavy Industries didn't suspect his identity. Just like that, Chu Ziheng asked every floor the elevator could reach, and then determined Old Tang's location. Underground. Sure enough, Chu Ziheng found one of the other group underground. Without alerting the enemy, Chu Ziheng chose to investigate the next floor. With this group of people on this floor, Old Tang wouldn't stay here long. Sure enough, just after descending to the second underground floor, Chu Ziheng found that someone had left a mark on the wall. Following the marks all the way, Chu Ziheng found this place. Continuing forward, Chu Ziheng saw a wall. No, the wall had been marked, and unlike the previous arrow marks indicating direction, this wall had an exclamation mark on it. In other words, Chu Ziheng reached out and felt along the wall, and sure enough, he found a spot with a completely different texture. After pressing it, the wall in front of him suddenly opened wide. This was actually an elevator. Chu Ziheng walked into the elevator and found that apart from a close button, there were no other extra buttons in the elevator. In other words, this was a direct elevator. He didn't know where this elevator went directly to. Chu Ziheng closed the elevator door without changing his expression. Lu Shi took Lu Mingfei downstairs, turned onto a side path, walked straight, and after going through winding stairs up and down, found a security door. This was a silver-white door without any markings. There wasn't even a lock on the door, there was only a card reader next to it. Mingfei, it's your turn to act. Lu Shi patted Lu Mingfei on the shoulder and ran to the intersection to keep watch for Lu Mingfei. Lu Mingfei didn't delay either, nimbly pulling a small device from his pocket and pulling out a wire to connect it to the card reader. After a dazzling series of operations, the card reader made a beep sound, and the silver door opened wide with a roar. Hearing the sound, Lu Shi returned from the intersection. Lu Mingfei triumphantly showed off to him, "How about that? Awesome." Lu Shi gave a thumbs up, then walked into the silver door first. Lu Mingfei followed closely behind. The corridor was empty, and a faint smell of formalin drifted from afar. The place felt like a hospital like Sleeping Beauty's castle. Time did not flow here, everything was sealed by some evil power. Only the fluorescent green light was stagnant in the space, illuminating the Xi symbol on the wall. Xi, the 14th letter of the Greek alphabet, representing something uncertain. They had come to some uncertain place. An unknown fear exploded in Lu Mingfei's mind. Some uncertain place, it was like a forked thread on the loom of fate, a mysterious loose end began to connect to his life. A boy's voice came from afar, "Brother, the script shouldn't be like this." Immediately after, the sound of glass breaking came from somewhere. At the bottom of Genji Heavy Industries, a deeper level than the Iron Dome Temple, in absolute darkness, a deep red lit up. It was an elevator indicator light. Naraku was a loan word, coming from Naraka in Buddhist scriptures. It was the deepest part of hell, a void of infinite falling. The evil ghosts in Naraka could never return to the human world, they could only live forever in the endless falling. The elevator door opened, and old Tang walked into the pitch-black darkness where he couldn't see his own fingers. Except for the slight sound of the ventilation fan rotating, there was only dead silence here. The wall in front suddenly lit up, and that 7 or 8 meter high giant wall emitted a faint blue light. Looking closely, one would discover that it was actually a huge water storage tank. The wall was a glass wall on one side of the water storage tank. The glass wall was composed of hundreds of pieces of glass, each about 1 square meter, with narrow metal frames between the glass pieces. Above the water storage tank were installed water turbines and filters several meters in diameter. The volume of this tank rivaled that of the giant fish tanks in an aquarium. Ordinary water supply pipes could never provide a sufficient water source, so it drew water from the sewers. After the sewage was filtered, it was channeled into this storage tank, and when the water needed changing, it was pumped out by the water turbines to re-enter the Iron Dome Temple system. Old Tang stood in front of the glass wall, the dim blue light illuminating his profile and casting a shadow. What is this place? Old Tang was full of questions, looking to the left and right. On both sides were deep, dark passages leading to unknown places. A rushing sound of water came from the depths of the water storage tank. It seemed that some kind of large aquatic animal was being kept here. It swam at high speed, its long tail leaving a trail of whirlpools behind. Old Tang frowned and turned on his flashlight. And so, he saw clearly what was swimming inside the storage tank. It was not just one, but a group of large fish. The large fish pressed their heads against the glass wall, staring intently at the beam of light shooting from the flashlight and cutting through the storage tank. Holy sh*T. Old Tang was startled by these things because he saw the faces of this group of fish clearly. Their faces were so pale, like floating corpses that had been drifting in the sea for dozens of days, a group of fish with human faces, peering through the glass at the human world. Some were expressionless, while others had upturned corners of their mouths, as if smiling. They were not all the same, most had long tails and scales. Some of these human-faced fish possessed bizarre organs, huge, sharp claws and blade-like bony fins. When they breathed, the slits at the base of their necks would open, revealing deep red, gill-like structures. In his fright, the flashlight in Old Tang's hand dropped to the ground. The human-faced fish then gracefully twisted their bodies, chasing the beam of the flashlight as it moved, swimming rapidly like a group of obedient pets. The entire tank was stirred up. A dark golden skeleton floated up from the bottom. The shape of the skeleton was somewhere between a human, a fish, and a bird. It was clearly one of the same kind as those human-faced fish when it was alive. It seemed these human-faced fish did not mind devouring their own kind when famished. The dark golden skeleton was covered in tooth marks, looking as if they had been hacked out with a wood axe. Old Tang hurriedly picked up the flashlight and tremblingly turned it off. The beam of light vanished, and the human-faced fish, having lost their object of pursuit, dispersed. The size of the tank was almost equivalent to a small underground lake within the rock strata. The filtered groundwater was reasonably clear, but once the human-faced fish swam into the distance, they could no longer be seen. Only one smaller one remained, swimming in the waters near the glass wall, seemingly still trying to find that mysterious light. Old Tang did not dare to move, fearing he might attract the creature's attention. But fate was not on his side. Just when Old Tang did not even dare to breathe, a ding sound came from the elevator behind him. The elevator door suddenly slid open, and a beam of light spilled out from inside, briefly illuminating the area. Old Tang and the human-faced fish suddenly locked eyes. Old Tang swallowed hard, comforting himself with the thought that fish have poor vision and that the creature might not be able to do anything to him in the water. Calm down, calm down, calm down, he thought. At a time like this, I should be careful of the guy in the elevator and hide first. Although he thought this, Old Tang could not move. He could only stare quietly into the eyes of the human-faced fish, feeling as if something inside him was waking up. Actually, the human-faced fish's face was quite pretty, but only that face was pretty. The human-faced fish suddenly began to deform from the neck down, its lower body fused into a python-like tail, with the vestiges of feet vaguely visible. In the myths of countries around the world, the image of a human-faced snake appears repeatedly. From the human ancestors Fuxi and Muwa, to Taihao of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, to the Weishi and Zhuangzi that Duke Huan of Qi once saw wearing purple robes and a vermilion crown, to the god of Mount Zhong, Zhuin, in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, who was described as having a human face and snake body and being red, with vertical eyes that stood straight. When it closed its eyes, it was dark, and when it opened them, it was bright, to the so-called Naga in Sanskrit, the Medusa in Greek mythology, and even the snakes in the Mayan pantheon whose names have already been lost. They exist between gods and demons, symbolizing temptation and ultimate mystery. Mythologists still find it difficult to explain why such monsters appear so consistently in various myths. If they could take one look at this creature, which could even be called beautiful, they would understand that the ancients had indeed witnessed similar things crawling, swimming, or pouncing right in front of them. They were so hideous and terrifying that they could never be a species created by God, they could only be a joke played on humanity by the devil. This impression exploded in the minds of the ancients like lightning and was then passed down through generations as mythology. The person in the elevator holding a flashlight walked out, and the light in his hand illuminated everything. Old Tang suddenly noticed that the eyes of the human-faced fish in front of him were shimmering with a faint, elusive gold. Dragonborn. Suddenly recalling Lu Shi's popular science, Old Tang felt his luck was truly terrible. He never expected that something Lu Shi described as being able to clearly crush metal and break jade would actually appear alive before him. Old Tang remembered Lu Shi warning them not to hesitate if they encountered a dragonborn and to run for their lives. In fact, Old Tang wanted to do just that, but he could not move his feet. Deep inside, a voice was whispering, seemingly expressing contempt for the monster in front of him. It was ridiculous. He was not even a hybrid, so by what right could he despise these things? Old Tang felt it was absurd. The voice inside his body began to rage again, and Old Tang heard a voice roaring, "Bastard! How dare you stare directly at the throne of God?" The voice exploded with a buzz, and Old Tang's mind suddenly went blank. Fragmented memories flowed into his mind, attempting to awaken some existence within his body. Snap! A hand suddenly rested on Old Tang's shoulder, pulling him out of that inexplicable state. Old Tang felt groggy, as if he had remembered something, yet also as if he had forgotten something. He looked beside him tremblingly. His eyes met a maintenance uniform identical to his own. He inadvertently breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly became vigilant again and said, "Buddy, I didn't mean to follow you guys down here. For the sake of us being in the same line of work, can you let me go?" Caesar ignored him and just looked solemnly at the water storage tank in front of him, and at the dragonborn, or rather, the dead servant, swimming in the tank. Found it. Caesar was absolutely certain that he had found the target of this mission. The Sheki 8 families were secretly raising dead servants, and the evidence was right in front of him. Caesar could not be bothered with Old Tang and immediately took a micro camera out of his pocket to take photos as evidence. But the intense light of the flash seemed to irritate the dead servant in the storage tank. It flew into a rage, letting out an inaudible roar at the two people outside. Its huge mouth opened, and its sharp, long teeth were as dense as thorns. Only then could one see its terrifying mouth structure clearly, delicate cherry-red lips, with an indistinct slit on each side extending to its ears. When it opened its mouth, it was as if its entire cranium had split open. Old Tang was scared into taking 2 steps back, but Caesar stood firm, continuing to press the shutter. The flashing light attracted more dead servants. They gathered around and rammed against the thick glass wall. But Caesar was not worried. The Gattuso family had a private aquarium, so Caesar knew very well the durability of this kind of glass wall. This type of glass wall used for storage tanks could withstand the impact of at least 10 whales. Just a few dozen dead servants would find it hard to cause damage to the glass wall. Crack. Caesar's expression changed abruptly. Kamaitachi danced in the space, bringing back a sound Old Tang could not hear, a dense series of cracking sounds, like a string of firecrackers, ringing out inside the glass wall. Immediately afterward, a slight cracking sound that even Old Tang could hear ran through the entire glass wall from top to bottom, and the metal frame supporting the storage tank quickly twisted and deformed. The other human-faced fish also sensed the change in this glass wall, and one after another abandoned their bloody food and swam over, just like prisoners who, upon hearing the iron gate of a prison rattle, would all look toward the gate in unison. Caesar realized that things were changing in a direction he had not anticipated. He quickly turned around and ran for it. Old Tang reacted even faster than him. Almost the instant he heard the sound, he bolted toward the elevator and pressed the elevator switch. But the elevator did not respond. How can this be? Old Tang was stunned. The elevator not responding meant it was in use, someone was riding the elevator down here. Damn it, and it had to happen at this time. Old Tang pulled a dagger from his boot. Actually, his usual weapon of choice was a Glock, so for this operation, he had brought 2 Glock 19s hidden in the hollow ladder. However, he had gotten lost midway, so the only weapon he had left in his hand was this dagger. This was also his only weapon. He prepared to fight the group of Dragonborn to the death. That's just how the bounty hunter business is, life-threatening moments always come unexpectedly. Caesar also took out a jungle hunting knife from behind his calf, though his knife-wielding stance was much more professional than Old Tang's. Old Tang could not help but say, "Buddy, we're at death's door. Do you have anything you want to leave behind? How about we tell each other our last words? Whoever makes it out alive can help the other fulfill their dying wish. If neither of us survives, that's fine too, just write it down in a notebook. My teammates will definitely come to collect my body, so I'll have them help. By the way, since the elevator is being used at a time like this, I don't know if it's your people or mine coming down. If it's the locals, then we're screwed." "Shut up." Caesar gave old Tang a nasty look, but gripped his hunting knife tighter, because besides the sound of the glass cracking, he also heard the sound of water leaking. Immediately after, a bang. First, a massive block of glass was pushed out of the metal frame by the water pressure, then more glass blocks fell off. Each one was a square meter in size and nearly a meter thick, monstrous things weighing several tons. Water sprayed more than a dozen meters out from the gap. A few seconds later, this transparent wall completely collapsed. Tens of thousands of tons of water broke through the dam, carrying an unknown number of human-faced fish. This was both a deadly torrent and a deadly beautiful sight. In the dim blue curtain of light, the falling glass blocks reflected an ice-like glow, and within the light, black shadows resembling dragons and snakes were flying. It was as beautiful as the end of the world. It was also the end for Caesar and old Tang. The dead servant's sharp teeth went straight for the throats of the two men. Just at this critical moment. Ding. Chapter 25, The Big Shot. Boss, did you hear any sound? Lu Mingfei asked in the dim, lightless corridor. The long corridor seemed to have no end, and it was completely enclosed without any windows leading outside. All the doors were cast from hard black metal, and the walls were plastered with various signs like danger zone and no entry. Lucier stopped and turned his head to look at him. What sound? I can't quite explain it. Lu Mingfei opened his mouth, but couldn't describe the feeling. It's like someone is calling me, and said something in my ear, but I can't remember what they said. Oh, right, there's also the sound of breaking glass and water. Oh? Is that so? Lucier raised an eyebrow. As someone who had undergone transmigration, he naturally knew what was going on. For all the transmigrators who came to the Dragon Clan world, the little devil Lu Mingze was an existence that could never be bypassed. His identity was a mystery, his thoughts were bizarre, and the only thing known was that this guy had a very high level of pretentiousness and possessed great divine ability. His identity could probably rival the ancestor of all dragons, the Black King Nidhogg. It was also because of this guy's existence that Lucier maintained an exceptionally cautious attitude towards the so-called plot. After all, Lucier knew very well that if it were a brother from the Fengshan world, he might be able to pin Lu Mingze to the ground and beat him up, but relying on his current self in this world, he was unlikely to be a match for Lu Mingze. Therefore, the approach Lucier adopted was to retract his feelers as much as possible and not interfere with the original plot. This approach was effective. Up until now, Lu Mingze hadn't caused any disturbances. Lucier guessed that he had been hiding behind Lu Mingfei, quietly observing him, the outsider. And Lucier was also observing Lu Mingze through Lu Mingfei. Both sides had lived in peace for 2 years while knowing of each other's existence, until this operation, when Lu Mingze finally couldn't help but jump out. Why? Of course, it was because Lucier's operation this time seriously affected his script. For Lu Mingze, the script was a very important thing. It related to whether Lu Mingfei could fully inherit the authority and sit on the throne, so he would not allow the script to be disrupted. What Lucier had done before, such as taking Lu Mingfei to make money, helping Lu Mingfei build confidence, and telling Lu Mingfei about the existence of hybrids in advance, those didn't matter, they were just small things. But this matter, Lu Mingze could not pretend not to see it. The matter regarding the Sheki 8 families was related to the White King, which was an important link in the road for Lu Mingfei to inherit the authority, and there could not be any mistakes. So even though it was not yet time for the script to begin, Lu Mingze still jumped out and appeared before Lu Mingfei in advance. However, it was a pity. If it were a previous mission, Lucier would have backed down, but this mission would not work. For this mission, as soon as Lucier knew the target was the Sheki 8 families, he already had a script. That was the script Lucier had prepared to change the established destiny. Even if it was Lu Mingze blocking the script from proceeding, Lucier would not back down half a step. You must be having auditory hallucinations. Lucier laughed it off, preparing to brush the matter aside. But before he could finish his sentence, the entire Genji Heavy Industries building suddenly trembled. Lucier swayed slightly, while Lu Mingfei sat directly on the ground. What's wrong? What's wrong? Is it an earthquake? No, not an earthquake. Lucifer's face was ugly. The next second, crimson light illuminated both sides of the corridor, not just the sides, but the entire Genji Heavy Industries was shrouded in red light. The building's doors and windows were all closed and locked, and the exhaust fans and ventilation ducts were only running at a minimum. A cold, mechanical female voice spread throughout the entire Genji Heavy Industries building. Alarm! Alarm! Intruder detected! Alarm! Alarm! Intruder detected! Alarm! Several security doors behind the two of them slammed shut, and the access control devices changed from green to red, indicating they were prohibited from use. Lu Mingfei was so scared he couldn't speak clearly. Boss. Is it possible, is it possible that we've been discovered? It's they who have been discovered. Lucia remained calm. He decisively kicked away the ladder Lu Mingfei had dropped on the floor, took weapons from the hollow shelf, threw 2 Glock 19s to Lu Mingfei, gave them each a triangular bayonet, and finally, a 3-foot 2-inch horizontal blade. Casually slinging the horizontal blade at his waist, Lucia pulled Lu Mingfei up from the ground. Let's keep moving, we have no way back now. Lu Mingfei looked at him with a strange expression. Boss, do you believe that yourself? If you hadn't insisted on playing stealth, you could have slaughtered your way in and out of this dump yourself, right? Why go through all this trouble? I'm doing this to train your professional skills. Lucia kicked Lu Mingfei in the butt. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. It's not just because you wanted to have some fun. Ouch. Lu Mingfei muttered, and received another kick to the butt. Tokyo Narita Airport, Arrival Hall. With a screech of brakes, more than a dozen black Mercedes cars stopped neatly at the entrance, completely blocking the passageway. Men in black suits and sunglasses emerged from the cars. As if they had practiced it long ago, they split into different groups. Some formed a human wall to isolate the passengers, some stood guard at the doors and windows, and more people followed a long-haired elder with silver hair into the VIP lounge. The formation was like a black arrowhead, tearing through the panicked crowd. Please send someone over quickly. There are many of them, they must be carrying weapons. Their clothes are bulging. Call the police. Hurry and call. A girl in a customs uniform held the receiver, huddled under her desk, speaking in a low and urgent voice. The sound in the receiver suddenly cut off. Dead silence. Standing in front of the desk was the silver-haired elder. He wore a kind smile and bowed slightly. Sorry for the trouble, you don't need to make that call. The telephone wire, severed by a blade, was held in the elder's hand. The elder slowly placed it on the table. The customs girl's gaze fell on the elder's hand, and she couldn't help but tremble slightly. Those aged hands were covered in tattoos. Both hands were tattooed with a 5-headed naga, with 5 ferocious snake heads wrapped around his 5 fingers, each head wearing a flaming crown. In Buddhism, naga refers to a large poisonous snake, a snake as huge as a dragon. The more heads it has, the more supreme its power. A 5-headed naga is in existence like a devil king, while a 7-headed naga is like a heavenly god. When a naga possesses 9 heads, it approaches the Buddha and possesses supreme karma. Excuse the intrusion. The elder said apologetically, retracting his hand into his suit sleeve. His sleeves were intentionally made slightly longer, enough to hide his entire hand. This is a customs office. You must not act recklessly. The girl warned the other party cautiously. She already understood the other party's identity completely. In Japan, tattoos are the mark of gangs, and every gang member must have tattoos. Tattoos can be used to threaten those who try to resist them, and they are also a source of faith. The family believes that the gods and demons in the tattoos will possess them, granting them extraordinary power. Tattoos are also the loyalty members offer to the organization. Tattoos cannot be completely washed off. People who have been tattooed carry the mark of the gang for life. After leaving the gang, they cannot integrate into society and can only devote their loyalty to the organization. Tattoos covering the fingers like the old man's must have come from a great master-level tattoo artist. In the gang, this is a sign of extremely high status. It will be over soon, the elder bowed and stepped back. Please continue your work with peace of mind. Of course, it's best not to make any unnecessary movements. The elder bowed deeply to the security personnel who were besieged in the corner, and then actually turned his head, walked to several other people who looked ordinary, and began to bow and scrape to them. That high-level gang member whose tattoos even covered the back of his hands was not the one with the highest status among these people. The customs girl secretly looked at those people. There were men and women, old and young. The youngest one looked only in his 20s, wearing a crisp black suit with a handsome face that was no less than the stars on TV. Even in the eyes of the customs girl, this young man's appearance could be ranked alongside Cesar Gattuso and Chu Zihong. No, how could she suddenly think of those two men? Could it be that she was really a fangirl? The girl shook her head, trying hard to delete the few pretty boys from her mind, and then looked at those people with extremely high status again. There were 7 of them, 6 men and 1 woman. They all looked exceptionally solemn and dignified, as if they were participating in some important ceremony. Their eyes were fixed ahead, slowly scanning the hundreds of passengers waiting to pass through customs, their gazes as sharp as if they were scraping across people's faces. Opposite were dozens of channels. Passengers holding foreign passports all had to pass through these channels for customs clearance, and the girl sitting at the end of each channel was a representative of Japanese customs. It could be said that the arrival hall was a national gateway of Japan. These gang members were here for someone among them, not hesitating to blockade the national gateway. This was nothing short of challenging the dignity of the authorities. People looked at each other in fear. A large Airbus A380 had just landed at Narita Airport, and these were all tourists waiting to enter the country. They tried to find a suspicious face from the surroundings. A leader of the New York gang? A godfather of the Italian mafia? A drug lord from the Golden Triangle? What kind of person could be qualified to be so valued by the Japanese gang? The young men in black suits blocked every channel. Their hands subconsciously raised to their waists, with bulges under their suits, not knowing if they were short blades or firearms. Every one of them exuded a chilly soldier's aura. This saying had existed since ancient times. The lonely warriors who often walked among corpses on the battlefield and kept weapons as companions would accumulate this kind of thick, chilly chi. Those who approached them would tremble involuntarily, and even evil spirits were afraid of such people. They were all gang elites. It was unknown what kind of cruel training in modern society had allowed them to accumulate such a terrifying aura. The arrival hall was dead silent, with only heavy breathing and heartbeats. "This is my passport," an old man with white hair handed his customs clearance file to the customs girl at the desk. "I'm visiting Tokyo University for an academic visit this time. Can you help me process a landing visa?" The customs girl stared blankly at this bold passenger. He looked to be about 50 or 60 years old, but his figure was maintained like a 20-year-old young man. He wore a well-fitting gray suit, paired with a camel-colored cashmere scarf. His hair and beard were trimmed exquisitely, revealing a gentle, romantic air. Wearing a pair of sophisticated tortoiseshell glasses, he was indeed the image of a visiting scholar. But this suave old guy didn't understand the situation at all. In this situation, even if the National Self-Defense Force came, they might not be able to handle it. "The first girl I talked to in Tokyo has the traditional beauty of a Yamato Nadeshiko. I'm so happy." The old guy complimented the girl very gentlemanly, pulling that dazzling red rose from his suit pocket and placing it on the table. Your identity is?" The girl tried her best to curb her inner anxiety and asked the question according to the procedure. The gang had no intention of hindering her work. They maintained their oppressive aura, standing quietly in the hall like long blades stuck there. "Castle College, principal." The old guy smiled. "Hilbert Jean Angers." The permitted to enter stamp was struck. When the girl returned the passport, she lowered her voice. "Hurry and go." As long as the gang allowed it, saving one more passenger at this time was saving one more life. Who knew if there would be a gunfight in a while? I hope next time I come to Japan, there will be such a beautiful girl welcoming me at customs again. Angers put away his passport. The 7 gang leaders suddenly stepped forward together, directly forcing their way behind Angers. Everyone's breathing paused. The elder whose tattoos covered the back of his hand stepped forward and picked up Age's heavy suitcase, bowing at a large angle. Inuyama Hall's Hasegawa Yoshitaka, honored to welcome Principal Angers, welcome to Japan. You've had a hard trip. So it was to pick me up. The turnout is quite large. Angers said lightly, his gaze sweeping over the 6 men and 1 woman, finally landing on an old man wearing a navy blue kimono. The old man's hair was black and white, his body was strong, his sword-like eyebrows were flying, and he must have been a handsome man of Eastern style when he was young, with an inviolable majesty on his face. Long time no see, Aga. Yes, it's been 50 or 60 years, Principal. Your body still seems to be quite strong. So. At least I can still hold a blade. Anger smiled and looked at the others. Ryoma-kun, Miyamoto-kun, I didn't expect you two to actually find time to come over. I thought you two would be very busy after becoming family heads. After all, you were both very capable talents since you were in school. The 2 named by Angers responded immediately, how could that be, Principal? Although business is indeed quite busy, since you are visiting Japan in person, we should naturally be here to welcome you. Yes, this is our duty. Angers nodded and looked at the youngest among them. Minamoto-kun, you look like you're in a bad mood. Did something happen? Minamoto Chisaki shook his head with a stiff face. Nothing happened, Principal. It's getting late, let's leave here first. Is that so? Age's gaze was meaningful. That's fine, I hope you have already arranged a place for me to stay. We will definitely make you satisfied. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.